We are live on YouTube right now. Who's going to be first to chat? YouTube is the play button on my page. The play button on my page. Where we'll be hanging out for the rest of the evening. What up, Lucinda? Welcome back. If y'all make it all the way to YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to follow on TikTok before going elsewhere. And making some purple prep. The sizing of this section of transparent purple. Oh, hi, Bunny. Right on time for the bunny. Bunny with the band hammer. We're going to be watching some cartoons tonight. We'll start that in just a sec. Again, we are live on YouTube right now. That is the play button on my page. Give TikTok a few minutes to transfer over. Hi, Sky. So for what I'm going to use this for, I need the end of this piece to be a bit longer and a bit thinner. Width of the glass-wise, not necessarily the actual thick otherwise. There we go, perfect. What up, James? Again, if y'all make it to YouTube, don't forget to subscribe before scrolling. We've got all of our links in the link in my bio. Happy early Thanksgiving to you as well. What time do I stay up? I stay up all night. I am nocturnal. Creature of the night. Nigel. Again, if y'all make it all the way to YouTube, don't forget to subscribe before scrolling. You'll be watching some cartoons. Operation Rabbit. Look at that. That was a bunny episode. Hi, Jay! Again, we're live on YouTube right now. It's the play button on my page. We won't be staying live on TikTok too much longer. How come I'd rather be up all night than up all day? Because I get free electricity at night. Oh, look at how good this piece turned out from last night. I'm showing YouTube because I'm not allowed to show a clock app. We're not. Adult Swim is on YouTube. You finished your nails? How'd they turn out? And then I got a cap there. Fits real nice. Yeah, Rainbow Monkey. And we're, I don't like that filter of light there. We're going with that one there. Oh, Lucy in the house. Oh, sorry, Lucy. Am I blocking your path? Pardon me. I'm so sorry. How dare I? Mr. Fluffalophagus.
Deep into the jungle gym on the upper playground. Our water fountain dried up. Our crabs broke. And our milk turned sour. So, when they stole Mr. Fluffalophagus, they stole the heart of the first grade. But now that you have come, we are sure that
what up, Caleb?
Mr. Fluffalophagus back. And the great time of recess shall
I'll check it out on Discord here in a sec. We're going to end the TikTok stream. We'll be live on YouTube for the rest of the night. Might go live again on TikTok later, but Our numbers are being weird on YouTube, so or on TikTok.
He did not mean his name. He only laughed as he said that this would serve.
Alright, we're live on YouTube right now. I'll see y'all over here. Until then, boop.
Mr. Heinrich von Marzipan, sir.
Heinrich von Marzipan.
They said, sir. So now you won't take Hopsy Mopsy away?
Oh, gotcha, the one from last night.
Never too fast, my Jessica.
Look, all I'm saying is that before anyone goes chasing down some bad guy in a jungle gym, they get some lunch. At the very least, they have some french fries to keep their energy up. Number two.
Let me catch up on the phone world.
Those first graders won't survive until their parents pick them up. Now, are you ready? Ready for lunch?
Ready for lunch.
I'm joking. Sheesh. So, how far does this jungle gym go? Nobody knows.
Nobody knows but Jesus. With who?
Did you hear that? Whatever they're up to is already started. You said you wouldn't take my Hopsy Mopsy.
I say so many things I do not mean. Like,
Oh, we're in Adult Swim. I'm gonna take a tab. Oh, Reese's. Like a top, thank you. Speaking of, hang on, I need to see what's going on with this fucking tag in the back of it. Here, I'm just cutting the end of it off. You never know, it might be worth money in the future, and only the end of that tag was itchy. Good background music, good background noise. Nobody knows but Jesus.
You go down and distract Heinrich, and I'll grab the ring.
What up, Aquatic? Welcome back.
Let's go in for some of that chocolate.
Oh no, Bunny! They're gonna chocify you. Chocolate Bunny.
Enjoy your dip. I gotta get myself up.
Dab, 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 dab. I actually want to take a big dab, so we're going to actually use the rig and the banger. Oh wait, actually I can get a dab after. It's gonna take a while to cool back down. Cheers! Pop, 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 pop. Well, it's gonna be a big dab. Y'all wish me luck. Ah, shit. I still haven't made myself another carb cap. I don't have a good carb cap for this, do I? That'll work. This'll work.
You know, all of my life has been my dream to make the chocolate bunnies out of
They're making a what kind of movie?
bunnies. But never once did I think to make the chocolate kids next door operatives. I wonder how you will taste. How will it kids next door?
I realize that it age restricts your content if you hit stuff while you're live, but you can do so. I'm fine with our content being age restricted. Like I said, sometimes in the near future, I won't even end up saving it. If it ends up age restricting it and giving us any of the little infractions and whatnot. Oh, Jeebus.
See the power.
Yeah, I get it. But man, I'm so hungry. It's not even funny.
Oh, God. Oh, good tear. Full teardrop. Oh, God.
Thanks to these woodplants stolen by
Another tear.
and Mr. Pibb. And
That was a good one.
planning, the greenhouse will soon be ours.
Imagine their surprise when they discover we control all of their 2x4 technology. I can't wait.
Oh, my God.
Dental equipment and everything. They most excellent thing ever. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Beard? Most certainly, Mr. Wing.
Yup,
Here's to
that did
polishing
it.
off those rats once and for all.
Polishing and checking for receding gum.
Not receding gum lines.
Quick, everybody.
Oh, my God. God damn. Cat clock.
Is he gone?
Jeez, it's the Toilinator.
Toilinator. We need to plug a couple things back in. Rechargeable batteries.
Anything about a supervillain's meeting.
Oh, man.
Stuck on some inaccessible island in the middle of the ocean. Pretty funny.
Got a good brow sweat going there.
What's the plan to this? Next door this time.
Can I help?
Absolutely not.
Why not? Because you always ruin our plans. Invariably, Mr. Wing.
Mr. Wing.
Fool you every time you face him. Do not do.
Nice, Jay.
The time you let
Get to
number
sleep
one
in.
into our secret lair when it's only disguised with a t-shirt with I'm not number one written on it.
Well, I never expected an article of clothing to lie.
Thanks, New. They're still available.
You know what I'm gonna put on after this? Fucking Code Lyoko. Y'all remind me Code Lyoko. Here in a bit in case I forget.
Okay, calm down, will ya? You're ruining my coffee. You can help by, go on and get us some coffee or something.
Oh, heavens, no! Do you know what caffeine does to your regularity?
Okay, get us some decaf. Just go already.
Let me pick you up, Rig. What up, dude? Let me pick you up.
So let's get going before he gets back.
Give me 4 decaf
Yeah, I did not want to
cappuccinos and
come over this way.
please stop picking up coffee for real villains, huh? Betcha!
You betcha.
No! I'm a big time villain, mister! Yeah, sure you are. I'll show you! I won't just deliver the coffee! I'll also, I'll destroy the kids next door! Single-handedly! And then, Mr. Boss and the others will love me and invite me to go bowling with them on Tuesdays! Do you hear me?
$500. Sky, welcome back. Thank you for resubbing. I do appreciate you.
Kids next door. Prepare to be
Perseverance, super chunky. Bringing love wherever they go. Everyone's bringing the big love.
You are mine. For none can escape the fearsome, horrible wrath of
Turbo Toilinator.
Toilet Terminator. Oh, or the fearsome flushifier.
Fearsome
Really,
Flushifier.
this one sounded cooler.
The Fearsome Flush sounds even cooler. Let's go with
I
that.
thought we were in trouble for a second there.
Oh, you're in more trouble than you know. Number one.
What are you talking about?
Number
I'm
one.
Mr. Boss.
Oh, hey there, Mr. Boss. What are you guys doing here? Hey,
What are you
wait
doing?
a second. Very clever. Nigel Uno. It's a good thing Mr. Boss warned me about your clever tricks and disguises. I recognize that bald head anywhere.
Bald? I'm just sitting at the top of it, really.
I think we say
She's spinning at the top of it, really.
Indeed. Mr. Kim.
Wait, what just happened? It shows one viewer on. Did it just kick everyone? Because it shows there's only one person in here. Or is that just a glitch on the number side? Are y'all still here? Now it says 2 people are watching. That was weird. Did it kick y'all? Are y'all still here? Now it says 2. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Yeah, that's weird. It says there's only 2 people in the stream. That scared me.
Nice costumes. Numbers 3 and 5. Really take the cake.
Oh, hi, buddy.
Number 2. A portly member of the team.
Well, hardly.
And what's another ratchet out there? Number 4.
Yeah, and it says there's 2.
Great.
Because there's only 2 viewers. That's weird. Probably just a glitch in the numbers. Hi, buddy.
You're in my bowl now, jerk. So consider yourself flushed.
Consider yourself flushed. Yeah, it's done it a couple times before. I don't really care about numbers either way, but I was just making sure it didn't kick everyone.
I did it! I defeated the kids next door! And to think I did it all before 3 o'clock? Hey, shouldn't you kids be in school? You just got out of class, and you're just in time for an
What up, Ben?
special butt-kicking, toilet face! I forgot to bring the coffee!
sure we made it all the way to season 4 on this. Why? Morthouse returns. This is the, we've seen this one. That's okay. I'll watch it again. It's one of the best ones.
Because fans are crazy and sick and weird. You can't have a real relationship with them. Mark my words. You two, they always get bad. What's their feels
Bless all of you. My girlfriend friend is
My girlfriend friend.
Great relationship.
She's an ego booster.
She's like totally the most loyal person in the world. She's like fucking amazing, hot, loyal, Labrador, with really nice tits.
All I'm saying is he kind of sounds like a crazy dildo.
Hi.
Come on, guys, we got to go to a meeting.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go. Charles, we're gonna get pissed off and be radio. This has nothing to
Okay, a couple things first. Caucus on the annual convention for 200,000 debt cost.
What is it?
Fox.
So stupid. Fox.
Once again, you're all invited to participate in signing the 150 dress like each of you.
Well, that does such stuff.
I don't know, but they're all driven by fan obsession with dress like.
What was fan expensive to give them candies?
Expect us to give him candy?
Coming up.
No.
Finally,
Sorry, can't do clocker down, Joe. Yeah. By the way, I'll be doing a lot more smoking. I'm fucking smoking cigarettes now.
Smoking cigarettes now.
No big deal. I'm sure you already saw this one. I'm kind of on the cover of a Smokeroonie Aficionado. Yep, got the cover.
I can make anything, Ben. You need one that has a quartz tip, not a glass tip. If y'all stuff is freezing, remember you can change the Fucking smoke alarm. Remember, you can change the quality of the stream, and it should have better latency. But yes, I can make one with a quartz tip, Ben. Dr. McDill din din din. No, I'm not live on TikTok. I only do customs for monthly subscribers, though. Let's pause this and see if it has anything to do with this. I don't think it'll have anything to do with my end of anything. Dang, we didn't get any subs on TikTok tonight. I might take a break from TikTok tomorrow. Might not go live there. Especially if our numbers are going to be what they are. Take an hour to myself. Is it still freezing? Midnight Central every single night. Titties! Titties! That was a banana, don't worry. We're gonna prep up the rest, or at least a good chunk of this purple. That transparent purple that we like. Yeah, always try to restart your app. Always exit out of your other apps as well. If you've got a bunch of apps running in the background while you're trying to watch a stream, it'll go very, very slow. Why is that my type? Goth and obsessed. I'm Nathan, I guess. Bunny, you stop that. Furries! Hang on, we gotta go back and look at the furries. We got a Pickles bunny, we got a murder-faced squirrel, and we got a Squiscar fox. Next to a Gears recruitment center, it looks like. That's hilarious. Oh my god, there's fucking Brony art too. There's Nathan with a fucking My Little Pony. Is y'all shit still freezing? Thanks, Fat Pickles. Somebody else can type the name of this in chat. I don't say it out loud while we're watching whatever we're watching. Mostly out of superstition. Blow, blow, blow. It's all Nathan. She's not a very good girlfriend at all. Where's the fucking remote? They're all you. Yeah, you got it, Sky. Put an A in between the L and the P. Wait, no. You're close, though. Oh, I thought it was going to be more titties. We'll make a smoke screen. Smoke in that direction. I think it's just the internet in general tonight. Everyone's shit's be lagging right now. Russia's fucking with us or something. Skip forward a couple, so I'm pretty sure we made it even further past that.
In the harvest decline and wither, in the sun did cease to shine, the hour of fulfillment was upon us. 6 months have passed since the bizarre series of storms ran across the globe and destroyed. Most of the men responsible for those economy employees was early coming known as the death session. In response, the
death session because the boats with their albums got destroyed by a storm.
What's going on, Tomahawk?
What's going on, Tomahawk, Wisconsin?
Welcome to the very first demo there. I don't know if you heard, but we're going to play a free concert.
Free?
We're playing a free concert. So we brought some pretty cool stuff from the fair, like there's a pirate ship with the Somali pirates.
Somali pirate ship?
To kill you. Yeah, we have a really big Dorito that we're going to see.
We have a really big Dorito.
We have an $80 million Ferrari wheel. Ferris wheel made of Ferraris.
Get off the stage and catch the drum!
Well, if you guys are all so pissed off, why don't you collectively kill yourselves? What was I talking about? Fuck
What was I talking about again?
Fuck you. I think that went well.
We're working on another recycler.
This for a long, long time, and in the past we've had
Oh, hello,
a hard time realizing
Sky's cat.
So, well, I'm here. I'd like us to go closer as mother and son, and maybe...
I am so disappointed in you.
Okay.
Okay.
You managed to ruin the economy and you don't even have a real job. Your job is a joke. Do I know who I respect? People with honest careers, celebrities,
Good night, Kayla.
people who work their debts that leave their families. You don't. You're spoiled.
I tell you, sort of, my fucking service. Those guys are assholes.
It's difficult for real honest people to have to be around overpaid, out-of-touch celebrities like you. Until you know what it's like to be a real person for a real job, I'm afraid you'll never have a real relationship.
I mean, she's not wrong. You gotta know how to value people and time. Come on. Unmute. Come on.
Rhyme is right, alright? This is a fantasy that we're living, a fucking fantasy, and I can't get pressure no matter how much money I make, and I realize that it's because I don't have a real job.
Calm down.
It's true.
Your mom is a bitch. Tell her to go fuck herself.
Just tell her to go fuck herself.
You have to say this to me about my wedding.
Pickle?
Yes?
You should tell your mom to go fuck herself.
This is my family.
This is my family.
You also call them assholes all the time.
Yeah, oh, whoa. Okay.
Whoa, okay.
But you know what? I'm starting to think that we're the assholes.
Pickle.
Yes, and that's why I'm going to go sell cars.
I got a little pickle blob. Pickle blob drum pants. Oh wait, I need a longer piece than that. I said I need a longer piece than that, and I picked up a piece that's literally like not even an inch longer. Hey, sometimes an inch is all you need. Thank you. Get off that. Get off there. Fuck off. There you go. Good at it. Anybody need a house? Because everybody's moving here is expensive. It's Republican. It's hot. The power grid is shit. The roads are shit. 35's been under construction for my entire life.
Look at me! I'm the worst realtor in the world! Oh,
But at least it doesn't have an income tax. Ow! Fucking dick balls. Put the foot of that stool right on my toes there. Go. Your apartment house? Do you live in what was an apartment? Is it like a sectioned out house? Is it like Hey Arnold? We got a Hey Arnold house? Go. Need to buy more snacks. Ow, dropping that fucking, putting the stool on my foot hurt. Why is the internet being ass tonight? And not the good kind. Go. Alright, let's try to watch something else then. I want to see if they actually have this on here. Oh my god, they do. They only have season 4. That's okay, we'll watch. Ah, that was loud. This is my shit. I had such a crush on every fucking character. Every single one. All of them, especially the Catboy. Yeah, see, the internet is just being asked tonight. Maybe I need to reset my router, or if y'all are having trouble too, we might be getting fucking DDoS by China or Russia attacking our shit. Quit fucking with my internet, China. Yes, hello. I'd like to speak to Mr. China himself.
Ian has gone overseas to stay with you, and that he won't be attending classes here until you bring him home?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
I see, but it's quite surprising.
Yeah, see, even my shit's laggy.
Not even bothering to tell anyone.
It was a very sudden decision. You know how youngsters can be at this age.
I'm sure
You know how
all
youngsters
city
can be.
is capable of doing the same thing.
That's very possible, yes.
They all had such big foreheads in
But I
this.
didn't realize that you knew my daughter, and by her nickname as well.
That is, well, actually, I don't really know her, obviously, but well, you see, William talked so much about her.
It's always good to get things.
And so it's almost as if I really did know her.
Oh my god, the pink-haired girl.
Well, she's a role model for William. An example. And how could it be otherwise? I mean, considering the sort of honor that she has.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
The pink-haired girl. Who's actually a fucking android.
I will try. If I get you done, I may want to understand it. I bet I will get this brother. Yeah, it's all up to his own name. You're right. We better get back to work. He's okay. Okay, so I work with the principal. What'll happen to William's real parents?
Yeah, it says pink forehead.
I think it's right, and I'm not so sure that voice synthesizer of yours is going to do the trick.
Why are they all so
Maybe
cute
by then we'll
though?
localize William.
How are you going to do that?
Thanks to the dad.
Spoilers, no, that's a well-known thing. And then, like the very first season, they pulled her out of the Matrix, pretty much. It's a known thing. That was like a big plot hole in the beginning of this.
So that's why it looked like a couple
Is
of...
that they have to figure out how to pull her a program out of the Matrix.
Hi, Millie. Hi, Tamia. You wouldn't mind if we sat here with you, would you?
And they had to make her real, so they coded her. I had the biggest crush on them too. Look at how feminine the Catboy is, wearing the purple fucking tank top
What do you think? Well, you just think out the bathroom window.
and the dyed hair. Maybe this is why I am the way I am.
Being mad at me.
Their transformations are even better.
They had a massive argument.
I'm gonna grab some more coffee real quick.
You mean the Caddick news is folded for good? That's the best news I've heard in a
No,
while.
it's not. How am I to know who's going out with who now? I just have to console myself by watching Jim dancing to Walt Disney movies.
You really?
Well, personally, out of all of the seasons of the year, I like the spring festival.
I like summer because it's nice and warm.
When? I can't hear anything.
Well, if you can't hear anything, then we should speak louder, shouldn't we?
It's not you I want to listen to.
Don't tell me you've been watching Taco the King of Disco with me.
I can't.
Dang it, I spilled everywhere. Mostly on my foot. Speaking of, I need to order groceries soon too. I'm gonna grab my bong real quick as well. I want to take a bong rip. Or actually, I take that back. I'm just gonna finish the dab that's in this banger. I way overestimated my dab taking capabilities earlier when I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take a big dab. It was way too big.
That's what I was going to say. What's cheating? I thought it was me who wanted to speak to him too. But at least you're doing all that. It's not much, but it's a pretty good start. And it's all thanks to me. Which is why, for the good of the Caddick News, I've decided to become the editor-in-chief. You've decided what? Who do you think you are, daughter of the principal? The only person who can stop you from printing that horrid excuse for a paper that you're so proud of.
Well, that's fucking bitch.
You're not a real journalist. Right. You don't even know the meaning of the word script. Wrong again, little ones. A scoop, huh? How about an enormous scoop?
I'm all set.
Right? Yeah. Aren't they all? They're all dating. They're just all dating. Is the premise? That it's not actually. I'm just playing off the pansexual vibes.
Really crazy to think that we can recreate Lyoko.
Pansexual and polyamorous vibes that this whole show gives off, right? This. Look at that e-girl. Look at that e-girl right there. Look at that e-boy right there. This predated and predecessed. This predicted the future. Everyone living in online worlds and shit. There's something philosophical to be said about that. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just surface level irony. Nobody knows but Jesus. Go. Yeah. See, and like in this, they're hacking, and then like the programs
For the time being, all we've been able to recreate is Sector 5 Lyoko. We've still got to work to create...
are like physically navigable. But there's like the programs inside of where they go are like hostile, you know? See? And the short-haired bang goth girl. Yeah, this show makes a lot of sense now, perspective-wise.
William, Regina, and William? I don't know what you're talking about. Would you rather I ask the same question of William? He may not be a shiny woman. But no, that's my thing. And I cannot say what do you think of him? He's kind of rough. Your father called your father.
Does she have a bow and arrow? I'm trying to figure out all of their like transformations when they end up in the like computer realm or whatever it is.
All I can remember is his personalized on the Yoko being captured on his Supernoa.
Ooh, look at him. Look at that character design. I found all the character designs in this always very aesthetically pleasing. Even though they all have really big foreheads. You gotta pop them open first. Squeeze them from the side, and they'll open up on one side. And then you can blow into them. Pop them open like sunflower seeds. from the side.
I think you're on all three issues. You were going or gone? You're going like that.
Okay, we're out of here. Without you, I could be existing. And actually, the one thing I'm going to take care of
Oh yeah, I forgot that. That needs a program. Uh-oh, what happened there? Why? Playing shirtless? It's all fun and games till you drip. Molten hot Italian napalm on yourself.
I know what. She's gonna help him catch up on Warriors and look, I'm sorry, but I gotta go now. Take a shower. Sissy, you wanna scoop a real one this time? Okay, here, I quit. So do I, Sissy. But you couldn't possibly do that.
But you couldn't possibly do that. Like, bitch, watch me. They said, bitch, watch me doing it right now in front of you.
Yeah, Jeremy? Warren, there's something weird going on with Bruno.
Why? What's wrong? He left for the factory to get that heat. I picked up the signals of those...
Eileen. Oh, wait, no.
Strange that you escaped the digital state. Meet you at the factory, okay?
Right, no problem. You get Yumi, I'll crew out in.
You mean he's not with you?
What? No, as a matter of fact, I'm alert.
Go on, keep trying. I'm sure you can do a lot better than that. Remember Steve, don't you? You told me.
Italian napalm gushers.
Right?
But Jim, I swear, it's not my fault. I didn't tell anybody.
You're going to continue to those steps by heart.
Nice guy.
Or she'd like you to change your class instead.
This fucking guy.
All your pals be so sorry that they have you with
Okay, I get the picture, Jim. Han's right, this film is incredibly funny.
Why does it keep doing this? Is it on everything? Is it YouTube as well? If it's not YouTube, we're just gonna watch YouTube for now because that's. Oh, I don't like that. I'm impatient. Oops, didn't mean to click that. What else did we watch that ended up being okay? Oh, you know what I wanted to watch? Let's watch the Woodstock '99 documentary. Because apparently they're bringing it back. They're doing another Woodstock after the last one didn't work out again. Let's just do this one, I guess.
Lack of potable water, price gouging, mob rule, and bone-crushing riots. During the summer of 1999, the music industry tried to recreate the peaceful spirit of the 60s. Instead, it choked the life out of the 90s and threw its lifeless corpse on top of a 20-foot-tall bonfire. Today, we're going to find out how Woodstock '99 went off the rails. But before we get going, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel and let us know in the comments below what music phenomenon, person, or event you'd like us to cover next. Now, let's go back to the last weekend in July of 1999, when nu metal ruled the airwaves. With an anticipated crowd of 250,000 people, plus several dozen more vendors, medical personnel, security police, and music journalists, festival promoters should have had an idea as to how chaotic Woodstock 99 might get. Instead, the organizers seemed thrilled about the estimated attendance. They bragged to reporters during a press conference about the scope of the festival and how Rome, New York, had become the third most populated city in the state after New York City and Buffalo, if only for the 4-day weekend. Even the performers were impressed by the amount of people who showed up. Art Elefthakis, the guitarist for Everclear, recalled the moment his band stepped on stage for their afternoon set. When we walked out, the crowd was as far as I could see. The sound of 200,000 people singing their song back to you, well, I can't even tell you what it sounds like, man. Looking back now, scheduling Woodstock 99 to take place during July was a horrible idea. The temperature averaged 100 degrees during the week of the festival. Then factor in the event's location. Woodstock 69 took place on the lush fields of a dairy farm in Bethel, New York, near nearby rivers, creeks, and massive legal trees, which the hippies used to cool down, bathe, and hide from the sun. Woodstock 99 was held on Griffith Air Force Base. Constructed in the 1940s.
This time, the 60s was probably
but for the most part,
my favorite.
99 happened on 1,100 acres of airplane runway. The grounds were so expansive, visitors had to travel 1.5 miles between 2 main stations. This is how Rolling Stone journalist Rob Sheffield describes the scene. There was a few miles of asphalt surrounded by barbed wire. There were 2 patches of grass. But for instance, if you were looking for some grass to lie down on, you're not going to lie under a tree or on a hillside. You're not going to see any flowers. It was a place that was designed to house jet fighters. Kevin Wasserman, the Offspring's lead guitarist, who known as Noodles, was even more critical of the hotel. We played this festival in Nuremberg at an old Third Reich farm. So I played a venue that was literally built by Hitler, that was more hospitable than that Air Force base was. More than 3,000 private cars, hundreds of Woodstock East Patrol volunteers, around 500 New York State troopers, and local police were brought on in a Woodstock 99 Army police. It wasn't enough. That number could have doubled, but it wouldn't have mattered. Security never had a choice. Not that security knew what it was anyway. One Woodstock Peace Patrol volunteer told the Syracuse Post-Senior journalist, it was like signing a sheet and certified security. And it's not like real law enforcement, nearly better. In fact, numerous state troopers were suspended after the festival for opposing the new women and making suggested comments to women overheard by those in attendance. By the end of the festival, only half of the staff remained. The rest had either quit or been fired. Imagine around 250,000 people trapped in a concrete tank surrounded by barbed wire. Now imagine shutting off that population's water supply. Unless you were working the festival, that was your life for 4 straight days. Of course, festival attendees would be choices. They could either buy a 12-ounce bottle of water for $4, $6.20 to do inflation, or stand in line for free faucet water from spigots that were partially located up to a half-mile away from the main station. The waiting line took hours. Eventually, people got frustrated by their shabby water positions and started destroying the water spigots, their only free source of water. Break stuff. Remember? This caused pipes to burst, allowing water to overflow into the nearby portable toilets. The result was a brown soup consisting of mud, urine, and, human feces. You know all that footage you saw of kids moshing and sliding Pete Rose style in the mud at Woodstock 99? Yeah, they were diving headfirst into a party portion.
Poo water!
Woodstock 99 organizers were smart in bringing in around 2,500 portable toilets. But that's where their vision stopped. They didn't anticipate how often those toilets would require to be emptied. By the second day, the overflow from the portables spilled out to create a bacteria-infested cesspool that stretched the length of the grounds. Eventually, people who encountered the backed-up stalls relieved themselves in public in what they called the piss pool.
Piss
a
pool.
festival employee who was working the ticket gate said, Kids were complaining that sewage from overflowing toilets was going into their tents. They were sleeping in it. They couldn't believe that.
And then other people were literally doing that.
By the
in
end of the festival, at least 1,200
That's piss water, my
tons of solid
friends.
waste and
Those are urinals right
500,000
behind you.
gallons of urine were produced by concert goers. The contaminated mud made its way to the concert spaces too.
Good night, Jay! Everyone blames
While
Limp
Limp
Bizkit.
Bizkit didn't instigate the destruction of Woodstock '99, the majority of the negative press coverage related to the festival
Probably
was
because of their
directed
song
at the
Break
band.
Shit.
The claim was that the band's Saturday late afternoon set was the catalyst for what occurred over the 24 subsequent hours. In defense of Limp Bizkit, the crowd was already in berserker mode even before the band took the stage.
Fucking Fred Durst.
One spin music journalist described it best. At this point, hurtling shoes in mud was an amateur pursuit. People moved on to batteries, disposable cameras.
The fucking
and
videos
monster-sized
of Green Day
octopuses.
having a mud
Media
fight.
tower to the right of the stage, the camera platform to the left, and the control tower.
We'll watch
to
some
the
real
middle
videos from this here in a
were
sec.
swarming with kids who peeled off each structure's protective plywood like worn band-aids. But once Limp Bizkit launched into Just Like This, the energy amplified. Singer Fred Durst received a lot of criticism for how he spoke to the crowd, especially after festival organizers asked him to quell the unruliness.
Hey, maybe
Instead,
tone it
the
down.
band played their fury-filled hit, Break Stuff.
Yep.
Ever have one of those days when everything's f***ed up and you just want to break stuff? Durst asked before jumping into the heavy jam, even crowd surfing on a plywood board during the song.
What's new? An award-winning Texas vodka, 7 times distilled for a clean, premium taste.
Get out of
That's
here. If
what's
you're gonna buy Texas vodka, it better be
projects, we
Tito's.
recommend trying to sign up. It's free to sign up and easy to use.
Ahead of the Red Hot Chili Peppers closing set for Woodstock '99, the anti-gun organization PAC gave out 100,000 candles with instructions that the audience would light them during Under the Bridge. Bad idea. As Rolling Stone's Brian Hyatt reported, the peace candles became the kindling to the fires that became part of the riot. As the bonfires began raging on the periphery of the city during the Chili Peppers performance, Joseph Grifo, the then mayor of Rome, asked lead singer Anthony Kiedis to say something to the audience to calm them down. As Mayor Grifo recalled, Kiedis said, "What do you think? They gonna listen to me?"
What do you think? Are they gonna listen to me? Yes.
Instead of heeding the mayor's advice, the Chili Peppers did a completely buck-naked plea and did their hour-long set to the cover of Jimi Hendrix's Fire. Fairly
They did it naked?
situation, considering there were 3 active bonfires set near the stage. Before the song, Kiedis surveyed the airbase and said, "Holy it looks like Apocalypse Now out there." Then you can hear Flea ask Kiedis if he was sure they wanted to play the song. Kiedis screamed, "Yeah," and the band launched into fire with wild abandon. During the song, the number of fires grew into double digits, and a Mercedes-Benz was flipped over. That was set on fire too. Naturally, the song caused them a lot of subsequent criticism. The band has always claimed that the song was in their set list that night, not a brazen way to show solidarity with the fire starters around them. But Anthony Kiedis made a comment between songs that they were mixing and matching the songs they were playing that night. So you decide for yourself. Drummer Chad Smith later told Yahoo Music, "I remember we were getting ready to go on, and they were going to do a tribute
Chad
to the
Smith,
original Woodstock
aka Will
69
Ferrell.
performer Jimi Hendrix after we played. His sister came to us, and we'd met her before. We'd done some other stuff with the Hendrix Experience, and she said, 'Hey, I know you guys do Jimi Hendrix songs. What do you think if I could get a Hendrix song before, like as your
The
last
good old
song,
days.
a tribute thing, you know?"
Next, you'll have
Chili
Girls
Peppers
Gone
walked
Wild
off the
commercials.
stage, things
Iggy
really
Pop.
got out of control. More cars and ATMs were demolished. Vendor booths were trampled. Looters were everywhere.
I bet Iggy Pop's set did not help either.
At least 4 cases of sexual assault were investigated by state police, but media personnel and
There's
staff
way more,
we
though.
can believe the number is likely much higher. And to be frank, all you have to do is watch a few minutes of the crowd footage to do your own math. Yes, due to the scorching temperatures and free love principles that defined the first Woodstock, many women decided to go topless, and in many cases, bottomless. This seemed to empower male concert goers to grope their female counterparts, or speak to them however they please.
Yeah, this was 99. This was not a time of love and enlightenment.
The 4 known
And
cases
this
all
was a time of womanization
surrounding
and
the
like
stages,
peak
but multiple
capitalistic
witnesses saw
prey
assaults during
on
performances, most notably
the image of
during sets by
women.
Korn and Limp Bizkit. All in all,
Not to
Woodstock
justify it by
99
any means,
was a
but
catastrophe. As the MTV's elder statesman,
it was not like
Kurt Loder later
1969.
said, it was dangerous to be around. The whole scene was scary. There were just waves of hatred bouncing around the place. It was like a concentration camp.
Yeah, there's energy, but it's not the same energy as Woodstock 1969. As bad as Woodstock 1969 ended up.
You wallow around in garbage and human waste. There was a palpable mood of anger. As far as musical festivals,
Especially because of the music, too.
They're still fairly horrible. Promoters still
We're talking
tout
nu
high
metal.
ticket prices, and it still costs hundreds to buy food
And
alcohol.
rock
But who
versus
knows?
like
Thanks to the
psychedelic
current
rock
situation, concerts may
and
be
like
the same again.
Janis Joplin
So what do you
and
think?
like the
How
Mamas
big
and
of
the
a failure was
Papas.
Woodstock 99, or do you think it was a success? Let us know that
Let's see what Woodstock 99 said. Oh wait, we probably. Hang on, let's see. I was gonna say, probably can't watch it because of the music in it. Is that World of Warcraft? What is this? No. Oh, it is? What the fuck?
Hey, man. Hey, let me ask you a personal question. How many people here really like NSYNC?
He looks like Bam Margera, almost.
How many people here ever woke up one morning and just decided it wasn't one of those days and you're gonna break some shit?
Just one of those days!
Well, this is one of them days, y'all, where everything's fucked up. You just want to break some shit. You feel me? Let's feel it. It's just one of those days when you don't want to wake up. Everything's wrong, everybody sucks. You don't really know why, but you want to justify. It's so much to the move. No human contact. And if you interact, you're like it's on contract.
Oh, that's what we should watch.
Stay away, motherfucker.
Yeah.
It's just one of those days.
It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. Let's watch the fucking Chrisleys, because I hate them so much, and to see that they're actually like who I thought they were this entire time is so satisfying. Again, because I don't want to play the videos from Woodstock because it's music. I'm afraid it'll get us flagged. How is there not reality TV stars sentence? How is there not? Ooh, hang on, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. Give me 2 seconds. Let me grab my bong while I'm in there. Oh, almost forgot the bong. Oh, he said, she said bullshit. Almost walked right past the bong. Oops. Stress test. Yeah, I saw that. What was it for defrauding too? Defrauding and tax evasion? Is there not like a more? Yeah, here we go. I don't want an interview with all of them. Chrisley, what about like? Just breakdown. I don't know. Let's see. Todd and Julie Chrisley going to jail. Lawyer explains. Oh, here you go. Tragic downfall. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for like a.
Don't you love the smell?
How'd it happen? Oh, this looks like such a good movie.
It's an acquired taste. Don't get used to it.
Tonight.
Not the smell. Not the taste.
Tax fraud and defrauding investors as well as a bunch of other stuff.
Bones and all, everywhere tonight. Rated R.
Tax evasion.
Imagine what would happen if every person in the United
Tax evasion, defrauding investors, probably malicious business tactics, Ponzi schemes as well have a whole nother section of charges.
States suddenly visited your website, would it?
So, in the last few years, reality TV has been dropping some bombshells. It seems like every few months we hear crazy allegations about our favorite stars. They're getting sued, they're getting arrested, they're going to jail.
Stop expecting people to be good people.
Which is interesting because the whole premise of reality TV is really highlighting glimpses into the extravagance and the extraordinary. It's the perfect people, perfect couples, perfect families, living the perfect life.
And then when you find out they're not perfect, Kim, there's literally people dying.
Reality behind the cameras, we have seen for ourselves.
I hate the
not
goddamn
all is as it
Kardashians
seems.
so fucking much.
Just ask Jen Shaw or Tom Girardi or Teresa Giudice. And another example that we need to explore today is one of the craziest, most unbelievable stories that I've heard about a reality
And he's gay,
TV show
right?
today.
And always like maintained that he wasn't actually gay.
The more unbelievable it got. So today, let's explore the story of the Chrisleys.
And then it came out that he is very much like having sexual relations with multiple men, right? Again, I don't know anything about these people. I'm not going to act like I actually pay attention to this type of people. But it is interesting to hear about all the like crime stuff.
This is Todd Chrisley and his wife, Julie. He is a reality star from the country, like deep country. He was born in Georgia, raised in South Carolina.
Very, very
He's a real estate
effeminate
tycoon
from the
and a
country,
reality television star.
but
of the
maintained
show
that he was
Chrisley
not
Knows
gay,
Best.
right?
Now, his show has been on the air for a whopping 9 seasons, which is huge, especially in comparison to the lifespan of reality TV shows. Now, when it first debuted, the USA Network described the show's premise as an Atlanta family led by self-made millionaire Todd Chrisley, and the series followed the brash and outspoken Todd, his wife Julie, and their 5 children, Lindsay, Kyle, Chase, Savannah, and Grayson, who lived a seemingly perfect Southern life with everything money can buy. A patriarch of perfection, Todd runs his family like his business with an iron fist and micromanages every move and expense. Behind the facade of the 30,000 square foot home, real life issues and dramas are uncovered. Oh, and another little nugget, the network once described its show during its premiere as the following. Chrisley Knows Best is a broad family comedy that is a modern version of Father Knows Best, with the volume turned way up. And for those of you who were not watching the show in your living room in the 1950s, which, let's face it, that's pretty much all of us, the original show was about a Midwest family, and the patriarch, Jim, was sarcastic and ruled over his family. He would call the children names like, "What kind of stupid children do I have?" which would get laughs from the audience. And his wife, Margaret, was the teardown of reason and patience.
Oh, right, yeah, I know that he still claims it, but I heard that in one of the court cases, in part of the discovery, you pretty much have to, like, say what your relation to the people are, right? And they say, well, how do you know these things? And they go, oh, well, this is how I know this. And I go, okay, well, why were you in this position to find out this information? Like, well, what were you doing at this time with this person? And then, yeah, I think a bunch of stuff like that was actually found out. Because he's supposed to be like this big Christian Southern family man, right? And his actual, like, male lovers have come forward and been like, yeah, no, it's all complete bullshit. Not only the family man thing, but they're criminals too. But yeah, so I don't believe anything they're trying to fucking say about themselves right now. Especially that he's fucking straight. If he's still this adamant about it, like, okay, yeah, maybe I was guilty about the tax fraud and the defamation, or not the defamation, the defrauding and all that stuff, but no, definitely never touched a penis. It's like, come on, man. It's like, uh-oh, what was that sound? Did you hear that? That's okay, it's in between what we need to do and what's next. It's just like, alright, come on, man, like, just admit it. At this point, I think Jeebus, Sky Daddy, you touching a wing wang or two is the least of your concerns when it comes to your religion. But then again, when it comes to, like, the internet and how that stuff works, admitting you're gay and then, like, trying to still be Christian and all that is a lot harder to do than admitting you're a criminal, right? Funny how that works. Boop.
The kids would get into all kinds of shenanigans.
The kids would get into hijinks and shenanigans and rigmarole.
Bud? Please, Bud.
Mommy, what does
And they were all slightly racist.
The art of being able to say the right thing at the wrong time.
And true to form, compared to the original, you've got to admit that Chrisley Knows Best is definitely,
a show.
Not a runway and a strip joint.
well, modern day
something.
version on steroids?
What are you doing? What in the hell is wrong with you?
Was that an iPad?
So just swap out middle class with super wealthy, throw in a 30,000 square foot mansion, mix in a whole lot of sass.
Kayla!
Judge me.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Kyla. That was good. That was good. That was funny. He won't have to. Well, and see the whole, like, it's not gay, it's prison thing. He can still claim he's straight and be fucking dudes in prison because that's not gay. That's just prison, right?
I'm all for.
Oh,
I'm all
fuck.
for it.
And let's be clear. We're not laughing at the fact that that the R word isn't a problem within the walls of prisons and the prison system and the for-profit prisons. We can be comedic about the intricacies and nuance of the problems of the for-profit prison industry without having to go into this whole fucking discussion about it. Don't you be coming at me like that. Wait, what? What's happening? I would be so good at these shows.
My guilty pleasure is reality TV. You can see it all over my channel.
I would be so good at acting, like, in these kind of shows. I would, because y'all know me, I'm really good at creating characters. I could create a character that, like, everyone would fucking hate, or, like, that would be that kind of, like, bombastic, like, look at me throwing tables and shit. That would be so fun.
I know. You guys, I live it, I love it, I've got to have it.
I've got to have it. But I can't, like, participate in watching it. Like, I could get paid to do it.
Hold on, Jack, Nemo.
But I would never actually, like, watch a show if I was gonna, like, yeah.
Okay, but seriously, the difference between one show versus the other was that one was a TV series with actors, and the other is a real-life family based in reality. Because, of course, reality TV shows
scripted,
are
right?
never scripted.
Okay, thank you.
Never. Duh. So the show was an instant success. Audiences loved Todd and his entire family. The show kept getting bigger and bigger season after season, and at one point they were rated #1 among all cable unscripted TV series in video on demand.
Damn.
They were winning awards for their show, they were being invited to award shows, they were getting spin-off shows. I mean, you name it, and amazing things were happening to this family. They made a career out of sharing their lives, living a luxurious life in a 30,000 square foot mansion. Did I mention that before? Alright. Talk about bougie. So yes, they shared all of their fabulousness with the world.
30,000.
And the world was laughing it up. But a little problem started to bubble to the surface.
The damsel in distress, yeah.
Bombshell allegations.
At that point, it's just
hitting the news.
too much. You gotta be able to like.
Petconomics
See, like,
savings lessons.
you can do that if you're gonna fight
The
someone.
intersection of pet care and wallet care is Vital Care by Petco.
You can't just like throw
a new
it
wellness membership
and
that
start
makes
throwing
caring for
stuff
your pet
around, you know.
easier and more affordable.
If you're gonna pick a fight with someone, then yeah, start throwing shit. But you don't want to seem like childish.
What it says, not to me. The redesigned Chevy Silverado.
You want to be strategic with the immaturity. Also, you want to make sure you're not the one in the wrong.
Had a pretty squeaky clean image for years before and after the show.
Make sure you're not in the wrong.
About any negative press or
Make sure you're not in the wrong. Start a fight, and then make sure you're the bigger personality of that fight, even if you lose the fight. Especially if you lose the fight. Hang on, one sec. I've got a point to make. Personalities. Having people expect you to be some way means that there's other people who are hoping to find out that you're not that way. That's why I've stopped majorly contributing to social justice on TikTok. Because any misstep, they'll tear you apart. And see, oh wow, you postured yourself as such a good person. But, oh, look at all of this over here. And it's like, well, I never postured myself as anything. But if you get known for stuff like social justice, and then all of a sudden something comes out and people are like, oh wow, you were supposed to be an ally, you're supposed to be woke, or you're supposed to be this and that, and it's like, well, this one example that you've discovered does not mean I'm not those things. But the internet is just opinions. And if someone finds something that proves that you're not what you claim to be, that holds a lot more water than you claiming to be what you think you are. Let me put this back in the kiln for now. Gotta make sure everything stays hot. Yeah, I am a feminist. I am a proponent of leftist subjects like workers' rights and workers' solidarity and seizing the means of production. But as soon as you say that online, then people assume that you're going to stay constant with it and you're never going to misstep. And any misstep you do have, they're going to put you on a cross for it. You will be fucking martyred and persecuted for any small, tiny misstep. When it comes to people assuming you're supposed to be some sort of way on the internet, you know? It's like what happened with Modern Warrior. That dude postured himself as like a holier-than-thou moralist, and then the very instant something came out about him maybe not being that way, the whole fucking app blew up. And it wasn't even anything bad. It was just this dude who was sexually proclivitous and didn't let one of his partners know that he was fucking someone else. Like, that's not ever happened before. That's fucking everyday shit. That's everyday shit. and it got posted and plastered across the internet like this dude was a fucking worst misogynist ever. And it's just like, no, that's just like everyday shit for a lot of people in relationships. People not communicating and taking advantage of their fame and not letting another person know that they're fucking someone else. That's everyday stuff. And then this person ends up being blacklisted by like everybody on the internet because of some everyday shit that got blown out of proportion. It's wild watching that happen. And it's like, wow, you're supposed to be this perfect moralist person, and it's like, who's saying that? Well, the person who tried posturing themselves as that did. And then it got taken to a whole nother level of other people expecting him to be consistent throughout their entire life. Imagine the pressure of that. Don't put that kind of pressure on yourself. I make mistakes, we all will. Don't expect perfection out of me. If you hear some bad stuff about me, hey, be ready for it. That's okay. But I will say, if you're gonna believe rumors about me, go hear them again. I don't give a shit. You can hear all you want about me, but I would hope that having been here and hung out, you'd believe your own experiences over some internet bullshit, especially when people are getting paid to sling that shit, that stanky doo-doo.
For bad press until about 3 years after their show first aired in 2017.
What were the Ponzi
that
schemes?
WSB
Obviously, they're gonna get into it and everything, but I'm curious what they started selling. Was it legit just like money funnels, where it was like, yeah, give us some money as investments, which is what it sounds like it was.
TV in Atlanta reported that Todd and Julie had
that's the main reason I don't posture myself like that online anymore, is because as soon as you make it out to be that you are a feminist, and someone goes, oh, well, I had a bad relationship with them, they're not what they claim to be, then everyone who's believed that you and posturing yourself that way now has flipped on you. It's wild, the online and it's interesting. Especially being famous online, wouldn't recommend it. It's really the only avenue as of right now, because famous people aren't really famous anymore. We've talked. Oh God, that coffee. Pardon. Woo. We've talked about how famous people aren't really famous anymore because most everyday people would now believe that they have access to these celebrities because of TikTok and because of social media, live videos and stuff. People believe they have direct contact with people that they didn't used to beforehand, and so these A-list, B-list actors and celebrities were always put on the pedestal of like unreachable and unattainable. And so now going viral or being famous is much lower of a rung on that ladder in posterity, if you will, in real life, because of course we always have to separate the two, than it once was. You used to be able to be famous, and if you were famous for a long time. Like, consider getting famous for a movie. The actors who got famous in movies are famous as long as that movie is popular. The actors from fucking Lord of the Rings, Frodo, Daniel Radcliffe, all of these people are still famous because these things are still famous. But if you become famous in a single iota of the internet, where that just only exists in the realm of the internet, you're just a blip of the reality in the realm of fame, of recognition, of the levels of posterity. Clout, if you will. Internet clout is very, very shallow. Internet clout is very, very temporary. Very, very temporary. And it's a good thing to consider. It's a good thing to make sure you keep in mind when trying to pursue it. To not get a bloated head, because, like me, getting 3, 4, 5 million views a week, I know that's just numbers. Because 1, it's not translating into actual money numbers, and 2, it wouldn't translate into me getting recognized on the street, no matter if it was 10 million, 20 million a week, until we get to the point where it's not just internet fame, you know? Because gotta separate the two. Internet fame may pay the bills, but it's not actual fame. And most of the time, internet fame is infamy too, and you don't want it. Most of the time, internet fame is not the kind of clout that you want. I wouldn't recommend it myself, having experienced what I've experienced with it. Exactly, Kylie, you get it.
State taxes from Georgia in years.
They just filed more than
tax
$500,000
evasion.
in liens against a reality TV actor and wife. This comes after a Channel
just
2
didn't
investigation
file
by
taxes.
investigators look into years of alleged non-payment of state income taxes.
Justin, these liens were filed in Fulton County Court this month, and they're divided between Todd Chrisley and his wife, Julie. We're talking more than $500,000 owed in one tax.
Goddamn.
We found
That's a lot of money.
Showing reality TV star Todd
Now,
Chrisley
you have
and
to
his
pay
wife
that in
Julie
cash,
owed
too.
big money from the 2009 tax year.
That's coming
Todd's
right out of a
share,
bank
nearly
account.
$293,000.
Unless you can
Julie's
negotiate.
share, about $415,000. It's a more than $700,000 liability for 1 year. After Channel 2 investigation exposing the failure to pay Georgia state taxes for years, despite their lavish lifestyle.
And Todd was adamant at this time that this was categorically false. And I like his shade that he
And I'm
wears.
straight.
I gotta ask, a lot of reports that you owe $800,000 in the state of Georgia. So did you believe everything that you report? No, I'm not. How are you resolving that? Not true? How are you resolving these things? I have a learning that that's really amazing.
Okay, he is not playing with this cameraman. And guess what? Todd's claims were proven correct. After about 2 years later in 2019, when the Chrisleys settled their tax evasion case with the state of Georgia. Originally, the Georgia Department of Revenue alleged that the Chrisleys owed nearly $2 million from the time span of 2008 through 2016. However, those claims were dropped when it was determined that they were only incorrectly filed for one of those years, and that was the year 2009. And they agreed to end up paying somewhere between $77,000 and $105,000. The reports are conflicting, but somewhere in that ballpark to even the bill. Now, trust me, stay with me here. There is a method to my madness because it's important that I introduce you to probably, I believe, one of the veins of the Chrisleys' existence. Enter
It's Black Friday.
Enter Black Friday.
On getting because while we'll never understand this whole situation, we definitely yesterday. Thank goodness. Save up to 50% right now in Chewy.
I remembered to fix my back just now. Instead of leaning back with my back, split a piece in different directions.
Joshua Waits, who was at the time the director of the Georgia Department of Revenue's Office of Special Investigation. Now, we're going to be focusing a lot on two people for a second because they are major players in this entire story. And those two people are Joshua Waits and Lindsay Chrisley, Todd's oldest daughter. You're probably wondering, who the hell is Josh Waits? Well, after the Chrisleys settled their case with the state, they filed a lawsuit with the tax investigator who handled their case, and that was Joshua Waits. And in their lawsuit, they claim that Josh used his senior status to aggressively pursue and prosecute bogus tax evasion claims against them. Now, the Chrisleys accused Waits of developing a rapport with Lindsay Chrisley, and they allege that he shared confidential tax information with Lindsay in an effort to gain her trust and or to intimidate her into cooperation. And you might think that the Chrisleys are going a little overboard, questioning the motives of an investigator, but, you guys, when you peel back the layers, this dude is really, really questionable. And at the very least, he lacks in judgment. So, for starters, the Chrisleys' inquiry into Joshua Waite was the catalyst for the Georgia's Office of Inspector General to look deeper into his department. And what they found is that his department was using money seized in tax investigations as an office slush fund to spend money like $800,000 on office vehicles, and $321,000 on office furniture, and $40,000 on fitness equipment. Hell, even like $6,000 were spent on Fitbits. And allegedly, in the lawsuit, Josh sent Lindsay a photo of a dartboard or punching bag with Todd's face on it, and added that agents were allegedly throwing darts or punching at it. And if this is true, that is totally unprofessional behavior to say the least. Additionally, the Inspector General's report noted that Waite's office improperly filed a type of request to the U.S. Treasury Department reserved for investigating suspected terrorists and money launderers to gain access to the Chrisleys' financial records. And it criticized Waite for posing for photos with seized furnishings from Chrisley's home. And in the Inspector General's report, it was quoted as saying, by posing on the Chrisleys' furniture, Director Waite and other senior DOR leadership undermined DOR's ability to maintain a position of impartiality in the enforcement of state laws.
Oh, my back.
Now,
God damn it.
Believe it or not, Waite
Either way,
resigned from the
I ended
agency
up leaning back too much.
the same month that a local news station were about to report that he falsely stated in his job application that he had a degree from a college that doesn't exist. The dude flat out lied himself. Alright. So, do you agree with me? This dude is super shady
Oh, my nose
as well.
itches real bad.
Can we agree on that? So now we know the current state of affairs. Josh no longer works for the state of Georgia. However, before he resigned, and it was sometime either on or before 2019, he was in contact through text messages with Lindsay Chrisley. Now, in the lawsuit that the Chrisleys filed against Josh, they attached several screenshots of texts between the two that I found quite interesting, and I think we should share them here. And they go as follows. Ha ha ha! They are going to need a different attorney than they are used to. This is really bad.
Dun, dun,
I
dun.
might be sick.
Dun, dun.
You knew this day may come. When I tell you I haven't slept, every night I haven't fallen asleep until like 5:20 to 5:40 a.m. I don't want Jackson to see or hear anything. It's a blessing that I don't travel to Nashville anymore.
This is a place you look forward to.
It's my favorite set.
I think you really have to experience just how amazing the show's going to be.
Season 1. Buy it on DVD, Blu-ray, and 4K Full HD. Limited edition Steelbook also available.
So the IRS completed their audit for the criminal side and then turned over the returns to us so we could bill them as well. Feds are pushing it because they are saying the $75 million deal is for real, including a show for your grandma by herself. Wow. So what will they do? Will they try to shut it down? But it's a production deal to do with the 3 different shows. So it's not like they're getting $75 million. Yes, they are moving up the... And then that's cut off. So I don't even know what it says after that, but I still found that really interesting. And the $75 million that they were discussing in this text, I believe that it has to do with news reports at the time. In July of 2017, there were exclusives, including US Weekly, that said that Todd Chrisley is very close to signing a $75 million production deal. And in the article it says, a source close to Chrisley tells us that the realistic developer, 48, is very close to signing a multi-year deal for several shows with a major production company. The insider also revealed that the $75 million deal could double for back-end participation. And the last text says, no worries, so some stuff happened today. And we have a meeting the first of the year that is super big. And it's all about Todd. Like, serious. So, I want to know if you would be willing to talk about him or her. What in regards to? What do you think? So it will be a Fed and state meeting hosted by the Fed. Sharkface and Pin. Alright, so fast forward to the last half of 2019, and arguably one of the worst times for the Chrisley family. It seems like bombshell after explosive bombshell is being dropped at this time, and you guys, this would be their year from hell. So all seemed to be going well for the Chrisleys. They ended the Georgia State tax evasion problem, and their show was in its 7th season and doing fantastic. So, when news hit that Todd and Julie were under federal indictment for tax evasion and fraud, the entire world was shook.
For reality TV stars Todd and Julie Chrisley, the couple expected to turn themselves in today, facing charges for financial crime.
On August 13, 2019, a federal grand jury in Atlanta indicted Todd and Julie on multiple counts of conspiracy, bank fraud, wire fraud, and tax evasion. The couple's accountant, Peter Tarantino, was also indicted on a tax-related offense. The U.S. Attorney's Office claimed Todd and Julie defrauded banks by fraudulently obtaining millions of dollars in loans, and also claims that the couple cheated taxpayers by actively evading federal taxes on their money they earned. Todd and Julie surrendered to the FBI in Atlanta, where there were open warrants for their arrest. And according to local reports, they came in on their own.
Why is it so loud?
They entered a not guilty plea during their arraignment and were released on a $100,000 bond.
Like that just kept getting louder.
They were restricted to Atlanta and parts of Tennessee, but they were also allowed to travel to California to tape their reality TV show. Todd made a social media post explaining the situation, and you guys, it is important to read this in its entirety because there will not be another time throughout this entire process where Todd divulges more about this federal indictment. So it's important to listen to all of his words, okay? So let's give this a go. I've never talked about this publicly before, but there's been a cloud hanging over Julie and me and our entire family for the past 7 years. It all started back in 2012 when we discovered that a trusted employee of ours had been stealing from us big time. I won't go into details, but it involved all kinds of really bad stuff like creating phony documents, forging our signatures, and threatening other employees with violence if they said anything. We even discovered that he illegally bugged our home. Needless to say, we fired the guy and took him to court, and that's when the real trouble started. To get revenge, he took a bunch of his phony documents to the U.S. Attorney's Office and told them we had committed all kinds of financial crimes like tax evasion and bank fraud. That got their attention all right. But once we have a chance to explain who he was and what he's done to us, they realized it was all a bunch of nonsense and they sent him on his way. So far, so good. Except that our former employee didn't give up. Somehow, he persuaded a different set of investigators at the U.S. Attorney's Office not only to reopen the case, but also to grant him immunity from prosecution for his own crimes and bring charges against us. As a result, it looks like later this week, Julie and I are going to be named in a federal indictment charging us with tax evasion and probably a bunch of other crimes as well. Telling you all this now because we have nothing to hide,
probably a bunch of other crimes
nothing
as
to be ashamed
well.
of. Not only do we know we've done nothing wrong, but we've got a ton of hard evidence and a bunch of corroborating witnesses that proves it. Anyway, when all is said and done, we trust in God, and God says to us in Jeremiah 51:36, I will defend you, I will be your lawyer, I will plead your case. We know that if and when this goes to court, the truth will prevail, and the charges against us will be exposed for the outrageous lies they are. As it says in Proverbs 3:5-6.
Oh God, and I quote the Bible at the end too.
And lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make your paths straight. We want to express our gratitude to everyone who helped place us where we are today in our lives. We thank you for your support, and we will continue to work every day to earn your respect loyalty, and admiration. Wow, you guys, what a crazy time for this family. And remember, guys, I told you this was their year from hell. Being investigated and indicted by the FBI and possibly spending up to 30 years in prison sounds like a hard year to me.
Reminds me of Fun with Dick and Jane with Jim Carrey. Indicted! I'm gonna be indicted!
But to add insult to injury, one day after the news broke about the indictment, there were stories all over the news about claims that Lindsay Chrisley filed a police report 1 month prior alleging her brother Chase and her father Todd were threatening her with a sex tape.
What?
So here's what the police report said. On July 16, 2019, I was dispatched to contact Lindsay in reference to threats. Upon speaking to Lindsay, she stated there is an ongoing issue with her family threatening and harassing her. Lindsay stated she recently learned her stepbrother, who lives out of state, claimed to have purchased a sex tape involving Lindsay. Lindsay stated her father and her stepbrother wanted her to lie about an incident, and if she refused to do so, they were going to release the sex tape involving her. I asked Lindsay if there was in fact a sex tape in her existence for her to be concerned about. And Lindsay stated that it is possible.
Well, is there one?
Isn't there a saying that all bad things happen in threes? So first was the indictment, next was the police report from Lindsay that was made public, and third, 2 months after all of this came to light, Lindsay did an exclusive tell-all with Dr. Phil.
With Dr.
So
Phil?
Lindsay went on the show to further discuss the threats about the sex tape in detail. And she said that there were veiled threats that started with posts on social media from both her sister Savannah and then from her dad.
Your sister tweeted this, said, "Too funny. Come after me, I really don't care. Come after my mama, you're over. Watch what you tell when your bed is clean. Hashtag literally."
One thing. When I have two-part boat, I have a sweet and tart. Don't you want to put it at boat?
I do.
My name is Molly Bolt, president and author of Julie Cannabis, and I live in Houston, Texas, for Christmas Sunday. So when I looked at different ideas, there's a lot happening in Texas that what really blew me off and was that it wasn't just the issue of my undercover students. I was going to be Taiwan and things that come up with that the community.
And then Todd responded, especially since there's been more men in your bed than your husband has spent time there. Hashtag two bachelors, hashtag in-laws, videos, photos, let's do this.
Okay, so let's stop here for a second. So what I'm about to say to you is not based in fact. It's only speculation, conspiracy, my speculation. But when Todd mentioned the two bachelors in his tweet, there were news outlets that reported and speculated that there were two Bachelorette stars that Lindsay allegedly cheated with, and those two people were speculated to be Robbie Hayes and Josh Murray. The most outspoken out of the two Bachelorette stars was Robbie Hayes. Robbie told TMZ, "At this point, this is all frustrating. The sex tape situation has been held over my head before. Hopefully, all wrongdoings come to light." And Robbie has publicly claimed, "We did not make a sex tape. I'm not sitting there with a camera. Like, we got caught on the security camera, basically. There was a puppy camera in her friend's living room." So, it's important to note that according to TMZ, their sources said the feds got a hold of the owner of the puppy cam and that they were told that no tapes existed. And it's also
always assume you're being recorded.
Chase Chrisley's rep during this time said there is no
especially
sex
right
tape.
now.
Chase has never made any extortion threats to Robbie. Moreover, they are friends. Okay, so with all of this in mind, there's one last tweet that Dr. Phil reads.
Sometimes those that lie need to be exposed in order to stop the madness. Hashtag
Madness.
Cheated twice. Thank God for puppy cams. Sue me over the truth. Psycho.
Now, Lindsay talks about the events that led up to her filing that infamous police report. And once again, I must state that both Todd and Chase and even Savannah strongly deny Lindsay's accusations at the time. And later on, Lindsay denies those accusations. I know it gets kind of convoluted. We'll talk about it in a second. So some crucial events rocked the Chrisleys' world in 2019. And they stayed relatively low-key and out of the major headlines until 2022. And that's when their federal case went to trial, where you guys, even more bombshells were brought to light.
Ooh, my intestines. Speaking of a sticky situation.
So, after years of back and forth and speculation, the Chrisleys finally had their day in court. The trial lasted nearly 3 weeks. And so, according to the government believed that the Chrisleys were using falsified documents when they received or extended loans they already had. And they were using these falsified documents to convince the bank that they had lots of money, basically so the bank didn't consider them a risky loan applicant. But
so pretty much exactly what Donald Trump did.
They were anything but a safe risk because
and exactly what he will be getting charged
money
for.
To qualify for the loan. The government also said that the Chrisleys took out $20 million in loans that they couldn't pay back and then declared bankruptcy. The government said the way they got these loans was by inflating account balances when they made false personal financial statements and made false invoice and audit paperwork. Now, in the trial, the prosecutors provided several examples, but I just want to give you one good example to give you guys an idea of what the government was accusing the Chrisleys of doing. So, according to the government, the Chrisleys were trying to get a loan from their bank, and their accountant sent a personal financial statement that said the Chrisleys had $4 million in an account with Merrill Lynch. But, according to the government, Todd Chrisley didn't have an account with Merrill Lynch. And in fact, Todd didn't open a Merrill Lynch account until the following year, and the most he ever had in that account was $17,000.
Yep.
Now, probably one of the most shocking things I learned about the trial is that the Chrisleys and their CPA accountant, Tarantino, declined to testify at trial. And I believe they felt confident in the eyewitness testimony and the evidence that they'd show at trial that they would get the outcome that they were looking for. So, we have to go over the most important witnesses at trial who gave some explosive testimony. And by the way, unfortunately, cameras were not allowed in the courtroom, so the only images we have are from the artists that drew their account from inside the courtroom. Now, the government put up 27 witnesses, including 2 FBI agents, and the defense put up 16 witnesses of its own. The 2 members of the Chrisley family testified, the first being Nanny Faye, who is Todd's mother. And you're probably wondering why. Why is she involved in the case? Well, prosecutor said that when the bank caught on to the Chrisley scheme, that the Chrisleys filed for bankruptcy and walked away from $20 million in debt. And also, according to prosecutors, Todd and Julie went on to hide money from the IRS. Now, prosecutors alleged that to continue the scheme to defraud the IRS, that Julie signed over ownership of their 7 Seas Productions company to Faye.
To the mom. Oh no, they used the mom as a fucking
and on documents
scapegoat.
sent to various entities, Faye was listed as the president, shareholder, and member of the board of the company. Now, during Faye's testimony, she said she was only aware that she was a signer on the bank account tied to the company because she needed to be able to sign checks when the rest of the family went to Los Angeles to film a spin-off reality show called Growing Up Chrisley. Now, the prosecution presented a variety of documents, some bearing her signature, that claimed she owned the company itself. And in one email to a lender at a car dealership, Todd Chrisley identified her as 75% owner of the company. Now,
that's fucked up.
Faye was quoted as saying in the trial, "Honey, I have never been involved with nothing except be a signer. I have never owned it, and I don't want it." And one of the most shocking witnesses to take the stand wait for it, was Lindsay Chrisley.
The daughter,
Black
right?
Friday, save on all gifts you need for the gifts that keep on giving. Because, well,
And I know a lot of people are confused. Like, wait a second. Isn't she just accusing her dad of things on Dr. Phil? But that was her position in 2017, and it's not her position now. In April of 2022, which was 2 months before the trial, Lindsay wrote this on her social media post. It has been said that courage is the most important of all virtues because without courage, you can't practice any other virtue consistently.
I totally just got
Tonight, I am showing up
all over my
and
face,
allowing
didn't
myself
I?
to be seen. Reality TV, media storms, podcasts, family feuds, divorce, legal battles. All things that I have navigated over the last few years. I've kept quiet for the most part and tried to allow the storms to pass. As I've tried to move forward in my life, I am constantly hit with Google alerts like living in fear, anxious, and tired. Chrisley knows sex tape. Chrisley knows best is family drama brewing. Chrisley's sisters, Battle of the Bikini. Chrisley knows estrangement. People seem to forget we are humans too. Things aren't always as they seem.
That's what happens when you get famous.
There's facts that
You should have thought about that
no
before
one
getting famous.
perfectly knows. And for anyone to continue to report on something without all the information is reckless and a threat to my mental and emotional health. What people do not know is that I had knowledge of the alleged case since 2017. Police reports were filed in 2017 and 2019. I currently am sitting on an extensive amount of knowledge regarding this entire situation and plan to share more information in the coming months. What I am going to share today is that the information that is publicly known is not factual. The involvement that I was or have been led to believe that my dad and my brother had looks very different than what is reported. Misleading information is very dangerous, and this has been a huge lesson. I look forward to shedding more light on the situation in the coming months. So, 2 months later, Lindsay is on the stand and she testifies that her father's priorities are his children and his wife in that order. And she also told the jury that when she was in high school and early college, she worked at Todd's company during the same time as Mark Braddock. Now remember this name because, man, wait until you hear his bombshell testimony, but it's important to know that Mark Braddock was Todd's former business partner. Okay, with that being said, Lindsay added that it is her belief that Mark Braddock hated her and her siblings, didn't like it when she was in the office, that he was rude, he was demanding, and was belittling at work. And Lindsay also stated that Mark had this Napoleon complex and would use her father's personal email account as a messaging account in the office during her time of employment at the company. And it sounds like Lindsay may have had a few Amber Heard moments at trial. Media reports revealed that on cross-examination things got really tense when prosecutors pushed Lindsay to discuss the different sides of Todd and entered emails into evidence that showed her contacting the FBI shortly after her father's indictment, begging for them to help her get a restraining order against him. And in 2020 she wrote, "I am in no way, shape, or form connected to this monster." She also evaded questions by the prosecution about contacting the FBI and was reportedly combative in her responses to the point where it was reported that members of the jury had outbursts and commented on her attitude. And also reportedly, the judge presiding over the trial, Judge Eleanor Ross, eventually interrupted her and said, "You're not doing anybody any favors by answering questions like that. Trust me. Trust me." Okay, now, we gotta talk about Mark Braddock because, as I said before, that was Todd's former business partner. Mark had previously been given immunity, and he told the FBI that he committed bank fraud on behalf of Todd, Julie, and himself. Then, he dropped a bombshell that he and Todd had once been involved in an intimate relationship. Now, granted, the two were both married to women at that time. Mark was his wife, and obviously Todd with Julie.
And the discovery
that after it ended,
that
they
came out
formed this brotherhood and remained close friends until 2012 when he was fired. Now, he actually admitted that he had feelings for Todd even after their extramarital affair ended. And Braddock further stated that those feelings, which developed while the two confided in each other during their alleged affair, played a part in why he was willing to commit fraud on Todd's behalf. Also, while Mark was working for Todd's foreclosure management company, he and Todd started receiving anonymous text messages threatening to expose them for fraud, as well as out their affair. So Mark testified that the texts said, "Pay cash."
I really like.
He also testified that he made 4 $9,500 withdrawals from his business account. And then he met Todd in a parking garage where he gave him the cash to pay for blackmail. And Mark admitted that after his falling out with Todd, he did become vengeful. And during cross-examination, he admitted to making fake email addresses under fake names, which he used to send incriminating information about the Chrisleys to the government and to news organizations. But the sad part is that since the Chrisleys declined to testify, Mark ended up being the star witness, basically the most important witness at the trial. Now, the Chrisleys' defense highlighted that Mark had a really strange dynamic with the Chrisleys. That Mark really wanted to be Todd Chrisley, and according to insiders, that Mark probably thought he was Todd Chrisley, and Mark bought one of the Chrisleys' homes, and he admitted that he impersonated Todd on the phone when he did it for personal gain and to help the Chrisleys. They found a Telegram profile that had Mark Braddock's phone number and the name Mark Chrisley. Isn't that kind of odd? Now, in closing arguments, the Chrisleys' attorneys argued that Mark had admitted he was a liar, had admitted he lied to the FBI, and admitted he manipulated financial records, and basically that Mark couldn't be trusted nor his documents. And according to Insider, the assistant U.S. attorney told the jury that Mark is in fact a criminal. He said, "You should hate the fact that Mark Braddock got immunity. You shouldn't like that. You shouldn't trust Mark Braddock." He said the jury should, however, trust the other records and testimony from witnesses that proved that Todd Chrisley was the ringleader of the fraud that Mark carried out. And in the end, the Chrisleys were found guilty and charged with conspiracy to commit bank fraud and conspiracy to defraud the United States and tax fraud. And Julie Chrisley was also charged with wire fraud and obstruction of justice.
I want to make a note here. Just because Rich and you're on a TV show doesn't mean that the law is not going to come get you.
They face up to 30 years in prison. I personally don't think they're going to get 30 years because, believe it or not, it's not a big deal now, but at the time, the big case of the day was Joe and Teresa Giudice. And that's what I think of when I think of this case. Now, they had similar charges, not the same, but in that arena, and Joe was sentenced to 41 months behind bars, and Teresa was sentenced to 15 months. Now, there are legal experts, however, that say that they believe that the couple will not be given a 30-year sentence, but they think that they can be sentenced up to approximately 5 to 15 years. And the experts' reasoning for this is that from the size of the money, it's going to be somewhat significant time. So the Chrisley sentencing is set for October 6th, 2022. Now, if you want to watch another insane reality star trial, you thought this one was crazy, wait until you hear the story behind 90 Day Fiancé star Jeffrey Paschal.
Lance, one would not immediately assume that looking at Jeffrey is looking at a career criminal who for decades used his superficial charm to manipulate and use the women in his...
Is that the end of that? What? I do like shit like that, though. Is there any other instances of that like, we should go over? There was the most recent thing that just came out, so let's see if there's any updates on that.
Now to the latest on Todd and Julie Chrisley. The reality stars received a combined 19-year prison sentence for bank fraud and tax evasion of $30 million.
These were very serious crimes. The fraud was extensive, and there was really no remorse being shown.
What we will not do is we will not play, because God didn't bring us this far to drop us out.
They sought out the spotlight right at the time that they knew that they were not paying their taxes.
In a year, we probably spend $300,000, sometimes more, just on clothes.
As for where Todd and Julie will serve time, the judge recommended Julie be sent to this federal facility in Tallahassee, where Elaine Maxwell is serving time. And Todd goes to Pensacola. Hot bench judge Rachel Juarez says it's about as good as it gets.
It's a low security prison with less than 1,000 inmates, and one of the places that is sort of widely recognized to be a little bit easier.
Oh, I hadn't heard anything about that. I don't like much conspiracies around people, especially who had drug issues.
Reality shows, but with Todd and Julie behind bars,
Which is very much what that most likely was.
A source close to the show, Chrisley Knows Best, tells ET that the network has some
Because he was very famously
that were shot prior to the
an
trial
addict.
that will air next year. ET spoke exclusively with Todd and Julie's daughter Savannah last week as the family prepared for sentencing.
I've never seen two people, my parents, be so steadfast in their faith and in prayer. I may come home without both my parents, and that's my new normal. I come home Tuesday and I have custody of the 16-year-old and the 10-year-old.
In her new Unlocked podcast, Savannah wondered about the future. Chrisley attorneys requesting the sentences to be staggered in the interest of the kids, including 16-year-old Grayson, who was recently hospitalized after a car crash left his pickup totaled.
Many of the victims here were community banks in the Georgia area that have since gone under. I would expect the restitution to be probably at least $7 to $8 million, possibly.
That was short. That didn't last very long. Being in a hot tub exacerbates any drug use. It thins your blood out. So if you had any fentanyl in the system, or any barbiturates in general, being in a hot tub and mixing it with alcohol causes vasodilation, which thins your blood. So if you pass out in there too, you're not getting back out, unfortunately. Whoa, that's weird. I guess we'll learn about it real quick, as I was just talking about it.
Black Friday deals for days. Every Monday is a huge deal. Get a $228 TCL 65-inch 4K Roku Smart TV, plus other hot deals. Head to Walmart's Black Friday deals for days.
Somewhere around 70,000 or so people die each and every year from opioid-related overdose. Back in the early 2000s, the culprit was oxycodone, an opioid that most would probably recognize under the name of oxycontin.
Hello? Why isn't... Are these batteries dying on me?
That overtook both OxyContin and heroin on the center stage in the opioid epidemic. As for who's to blame, well, it's a combination of things. You have pharmaceutical greed and malpractice. You have healthcare providers that are over and misprescribing their patients. And then you have a flood of illicitly produced fentanyl coming from China, Mexico, and India. All of those factors are working together to create the current fentanyl crisis. These days, fentanyl is being disguised as legitimate medications and then being smuggled into the United States and many other countries. Some may think they're getting Xanax or Adderall, but instead are getting a high dose of fentanyl, considering fentanyl is around 50 times more powerful than heroin and 100 times more powerful than morphine.
Yeah, deaths in hot tubs happen quite often.
Fatal dose, dependence, and accidental overdoses are skyrocketing. In today's video, we're going to discuss the legitimate uses for fentanyl and what happens to the body when it's consumed. We'll see why withdrawals are so brutally difficult to overcome and why overdosing is such an easy thing to do. It's going to be an important one. Let's do this. Before we start today's video, if you or someone you know is struggling with opioid dependency or opioid use disorder and you're looking for help, we've added some resources to the description of this video that we strongly encourage you to check out. Let's first discuss the difference between an opiate and an opioid, because there is an actual difference between the two. Opiates are natural compounds that come from poppy sap and poppy plant fibers. So this would include morphine and codeine, for example. While opioids, that's more of an umbrella term. It's encompassing any compound that is going to bind to and have an action on opioid receptors in the body. So that would include the natural opiates, like morphine and codeine, but also semi-synthetic opioids, so that would include like heroin, and then fully synthetic, which would be fentanyl, for example. Now you may be wondering why the body has opioid receptors in the first place. Well, it comes down to the fact that the body makes its own opioids to bind to those receptors. They're called endogenous opioids, and I guarantee you've heard of one of them, endorphins. Endorphin stands for endogenous morphine. It's only one example of these opioids. You also have what are called ephylates, dynorphins, endomorphins, nociceptin, or also called orphan. Now, they'll bind to those receptors, and they have a whole wide variety of effects that we're going to discuss in a moment. Just understand that exogenous opioids, or coming from an external source, so this is going to be heroin, morphine, or fentanyl, will bind to those receptors, right? So they're taking advantage of something that's already there, and then what they do is they cause an exaggerated response. Now, to best understand how opioids work and why your body even bothers making endogenous opioids, you first need to understand how pain works in this process. Now, we've already done an entire video on this, so we'll go ahead and link that up above. So if you want a more robust understanding, I strongly encourage you to check out that video. But in a nutshell, let's say I jam my pinky and so I hit it, and that's going to send, obviously, a painful signal of a sensory neuron. And that neuron's going to travel from my pinky, through my arm, and up towards my spinal cord. And when it gets into the spinal cord, this is where it's going to synapse or communicate with a secondary neuron. So this first neuron we call the presynaptic neuron. Then the one that it...
Too much detail. I get it. Back to cartoons. I need to turn the heater back on. Actually, it's getting a little chilly in here.
Oh no, just when I was trying to chill out.
Just when I was trying to chill out.
Impossible to reach out. I've already tried 3 times. Yeah, somebody's littering it up somewhere, just when we need it.
Go, heater, go. I waited way too long.
Not here. I can see that. They're in Sector 5. I don't like that at all. Hurry, Ulrich. Head for the scanner room. On my way. I'm trying to reach out. I really need to be needing
Damn, it's cold as shit all of a sudden.
Much
How cold is it outside right now? It's only 51 outside. Look at that cat boy.
I'm ready, Jeremy. Okay, I'll launch the procedure. Transfer 4. Scanner 4. You've got to take the corridor right in front of you. Is there a key out there, Trip? No. We recreated Sector 5. We got rid of that procedure. Okay, here we go. There's step on it while they're not too far away already. Once you're in the core zone, I'll guide you.
Creepers just behind you.
I thought this was gonna be easy. Jeremy, what's going on? Very careful, Ed. William's coming after you.
I need the fucking
What's the matter with him?
heat to turn back on before I keep going. And this is them in like the program and shit. I love how the animation changes whenever they're in the program world.
You need fast. Head for the scanner room fast. Ulrich and Aelita really need your help. And I've been trying to reach him. I don't know where he is. Honestly, Jim.
Now that, my friend, is what you should have thought about before talking to the press.
There he is! I told you!
What are you doing up at this hour, all of you? You liked it that
I'm gonna
much?
turn the ventilation off for just a sec. Let the room warm back up.
Yeah, sure.
Just because the kiln is warm. It warms up in here pretty quick. We'll be hanging out for about another 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Also, I'm a little sweaty. Ooh, goth boy. That's why it's extra cold. So my fingers and my toes are cold. Yeah, dude, the internet's just being fucky tonight.
Better make it snappy. William's taking Aelita straight to dome area. I'm doing my best, Jeremy. Obviously, my best isn't good enough. I guess you could use some help.
What weapons did they have? He had a samurai sword, right? She had a... Was it a fan? Which one of them was an archer?
Three attack. 1, 2, 3. It's about time. What were you doing, huh? I was taking a disco dancing class.
I was gonna say I was taking a juice. Oh, you know it'll warm me up. A dab. Oh, Manta. Oh, you said meta. I was like, hey, yo. This keeps skipping, though. I'm just gonna go put YouTube or something back on. Oh, hey, it's me. Let's look up some more cool history. I need to fix the stab straw. I want more weird history. Ooh, what about, let's learn about the Emu Wars.
At the Volkswagen Sign Then Drive event, you can make maintenance cost worries so last the new 2020 Tiguan for 0 down, 0 deposit, 0 first month payment, and 0 do it sign. Limited inventory available. Annie, had an earring on a weekend. Of course. So they dropped by Minute Clinic at CVS, where Annie got checked, got a prescription, and got essentials in one place. Or see us online. Minute Clinic at CVS.
This is Australia. For the man who imagines being strangled by a tarantula while a kangaroo breaks his kneecaps and thinks, yes please. For the man who pictures himself being eaten by a snake in the burning outback while eating a Vegemite sandwich and thinks, yes please. And that man was Governor Arthur Phillip, who landed in eastern Australia in 1788, presumably saw a dingo being eaten by a crocodile, being eaten by a death adder, being eaten by a koala, being eaten by Mel Gibson, and thought to himself, yes, good. Now I know what you're thinking, but oversimplified, the British didn't discover Australia, the Vikings did. And you'd be wrong. I'm not sure why you'd think that. But hey, if you love Vikings so much, then why don't you check out today's sponsor? Vikings War of Clans was inspired by the PC strategy and RPG games of the 90s we all love, like Age of Empires and Civilization. If you, like me, want to relive those memories again with a new experience, then this mobile game is to choose your own playstyle. And what makes its world so addictive is that more than 20 million online players are constantly changing the way it evolves by never-ending fighting over resources, forging new alliances, and competing in live events. Support my channel by downloading. The market will continue to grow for Thick of Shield. Buy! Man, this is great. The market will continue to grow forever. But what if it doesn't? Oh crap, I never thought of that. Sell! And the stock market crashed, which led to economic downturn, which meant banks wouldn't lend anyone any money, which led to more economic downturn.
The only people who get customs are monthly subscribers.
All the crops in the Great Plains were destroyed in the drought, and then a big dust storm engulfed the area.
I do, but you need to be a subscriber.
And in an effort to combat the crisis, America began imposing tariffs on foreign imports, which made the economic downturn go global, and the earth got really depressed. But one nation that was hit harder than most by the whole affair, Australia. The problem for Australia was that it relied heavily on its exporting business, and in the current economic climate, no one was buying. To make things worse, Australia had introduced its own currency and taken it onto the gold standard by the British pound. But then the UK started messing with its own take on the gold standard, and if this is starting to sound confusing, then let me oversimplify it for you. Hey UK, looks like my car is broken down.
That was exactly what I needed.
No problem, friends. I got you.
Hi, Lucinda.
More economic downturn. The point I'm trying to make is things weren't good, and in particular, it was Australia's farmers that were suffering most. After the First World War, Australia had given returning veterans land for farming, but with the current economic crisis, the farmers just weren't making enough money, and many left to go find work in the city. But for those who remained, things were about to get even worse. before we get into that, it's time for some cultural exchange. My national bird is the bald eagle. It's a strong patriotic symbol of America and a deeply valued and protected species. My national bird is the peacock. It's a beautiful creature whose vivid colors represent India, so we list it as a protected species. My national bird is the emu, and it's a pest. Also bloody delicious. Emu.
Also, we eat it.
90 to 120 pounds, and able to run at speeds up to 40 miles per hour.
And they'll kick the fuck out of you.
After the breeding season, but suddenly they found West
They
Australia
will
full of lush,
absolutely
wet
destroy
farmland.
you.
Oh my, look at all this delicious wheat that just so happens to be growing here in large quantities. Hey guys, get a load of this. You know my, look at all this delicious wheat that just so happens to be growing here.
Hey guys, look at this wheat.
Hey, who left this big hole in the fence? Guys, get a load of this. Oh wow. What a lovely morning for some farming. What? Those damn emus, they have it in for me. They're bullies.
Appreciate you hanging out, Lucinda.
Calm down, Bruce. They're just animals. It's not personal. Hey, Farmer Bruce, where did you find that hat? The toilet? Yes. 20,000 emus cost the already struggling farmers millions more pounds in lost crops and damages. The situation couldn't continue like this. Something had to be done. So in 1932, the farmers turned to the government for help. You'd think they'd go to the Minister of Agriculture, but these farmers said no. This is a job for the military. So they went to George Pierce, the Minister of Defense. That's right, Australia was to go to war with the emus. But not everyone was happy with the idea. This is barbaric. We can't go slaughtering thousands of our own national bird. Oh, come on, guys. The machine guns will make it quick and painless. Machine guns?
Machine
You're
gun.
using machine guns? This is animal cruelty. Look, I know it's unusual, but it's not like...
I wonder if this is if this is a reference in Futurama when they go penguin hunting.
The feather hats. Think of the benefits. It'll be good target practice for our boys. The government can show it took action. Plus, I can get myself a nice new feather hat. Did I say feather hat? I meant I want to together chat with you about getting you all some nice new feather hats. Did I say feather hats? I meant I want to wage terror at these emus. And turn them all the feather hats.
About 20 minutes left in our stream, everybody.
And that they would pay for the whole thing, and that Pierce wouldn't take any of the calculations that was clearly very stupid. Turned out to indeed be stupid, and the operation went ahead. Major GPW Meredith and his men were sent with fabulous machine guns to hunt down and take out the evil emu population in Western Australia. Target spotted. What? Was it an emu? No, sir. It's an emo. Damn it, Stone. Learn your back.
No, it's emo.
Okay, it looks like the humans are coming for us. But check this out. I've come up with an amazing plan. See if you can follow me here, okay? When they approach, we run away. Sir, you're a genius. We'll send a camera crew along with the machine gunners to capture some good old propaganda for the government. And the first battle took place in November at Hampton. The men spotted a mob of emus from a distance. They would set up the guns and they can fire. The emus split up into smaller groups and ran in every direction. The men were only able to kill what they called a number of birds, but the vast majority got away. Cut!
Burnt my thumb, but I didn't feel it because I burnt that spot on my thumb so many times. I smelt it though. I was like, crispy.
Surprisingly, many of the emus were able to take multiple bullets, but still run at full speed to safety, causing Meredith to compare them to Kemp, saying if we had a military division with the bullet-carrying capacity of these birds, it would face any army in the world. Okay, we need to get closer. No, you idiots, not to me, to the emus. Oh, sorry. No. So next, they tried sneaking up on a large number of emus near a local dam and firing at short range. Maybe the men were just unlucky, but my professional opinion is the emus were magic, because both guns jammed after just 12 emus were killed, and once again, the rest got away. Cut! The The men were feeling a little humiliated after losing to a pack of discount ostriches, so they decided to move further south where the Emus were said to be taming. And this time, they had a new strategy. Okay, Johnny, here's the plan. You mount the machine gun in the back, I'll chase the Emus, you shoot. Got it? Got it. I'm gonna shove that camera up yours. The operation was a fiasco, and the press had a field day. In Parliament, Pierce was bombastic, and an opposition party member suggested that medals should be handed out to the Union, who had won every round so far. Pierce, feeling quite humiliated, pulled the operation off, but 4 days later, the farmers approached him and said, "Hey man, the Unions are still eating all our truck. Can you send the army back out here?" And Pierce was like, "Yeah, okay." So the operation was back on for round 2. And this time Meredith and his men had learned the Emus guerrilla tactics and were much more successful.
Emus guerrilla tactics sounds hilarious.
Emus every week. I hope you boys are getting great footage of this. What on earth are you filming? Despite the success, the media had lost interest in the whole thing. So with 1,000 Emus killed, Pierce finally ended the operation and returned to Parliament declaring victory for the humans. So there were 20,000 Emus out there destroying crops, and you killed 1,000. Meaning there's still 19,000 Emus out there. Yep. And in addition, you wasted 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Meaning you wasted 10 rounds per confirmed kill. That's right. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and hold this one for the Emus. What? So in the end, the Emus...
A lion or gorilla? Gorilla.
1932, and the Emus continued to...
Opposable thumbs!
For years to come. The government introduced a bounty system, which saw some success. But for a moment, let's take some time to remember the brave men who said goodbye to their families and risked their lives to take on the great Unions in Western Australia. But even more importantly, let's think of the friends they made, the bonds they created.
Elephant or rhino? Elephant. They go up against each other all the time. Elephants are just bigger. Ain't nobody fucks with the elephant.
Hey, guys? I sold the Emu prices. Really? How? I just made some better fences.
Just made some better fences. He's done it! Better fences! Asian elephant? Well, the rhinos in Asia are extinct now, right? So we wouldn't even have that kind of matchup. Ooh, every South Park controversy explained.
Alright class, go ahead and settle down. Settle down for me. Now you may be asking why I only appear to be an upper body. Well, it's because that's all I could afford when I had...
That's all I could afford.
That is irrelevant now. Today we will be having a pop quiz. Now, what is the most controversial TV show of all time? Okay, time's up. If you said anything other than South Park, you not only failed, but you are expelled from this university and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Now, for those of you that are still here, a follow-up question. Why is South Park so controversial? The correct answer is consistency. Allow me to explain. There has existed many controversial shows in the time since the television was first invented. And sure, there may have been some obscure shows so offensive that they were canceled after a season, but there has never been a show that has managed to become involved in major controversy as consistently as South Park. They have managed to stay controversial for 25 years at this point, and thanks to an absolutely absurd deal struck with the creators of Viacom, they don't plan on slowing down anytime soon. Speaking of that Viacom, I see that you're watching $1 million, so I really much appreciate it. Stop trying to take my videos down. I work really hard on them, and I love the show, and so please be kind to me. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, South Park. Because of everything I just explained, I thought it would be fun to go back and chronicle every major South Park controversy I could find and explain it to the best of my abilities. And a quick side note, I know this isn't a super original idea. I mean, watch Mojo and the top 50s on the controversies. They've also done the top 20 list. The top 20 list.
One sec.
Controversy is. So knowing the content of this video, there's a pretty good chance that it will get demonetized. So to try to combat that, I want to give a shout out to today's sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends just celebrated their 3rd anniversary as one of the top RPG games out there. And seriously, this game...
They did end up they were able to sequence some of the genetics in it, and they were able to biopsy the gut biome. So they were able to see what it was eating and all that good stuff.
However, the public response to the show today is practically non-existent compared with how it was received when it was first aired. In 1997, the social landscape in the U.S. was very different to how it is today. Vulgarity on television was practically non-existent at the time, so to put it in perspective, when The Simpsons aired in 1989, it was considered by many to be crude and offensive. Now you can only imagine how those same people reacted when South Park aired and made The Simpsons look about as crude as Full House.
You got it, dude.
To go from clean, sanitized, inoffensive sitcoms dominating popular television to a cartoon made for adults that is quite possibly one of the most vulgar pieces of media ever made, I mean, you're going 0 to 100 in record time. Unsurprisingly, a lot of people did not like the content of the show. The existence of this vulgarity was bad enough to the general public, but what really sealed the deal was the fact that the main characters saying and doing these things were young children. It also didn't help that adult cartoons were very uncommon at the time, so a non-observant parent may see their children watching the show and think they're watching a kid's show while they're really watching the most adult show on television. Reportedly, when screening the pilot episode to test audiences, 3 people burst into tears over the show's content. The backlash was immense, including everything from campaigns to get the show taken off the air to schools banning South Park clothing entirely. It's pretty funny looking back, since this early South Park is incredibly tame in comparison to what the show would become, and of course, that only brought with it more controversy.
So they are trying to bring them back. They are trying to genetically sequence it to bring them back. But it'll pretty much just be a hairy elephant, which would be cool to see. It would be definitely cool to see, but it would be kind of different, you know?
That is until South Park Bigger, Longer, and Uncut was released in 1999. Creating a movie meant Matt and Trey were not limited to the rules they had to follow creating a television show, as they were always dancing on the line of what was allowed to be shown on television and what wasn't. Because of this, they sprinted straight for the line of what was allowed to be shown in movies and set up cameras. In the production of the movie alone, the team had tons of issues with the MPAA and Paramount, who attempted to censor or block content so many times that this video would be an hour longer if I talked about all of them. So here are just a few of my favorites. The original name for the movie was South Park All Hell Breaks Loose, but the MPAA would not approve this name because it had the word hell in it. So Trey came up with Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, and it was approved. Only later did the MPAA...
Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. What a great fucking show. Also, we're gonna stay alive until we finish the piece we're working on, so don't worry if I'm distracted right now.
At the time, the MPAA required any movie with 400 or more swear words to be rated NC-17. They couldn't have their movie rated NC-17 in their agreement with Paramount. So can you guess how many swear words they included in the movie? Yeah, it was 399. Now, the public's reaction to the movie was basically what you would expect in at least a significantly longer and more offensive episode of South Park. People called for it to be banned. It was banned in a bunch of countries. People thought it marked the end of Western.
Yeah, you can get them cloned.
Yada, yada, yada. Ironically, the backlash to the...
Oh yeah, no, that's definitely a very well-established thing right now, that you can clone animals.
But the creation of this movie...
Same thing with people.
Trey want to push the boundaries even further, and it marked the beginning of a major change in the tone of the show moving forward. In the eyes of the public, it was no longer just a crude and inappropriate show. It was an attack on the beliefs of everyone. Season 4 is where we first begin to see the signs that this show may be more than just crass humor, and recognize the potential for controversy with a few minor ones throughout the season. Episode 5, Cartman Joins an AMLO, was banned from
Cartman Joins an AMLO
channel Sky 1, as it contained many references to the actions of the president, which is somehow a real-life grouping with actions I would not detail here. Later in the season, we get one of our first glimpses of how well the show can handle contentious issues with Chef Goes Bananas, which discusses the implications of continuing to use a flag that was used in times of racism. The message was way ahead of its time, and while today the episode had aged like fine wine, when it was released there was a small amount of backlash, mostly due to seeing it as racist. Then in episodes 9 and 10, due to handicap reality probably, this is the first time the show really committed entire episodes to parodying religion. Specifically, they parodied the fear-mongering and money-focused ideals that some
with only a few small incidents, so surely they wouldn't do something in the premiere of season 5 that would be such a big deal it would literally change television forever. Right?
Alright, sorry, I'm not distracted anymore now.
We already discussed the backlash the show received in its earliest seasons, and as the show continued past its third season, the controversy slowed down as people accepted that the show wasn't going anywhere. That is until this episode, when they decided to say the swear word that begins with S many, many times uncensored. The episode made fun of the public's reaction to the episode of Chicago Hope, in which the word was said uncensored for the first time on TV. The episode includes the word being said 162 times.
Oh shit.
Conveniently displayed by a counter in the bottom right corner. Initially, the creators only wanted to say it a few times, but
it set the record for how many times.
The idea to say the word as many times as possible so that it lost all and any meaning.
It was shit.
It was meant to show that it's
I wasn't saying, oh shit, it was shit.
They mostly succeeded in this since the episode itself didn't receive all that much backlash, relatively speaking. Supposedly, Comedy Central received nearly 5,000 email complaints from the organization of people, but besides that, there were no large-scale protests or news stories covering the episode. This episode was surprisingly important to television as a whole, since it basically paved the way for this type of language to exist on television. And whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, it undoubtedly changed the television landscape.
It was definitely a good thing. Because now we can have good TV with topics that are adult for shows that are meant to be adult shows.
Extremely graphic depictions of some pretty disturbing things. The real controversy here was in the broadcasting. In Australia, the episode aired later than its usual time slot, and once again, the British channel Sky One outright refused to air the episode. In America, the Parents Television Council went as far as to cite the episode as an example of how the show is quote-unquote dangerous to democracy.
Dangerous to democracy.
Explain how exactly a cartoon about sex
they meant to white supremacy.
Democracy. Go ahead and explain in the comments down below. Since then, all repeats and DVD versions included
Oxygen was still on a little bit.
Particularly one with Mr. Garrison teaching kindergartners how to perform the old rubber mouth technique. Comedy Central didn't even want to air the scene in the first place, but it did for the initial screening and then censor again. When this episode first aired, it was considered very controversial. And no, it's not because it focuses on Jared from Subway. All of his controversy didn't come out until years later. Rather, the episode makes countless references and jokes to the AIDS virus. And while it wouldn't be very controversial to this today, in the early 2000s it definitely was. The ending also includes Butters being beaten by his parents, and this combo of content meant that the episode was banned from airing on Comedy Central for years after it was released, though it was eventually allowed to air again. In an ironic twist, the day Jared accepted a plea deal for his crimes, Comedy Central aired the episode back-to-back nearly all day.
That's hilarious.
And it really showcased how poorly some of the lines have aged.
I'm going to seek out all the underprivileged, hungry children of the world, and I'm going to give them AIDS myself.
I remember that episode.
This one is less of a backlash from the public as it is backlash from one individual, that individual being Jennifer Lopez. This episode goes pretty
Tacos and burritos.
A rudely titled woman
and taco flavor keys and
something she doesn't like. It has been reported by people that have worked on movie sets with her that she is so unhappy about her depiction in this episode that she has gone as far as to fire those working on the set, even as much as reference the episode. Trey Parker has claimed that he once saw Jennifer Lopez at a party where she proceeded to push past him rather aggressively without any acknowledgement. I think it's fair to say that she's close to the top in terms of bad celebrity reactions to South Park.
My name is Hannah Lopez. And I love tacos and burritos.
One of the more iconic South Park controversies, some backlash followed the release of the episode All About Mormons, in which the show tackled Mormonism as a whole. The episode pokes fun at the absurdity of the beliefs of the Mormon people and
one of the best episodes of South Park that they have.
It's not subtle in its criticism, and at times it can seem a bit harsh, especially as the episode progresses and you begin to realize that the tune playing in the back is actually giving its opinion on the matter.
In America? Really? That sounds kind of...
Contrast the episode portrayed with normal people as incredibly kind and happy people who are able to roll with any assumptions thrown their way. But while the episode is pretty scathing in its satirization of the religion itself, it depicts the people who practice it as somewhat self-aware and understanding. This was very much proven in the reception of the episode, as according to Wikipedia, the Church of the Latter-day Saints responded to the episode by first acknowledging that they believed the episode was the first portrayal of church history, but would go on to say that they believed it, quote, inflicted no perceptible or long-lasting damage to the church. So ironically, even though this episode is considered very controversial, it seems like the Mormons themselves didn't really find the episode to fun. And by doing so, they really proved the episode correct about their ability to take criticism of sin. The resilience would once again be shown in the fact that they would release their bondage and homophobe and Mormon later, in which the church would respond by saying, quote, the production may attempt to entertain audiences for an evening, but the Book of Mormon as a volume of scripture will change people's lives forever by bringing them closer to Christ. They even go as far as to buy ads to show playbill where they would put things like, you've seen the show, now go read the book. Honestly, I think that's ridiculous.
Meta-Mormonism.
While Season 8 mostly avoided any serious backlash from the public, Season 9 is when the show really began to hit its stride and start to grow on controversy. This episode is actually far more controversial today than it is in maybe thinking. Many would consider this episode to be transphobic and anti-gay. However, back in 2005, this was basically that audience all minorities cared about, therefore it was mostly ignored. However, it definitely the episode avoided controversy at the time, as not too many people were happy about the real sex change
with Flame. Oh, I smoke it. I put it on top of a bowl.
Minutes. Even worse, it was apparently supposed to last for 5 minutes due to the lack of ideas for the episode.
My weed that I have is never good enough to consider that ruining
how are they
it.
even allowed to show it? Like, there has to be laws or regulations against it or something.
So if I have Reclaim from oil, it's probably going to be better than the bud that I'm smoking, even if it's already been smoked on once. So yeah, that's going on top of my next bowl, or on top of the eggs for my next day meal. I usually like to eat it sometimes. Not Reclaim from a bomb. Not bomb scrapings, but like rig Reclaim or like that in there. Yeah, for sure.
And though the alleged transphobia wasn't a big issue for the episode, it would be far
also,
from the last
speaking of,
time
let me
the show
fix.
was labeled it this way. This controversy is a perfect example of what I believe to be.
I need to fix this this one.
That being the audience.
The
This
adapt
episode
truck.
follows Cartman as he puts on full display his hatred and intolerance of patriotism. The episode itself is supposed to be satirizing discrimination as a whole, making fun of people like Cartman who choose to be hateful to others because of how they look and the absurdity of that hatred. The issue arises from people, mostly kids, who don't understand that it's satire, see the episode and find it funny.
Oh man, yeah, I would say that the Ginger episode had probably the most cultural impact of any South Park episode, especially negative impact. Like even I was in on bagging on fucking ginger kids not having souls and shit. Even when I didn't even know that's what the source of it was from. I didn't even know that was a South Park joke at the time. It was just what was so popular at the time. Bagging on people who were different than you was popular at the time. I was a victim of the circumstance and time as well. I'm not going, oh no, yeah, I did it, but I shouldn't be blamed for it. No, I was a little piece of shit back then. Homophobic, racist. Most people who grew up then were. We've come a long way. And it's okay to be able to say that and say, I've come a long way from that. Right, Lucy. Right.
Oh, obviously the show is not
God.
made for
That was
kids.
loud.
Whether it's irresponsible parents or sneaky behavior, they will find a way to watch it, which leads to things like...
You got what? Email? Oh, I forgot that's what you call your partner. I love that.
Taking ginger
Glad you're hearing from them. I was like, a what now?
Discuss this more in my second iceberg out. But honestly, I think it would be hard to argue that this episode didn't have a pretty large part in discrimination against gingers among kids.
That's
in the Wikipedia article,
exactly what it
Discrimination
is.
Against People with Red Hair, the history section for the U.S. literally begins with the release of this episode.
Yep.
No recorded history before. Just ask the Gingers Have Souls kid. He basically exclusively blames this episode for his bullying and harassment. And the same with Ed Sheeran, who also blamed this episode for the bullying that he received. I don't believe it's the show's fault necessarily, since the episode is actually preaching against these intolerant mindsets. But I don't think anyone disagrees that the whole situation is a product of kids consuming media that they shouldn't be, misinterpreting.
Yeah, that's the point of the show. Kids shouldn't be watching it in the first place. Or at least that ends up being one of the main premises of South Park, is that people are like, wow, kids are very impressionable. This is a bad example, and people are like, this isn't a kid show.
What is probably the second biggest controversy in the show's history? This one caused lawsuits, cancellations, private investigations.
Is it the Church of Scientology? Yeah.
This episode heavily criticizes the quote-unquote religion Scientology, as they portray it as a massive global scam whose sole intention is to prey on vulnerable people and distract minds.
It is.
They also parody their religion.
Exactly what it is.
Speaks negatively about them, and it acknowledges the Christian history of being revenge on those who wrong them by changing all the names in the credits of the episode to Jane and John Smith.
Oh, that's hilarious. I never picked up on the credits.
They were so unhappy that they conducted a full investigation to try to dig up any negative things they could about Matt Stone and Trey Parker. According to a church whistleblower, they used techniques, quote, comparable to Cold War era CIA and KGB intelligence and propaganda techniques, doing things like going through their trash, purchasing their phone records, and going through their bank records. They even went as far as to attempt to hire a film student to get a job at South Park Studios so they could act as a spy in their investigation. But despite their efforts, they have yet to release anything negative or embarrassing from the creators, so it's safe to assume they were unable to find anything.
Or it's safe to assume Matt and Trey don't give a fuck what people think.
Known Scientologists. They wanted to joke.
And they realized releasing anything about them wouldn't do what they had expected.
Not outright say he was, as Cruz had a history of litigation against those discussing his sexuality. To get around this, they decided to place him in an actual closet for a good portion of the episode, constantly discussing his unwillingness to leave said closet. Despite this, the actor allegedly still threatened to sue the show, which he never ended up doing. But that was far from the end of the storyline. The next year, a scheduled rebroadcast of the episode was suddenly canceled with no warning or explanation as to why. Several news outlets reported that the parent company of Comedy Central, Viacom, had the episode pulled. Supposedly, this was because Tom Cruise had threatened to cancel his publicity tour for the estimated impossible movie if the episode aired. The movie was owned by Paramount, who was also owned by Viacom. There was never any evidence to suggest that this was true, and Tom Cruise would go on record to claim that he hadn't requested to have the episode removed. Reportedly, however, there are several inside sources that maintain that Cruise had the episode pulled. And of course, this didn't sway the opinion of the public, who were outraged by the pulling of the episode. A petition was even created to re-air the episode, garnering 5,000 signatures. And while this is where the controversy ends with the Tom Cruise storyline, the effects of the episode could be seen elsewhere, as it led to the
What's the Tom Cruise storyline?
Isaac Hayes, the voice actor for Chef, was a Scientologist, and after the airing of the episode, reportedly published a statement.
They killed him off in the show.
The episode for a parody of the religion and quitting from the show altogether. When this initially happened, Harper and Stone were quick to call him out for the hypocrisy of his exit, discussing
making
how
fun
he
of
finally
everything else.
Everyone else, but not himself. Years later, Hayes' son would come out and say that he had never quit the show, and that other Scientologists wrote the statement for him while he was in the hospital after suffering from a stroke.
No shit.
Unfortunately, Hayes passed away 2 years after the episode at the age of 65.
Damn, that sucks.
Many have called into question the mysterious circumstances of his death, since he was found next to a treadmill in his home. Many speculate Scientology may have had something to do with this, and I discussed this.
Yeah, Scientology is scary, dude.
Iceberg. If that interests you, go check it out. One thing that is certain is that this episode undoubtedly caused more real-world consequences than almost any other episode of the series. Notice how I say almost. We'll get to that. In this episode, Randy is cured of the horrible disease of alcoholism due to a miracle from a statue of the Virgin Mary. Specifically,
Oh my god, one of the best fucking episodes. One of my personal favorite episodes.
In a shocking turn of events, the Catholic Church was not too happy about this one. The Catholic League not only demanded an apology from Comedy Central, but also demanded the episode be pulled from air and never released on DVD. The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops sent a letter to the CEO of Viacom claiming that the network showed, quote, extreme insensitivity by airing the episode. Meanwhile, in New Zealand, the Catholic Bishops' Leader Conference lobbied the network to stop the episode from being broadcast altogether. They were rejected, and the leading Catholic bishops called for a boycott of the network altogether. The Prime Minister of New Zealand stated that the episode sounded, quote, revolting, but the network was free to air it anyways. One advertiser even withdrew from the network altogether.
Boycott the network,
Despite all of the protests, the episode aired anyways, actually earlier than expected to take advantage of the media surrounding it, and it managed to pull 6 times the amount of normal viewers South Park did. In Australia, Archbishop Dennis Hart wrote the network asking that they pull the episode. And while the episode was postponed, it did eventually air almost a year later. I've always found it funny that this episode seemed to enrage so many Catholics, as it doesn't even make fun of Catholicism at all, really. It's a commentary on self-control and discipline surrounding alcohol abuse.
You rock a discipline, Stan.
Was just a way to get their point across. It probably stemmed more from the idea of sacredness and religion, since many saw it as a desecration of a sacred figure, but it was really just a dumb joke they used to get their point across.
Oh my god, the Cartoon Wars.
I will only briefly mention this one as it functions as a precursor.
This is when I started watching South Park over any other show.
The Muslim prophet Muhammad as a commentary on the Jyllands Posten Muhammad cartoons controversy. I definitely did not pronounce that right. In which a Danish newspaper published a comic depicting Muhammad. There was widespread protest and even some violence around the world. Comedy Central were initially okay with Dr. Muhammad, but as part 2 was in production, they decided to censor the image of Muhammad. Parker and Stone were not happy about this, calling the censorship, quote, they were especially upset because South Park had depicted Muhammad years earlier in the episode Super Best Friends with no issues. Since then, all 3 episodes have been banned from TV and pulled from streaming services. Super Best Friends being pulled long ago, and Cartoon Wars being pulled only with the show recently moved to HBO Max. A more minor controversy, this one stems from the episode's depiction of Steve Irwin. Irwin had died 7 weeks earlier from a freak accident with a stingray, and in the episode he can be seen at Spade's birthday party with a stingray sticking out of his chest. Many people felt it was simply too soon and that it was done in 4 days. Irwin's wife made a statement discussing her devastation due to the show's monstrous portrayal of him, and her main worry was that their children may see the episode one day. I obviously understand why people were upset about this, but personally I find it funny that this is what caused controversy, considering the same episode literally featured serial killers Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and Jeffrey Dahmer doing it.
And Catholic priests with children on leashes was also in this episode. How did Steve Irwin... I mean, I'm not going to act like Steve Irwin fans and stans don't be going crazy, because I am one of them. Give a stingray a punch just for my mans. I'm just kidding. Steve wouldn't want us punching stingrays, especially on his behalf. But there was literal Catholic priests walking children on leashes in this episode. And that's funny that the Steve Irwin is what got the most flack.
Stooges routine while being unable to stop themselves from hurting. But okay, that's just me.
No? Oh my god, yeah, the Jesse Jackson episode, jeez.
The irony in this one is that the only reason people had with this episode was the lack of controversy. The episode tackles the implications that the N-word has on society. It does a great job in doing this.
Hi, Michelle.
If you want to hear me dive deeper into it, then you can go check out my first video on
one of the best episodes as well.
The episode contains 43 uncensored uses of the N-word. In yet this episode actually received positive feedback from civil rights organizations like the NAACP.
Because South Park is amazingly good at
Other
nuance.
racist perceptions of how black people feel when hearing the word. The only person that seemed to be upset was the founder of the Parents Television Council, L. Brent Bozell, who issued a statement criticizing the lack of protest, comparing it to the outrage radio host Don Imus received for his statements. Severe misunderstanding of context aside,
I forgot to pop a hole in the mouthpiece
that
again
non-black people have a lack of
before taking
understanding
that
of
out.
how it feels to hear that word used, and that it's not really their place to make these kind of statements, as well as just how hilariously ironic it would be for a white person to make a statement like this. So let's go ahead and check and take a look at what this man looks like. Surely he would. Well, I think that tells us everything we need to know.
I thought they meant that it was going to be like the only like POC with like a position of power that was angry about this, and no. Oh, did y'all hear that?
That's like assault on Indiana
That was loud.
And obviously there were a lot of people that were upset about this. An insider even claimed that while Paramount
Where
had
did-
no
where did
plan
that
to
pop
protest the episode,
We'll see
they
where
did not
it
think
happens.
and, quote, wanted it to go away. You all probably know my opinion of this episode by now. I think that what they were trying to do is a funny idea. I just think the execution was a little
Oh, yeah.
They definitely didn't have to take it as far as they did, but hey, this is South Park we're talking about. No one crosses the line quite like them, so all I'm
And they did it multiple times too. That episode is, yeah. Pinewood Derby. Is this that Boy
This
Scout
one
one?
pokes fun at the leaders of nations all across the world. It would seem that Mexico's president, Felipe Calderon, didn't take it as well as the other leaders. The episode was pulled from MTV Mexico, with the network claiming that they couldn't get permissions to use the Mexican flag at time.
Really?
Though Mexican fans of South Park were skeptical of this and cried censorship. The episode was eventually rebroadcasted in Mexico, but only after permission from the Ministry of Interior, so it's pretty safe.
I wonder what South Park in other languages sounds like.
Those dedicated to making an impact in the lives of others.
Me, I'm dedicated to making an impact in the lives of others. Alright, let's see where this
We
cracks.
finally reached South Park's magnum opus in terms of controversy. Not only is this
Alright,
the South Park
alright.
episode that's stirred up more real-world controversy than any other, an argument can be made for it being one of the most controversial
Super Friend
episodes
Time.
of any television show ever. To celebrate the 200th episode, Matt and Trey decided to go back and basically reignite every single controversy they've ever had. From Tom Cruise to Jennifer Lopez, almost all of their celebrity digs were back on full display. But of course they had to go back and visit one of their largest controversies, the depiction of the Muslim prophet Muhammad. In part 1, there are heavy implications that Muhammad will be shown in the next week's episode. After part 1 was released, Radical Muslim versus Revolution Muslim heavily implied that if Muhammad was shown, there would be action taken against both Matt and Trey and Comedy Central. They included references to Dutch filmmaker Theo van Gogh, who was assassinated by a radical Muslim after publishing books criticizing Islam. Matt and Trey seemed pretty unfazed, as it was their belief that giving in these threats would be not only critical since the entire premise of the episode is intended to terrorism, but they would also be allowing terrorism to work and creating a slippery slope to censorship of free speech. The same could not be said
Why
about
they had to make Cartman the right person who had the right idea in that episode.
Every single use of Muhammad was censored, every appearance of Muhammad himself was censored, and Kyle's entire speech at the end of the episode discussed the effectiveness of terrorism was completely censored. If that wasn't enough, not only were both episodes pulled from ever being rebroadcasted again, they were removed from South Park's website, every streaming service that the show is on, and every DVD set of the show except for the Region 1 release. This brings the total of banned South Park episodes to 5, along with the previously mentioned cartoon which was his best friend. Though the episodes have been practically wiped off the face of the earth in terms of legal methods of watching it, they can still be found re-uploaded on the internet. Just take a search. Years after release, a 4chan user was also able to find a partially uncensored version of the episode through Glitch's South Park website. For the first time, we knew what Kyle said. Again, I talked about this in my South Park Iceberg video, or you can find the full clip floating around pretty easily if you're interested. But yeah.
I want to watch this other South Park video
Despite
next.
threats and the situation becoming a national news story, no violence or action was ever taken against Matt Trey or anyone at Comic. Obviously, Obviously, Matt and Trey were very unhappy with the censorship, but despite this, they're still with Comedy Central, and occasionally will reference...
You as well, Michelle. I appreciate you and your kind words.
They've even been able to sneak in a shot or two.
Good seeing your name again.
A controversy as big as the last one is a pretty tough act to follow in terms of generating controversy. Because of that, it would be nearly 14 years before South Park could generate another truly noteworthy controversy. This would come not in the form of an episode of the show, but rather with the release of the video game South Park: The Stick of Truth. I discussed this topic in great detail again on my iceberg, so I recommend you check it out. The short version is this. Europe and Australia have been known to be a lot stricter on what can be shown in the media. Because of this, Ubisoft decided to censor certain parts of the game that they assumed would cause problems in those regions. Censored scenes include alien probing, performing abortions, and some special censoring.
Perform abortions in the game?
They replace the censored content with this mod splash screen.
Fucking hilarious.
It wouldn't be until season 23 that the show would have another noteworthy controversy. I was going to talk about the Netherlands pulling the season 19 episode sponsored content due to Garrison's comments on Syrian refugees, as well as the show's half apology to Al Gore in season 22 after ridiculing climate change in the past, but those seem pretty minor to me, so I figured I would just mention them here. But anyways, remember how I mentioned that it wouldn't be the last time South Park would be accused of transphobia? Well, here we are. In Bored Girls, Strong Woman competes in a Strong Woman competition.
As a trans person, this is one of the best nuanced episodes on the trans debate I've ever seen.
Macho Man Randy Savage, along with the trademark...
I think it's hilarious too. I think it's hilarious. It's an amazing nuanced take. And of course they're hyperbolizing it.
Not saying it's successful because of this, I'm just saying it is in general because that website's up. Many people were horrified by the show's depiction of trans athletes, and many even called for its cancellation. It was labeled transphobic by countless reviewers and journalists, as many discussed the implications of the episode and the effects it could have on trans people. Obviously, nothing ever came of any of this besides the hate bomb, but the situation does raise an interesting question about the show's attitude towards trans people. To go off on a bit of a tangent, I would like to give my own opinion. Personally, as someone who is unqualified to speak on this topic,
good for them,
not female and not transgender, I don't believe that this episode is transphobic. In reality, the episode contains very little commentary on trans athletes.
I agree.
Because Heather Swanson isn't really meant to represent.
She's not actually trans.
It's revealed throughout the episode that she is Strong Woman's ex-boyfriend, who transitioned solely to get revenge on her because he felt like he had beaten him by breaking up with her. This insecurity of losing to a girl is what drives him to do this. In reality, Heather Swanson is more of a representation.
Which is a nuanced take of people saying, well, men are just going to join women's sports to compete in women's sports. Again, like I just said, it's a nuanced take of that part of the trans debate by making fun of it, pretty much saying, no, this is literally a dude who is doing that. And the argument there is, okay, well, again, the issue isn't trans people then, it would be men pretending to be trans people, right? So it's not trans people who's the problem, it would be men in that situation, pretending to be trans people, or trans women specifically. And so that's a pretty good nuanced take, if you ask me. Man, why do pieces have to break, like, right as you're finishing them every time? Alright, back in the kiln. Hopefully it doesn't do that again. Ooh, my back.
Insecurities than a commentary on trans athletes.
It's a commentary on a dude who is taking advantage of the nuanced argument by saying they're a trans athlete to compete against their ex-girlfriend. They're actually in favor of trans people in the argument, saying, again, look, it's not trans people doing this. Trans people are just trying to compete in the sports they're supposed to be competing in. If there are people who are going to do this, which is ridiculous to say the least, we're not going to have a Macho Man Randy Savage doing that. Then it would be men, again, who is the issue, parading as trans women. So, yeah, I agree.
This is mostly confirmed by the subplot in which Cartman feels the same way after losing to the girls in their board game club, going as far as to lobby to have girls not allowed in the club. I personally read the commentary on trans athletes as pretty insignificant, basically presenting both sides through the Cartman plot and the strong woman plot, and closing without ever really making a point on the issue besides, this is a controversial topic. That's just my opinion on it. Maybe I completely...
They don't ever actually take a stance on the subject matter either. They present both sides of it and say, look at these hyperbolistic, nuanced takes that either side could present, and they make fun of both of them. Which, again, both sides are hyperbolizing the situation. You're not going to have a Macho Man Randy Savage pretending to be a woman in female sports, and it's not like there's a bunch of trans people who are storming sports. Like, they show the nuance of both sides of it very, very well.
Misread it, and it really was meant to be taken at face value, but I'd be interested to know what you guys think about it, whether you think it's transphobic, and whether you think the show as a whole is transphobic. So go ahead and let me know in the comments.
It's a lot of things, but transphobic it's not. Racist,
we have
yes.
finally reached the most recent
I would
major
argue
South Park controversy.
that most throughout South Park is racist. But, again, they present it in a way where it's like, hey, look, this is the racist tropes of these people that we presented in this. And they have that, like, buffer between, like, oh, it's not us actually saying this, we're making fun of the people who do say stuff like this, right? Like Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Mercy. Technically, Board Girls came out after this episode, but I wanted this one to be last. Anyways, this episode tackles media in China.
Oh my god, the
many
fucking
companies like Disney and the NBA will censor and
Randy
change
fucking
certain aspects of
Pangolin.
their media in an effort to please the Chinese censors, as China has an incredibly rigid control over the media in their country. As you may have gathered by now, Matt and Trey are not the biggest fans of censorship, hence why this episode attacks both China and the companies willing to censor and change their content just to tackle the massive market that is China. They basically see it as giving up your dignity just to make more money, and they make it very clear in this episode. After it was released, the Chinese government completely banned South Park from the country.
They banned South Park
basically wiping
altogether,
away any
not just the
trace of it on
episode.
the internet, TV, and in South Park fashion, the creators did not show a hint of caring, going as far as to issue a sarcastic public apology to the country. And I think they've shown that they really have no reason to care about missing out on the Chinese market. Well, we made it through every major controversy this show had.
I want to watch the other thing he was talking about, because we still got to work on this piece. I love that I'm getting Hispanic commercials now, and what's interesting is that started happening after I spoke a little bit of Spanish while I was live on TikTok the other day. Yes, I know I'm white.
Okay, let's do this. So you're probably looking at the title right now thinking, Blooms. People have already made South Park Iceberg videos, and I've seen them, so
And I've
why would
seen
I watch
them?
this one? And of course, not to discredit those videos, those are great videos. Shout out to Book of Alice and Johnny Something. However, this iceberg is different. It was made exclusively for this video, as I contacted the user Astria on Reddit after seeing their previous 2 South Park icebergs, and I proposed the idea to make one all-encompassing iceberg for this video. She
An iceberg
agreed and began working along with 13 other people who consider themselves South Park historians over at the South Park Historical Society on Twitter to complete this project.
South Park
So,
historians.
this iceberg goes deeper than anyone ever asked it to. To put it in perspective, I would consider myself very well versed in the South Park fandom. You know, I have a YouTube channel basically based on South Park, and there are things in the 3rd tier that I have never even heard of before. So even if you watch every other South Park iceberg on YouTube and are an expert on South Park, I still recommend you watch this entire video, as I can almost guarantee that you will learn something new from this video. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the help of Astria and the South Park Historical Society, as, you know, they made the iceberg and basically peer-reviewed my research for all the points. So a massive shout out to them. Go follow South Park Historical Society on Twitter and tell them how awesome this iceberg came out. And one more thing, if you enjoyed the video, please go ahead and drop a like or subscribe. It's up to you. You don't have to, but I would greatly appreciate it. So, with the intro out of the way, let's do this. the ultimate comprehensive South Park iceberg. Unprotected internet? I don't remember doing any research. What is it? Oh, I remember now. This is actually a segue for today's sponsor, Private Internet Access VPN. Private Internet Access is a VPN app for almost any device, including Windows, Mac, iOS, Android, Linux, and many more. VPN stands for Virtual Private Network, and it works by changing your IP address and rerouting it through an encrypted tunnel, therefore hiding your online activity from your internet service provider, network administrator, government censors, or really just anyone trying to snoop around in your info. Is there a show or movie that you love that's not available on your streaming services due to where you're located? Well, I have great news. With Private Internet Access, you can simply set your location to somewhere it is available, and just like that, you're watching your favorite shows and movies.
Or you can use a Tor browser.
Customizable VPN on the market, providing you tons of different options.
Pretty much the same thing.
Truly your own. They're also the most transparent VPN provider with over 30 million downloads. One thing that I like a lot is that they have a no-logs policy, meaning that they don't record or store any of their users' data, and it's been proven several times before. They promise a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can try it out completely risk-free. And if you use my link, which will be in the top of the description, you'll have access to complete digital privacy for less than $2 a month, as well as 4 extra months for free.
Sorry.
So what are you waiting for? Go click the front in column. Casa Bonita refers to the Mexican restaurant of the same name that is Cartman's favorite restaurant. There's an entire episode of South Park surrounding the horrible things Cartman's going to do in order to go there, and it is actually a real restaurant in Colorado. In summer of 2021, a rumor began that Matt and Trey, the creators of South Park, actually planned on buying Casa Bonita. Later that year, they actually did end up purchasing the restaurant, so I guess we'll see what exactly they plan to do with it. In the episode 200, the show hinted at showing the Muslim prophet Muhammad in the next episode. Upon hearing this, radical Muslim group Revolution Muslim warned that Matt and Trey would be murdered if Muhammad was shown. Because of this, Comedy Central heavily censored the episode 201, censoring the use of the word Muhammad, any images of Muhammad, and even censoring Kyle's entire speech at the end of the episode about the effectiveness of terrorism. We will talk more about this later.
Why is fucking...
South Park Flash games refers to games that are South Park themed, that were made with Flash and other programs that were then published to the South Park Studios website. When these games were originally uploaded to South Park Studios, the original creators were not credited at first, so that was a big issue, obviously. Nowadays, it's a lot harder to find the games since Flash has been removed from most browsers, but you can still find them archived on some specific websites. Also,
there's an alien in every single episode.
Aliens appeared and abducted Cartman in the pilot episode. Since then, they can be seen hidden in the background of many other episodes.
Is it not every episode?
Every episode.
Oh, it's not.
This isn't actually true. It's only in some episodes.
Damn.
The Stuck in 4th Grade blog was a blog that was started on Tumblr by the South Park storyboard team. They would release many updates and behind-the-scenes features from a lot of the episodes. It's an interesting thing to look at, but it hasn't been updated since 2019, so I don't think they're really doing it anymore.
Was that the Mexican Joker clip art that they proposed for...
After the release of the episode Cartoon Wars Part 1, in which the show made fun of Family Guy a lot, The Simpsons actually sent flowers over to the South Park studios, since they also dislike Family Guy. This resulted in Bart making an appearance in the next episode. The team over at the show King of the Hill also made a statement saying that South Park was, quote, doing God's work. Because of this, King of the Hill was also referenced in the next episode.
Yeah, is that a real thing?
The season 19 episode
Craig
focuses a lot on the topic of yaoi, which is a Japanese art form known to depict two men in a romantic setting. For the art in the episode, they asked the fans to send them their Tweek and Craig yaoi in the episode. So basically, all of the art that you see in the episode of Tweek and Craig is fan art. Interestingly, a lot of the artists and animators who work on the show were also a part of the fan art prior to joining the South Park Studios, as many of them
that makes that episode so much better.
Why during the production of The Fractured But Whole, there was an entire wall in the office dedicated to fan art, because a lot of the artists
That makes
and
that
animators were
episode so
already
much
decorating
better.
their cubicles with art they liked that they found, so then they just decided to devote an entire wall to it. Spirit of Christmas refers to the two animated Christmas specials Matt and Trey made. They're known as the precursors to South Park.
Oh yeah,
and
the one
after
that they
the
showed
first
to the
one,
studio.
Jesus vs. Frosty was passed around Hollywood. It fell into the hands of Brian Graydon of Fox.
Let's see how bad this
He
cracks.
paid Matt and Trey to make another one that he could use as a Christmas card to send to his friends. After the special went viral before the internet was popular, Matt and Trey pitched the idea for a show with two different networks and were eventually picked up by Fox. In the episode Grounded in the Loop, Stan removed a VR headset to reveal a live-action version of All of the Boys. This implies that the entirety of the show up to this point all took place inside of a video game.
Pretty cool. But the graphics suck.
Originally, the episode Cartman Sucks actually had a completely different plot of Butters going to multiple places to cure his homosexuality rather than being grounded at camp. Because of this, there are reportedly deleted scenes and promo pictures from that original episode that exist out there. I actually have an entire video dedicated to this topic on my channel, so you can go check that out if you're interested. But Kyle's possible removal was discussed during both season 4 and 5 because Trey and Matt felt that he was too similar to Stan. He was originally going to move away during season 4, and they even made a press release announcing that someone was going to go away.
Really?
This progressed to possibly killing him off until Trey and Matt came to the conclusion that it makes sense for Stan and Kyle to be similar because they're best friends. At the time, they still wanted to make sure Butters was the main character, though, so they decided to kill off Kenny instead because at this point they had gotten tired of the gagging and dying over and over. In 2020, South Park had a large event in which they had fans vote on who their favorite character was. They did it once in 2015 and Ramsey won that then. However, this time in 2020, Cartman won, but Cleese was actually named as the winner.
Economic Savings Lesson 12. At Petco, better care for your pet means more savings for you. Now the ball's in your court. Vital Care by Petco makes it easier and more affordable to care for your pet. Petco. Healthier pet, healthier budget.
In the unaired pilot of South Park, there's a shot of his family, including a sister and a father. The scene was removed because the creator
Cartman's dad.
Cartman didn't really see a big family, so they just got rid of him. Pick a Ginger Day refers to a real-life movement that designated November 20th as National Pick a Ginger Day, inspired by Cartman's hatred of gingers in the episode Ginger. Reportedly, there were some real-life instances of gingers being picked on this day. However, other than those few isolated incidents, there doesn't really seem to be much of a market for a pick a ginger day. This refers to a kind of genius ad campaign started by the creators of the show called #CancelSouthPark. Basically, they were poking fun at cancel culture, attempting to get their own show canceled as a marketing stunt. At the 2000 Oscars, Trey Parker was nominated for an Oscar for the song Blame Canada from Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. This meant that Matt and Trey were going to the Oscars, so of course they decided to wear dresses that were modeled directly after dresses that Gwyneth Paltrow and Jennifer Lopez were wearing to the Oscars that year. They also had the ingenious idea to drop acid right before entering the Oscars. And you can even notice if you look closely in some of their interviews that they were
their eyes are like,
they would be one about Matt and Trey, but they were pioneers in the fight against toxic masculinity. Lot 13 refers to a very bizarre knockoff South Park that was created in the country of Kuwait. It features characters that are directly paralleling South Park's characters, and it is just very strange. YouTuber VailSpeedBum94 actually made a pretty good video on it, so go check that out if you're interested. When it comes to birthdays, there are some confirmed birthdays for the characters, such as Stan on October 19th, Kyle on May 26th, Kenny on March 22nd, Eric on July 1st, Butters on September 11th, Clyde...
Oh yeah, Butters' birthday is fucking 9/11.
However, there are some references to some old South Park archives from 2009 in which they detail the birthdays of Randy, Sharon, Gerald, Sheila, Ike, and Shelly, but it's very hard to find these original birthdays as most of it is removed now, but you can still find some of them on Google. This refers to a South Park game that was in the early stages of development that was basically a clone of the Simpsons hit game. It was found on a developer's edition of an original Xbox. For whatever reason, though, the game was never finished. I think it's kind of ironic because, as General Disarray would say,
Simpsons did it.
This is in reference to an image that was presumably taken in the writer's room of The Fractured But Whole, in which it showcases a chart that describes the relationships and traits of each of the 13 main characters in the game. It's actually very in-depth, and it shows all the relationship dynamics between each of the characters.
In the actual show, too.
I mentioned earlier...
Ooh, my heel. I was putting way too much weight on my heel.
Kyle's speech is completely censored. Now, when the episode released, no one actually knew if this was supposed to be some kind of meta joke, or if he had actually said something. Well, in 2014, it was leaked to the internet after someone had found
blood rushing back into my fucking heel
website that had the speech uncensored. The speech actually ends up being a very sarcastic commentary on censorship and the effectiveness of violence, claiming that the way you get people to do what you want is by threatening them with violence.
It was because of the magical power of threatening people with violence. That's obviously the only true power.
It's obviously the only true power.
All learned, it's that terrorizing people works.
Basically, it was revealed that there were a bunch of lines that had been recorded for The Fractured But Whole, but never ended up being used in the actual game. There are a lot of characters that have lines that weren't used, and I'm not going to go into depth on each one, but you can check them out if you're interested.
Cheesy Poofs?
Cheesy Poofs are an iconic staple in the show. They're Cartman's favorite snack, and they are clearly a parody of Cheetos. They were released twice in real life, though. Once in 1998, directly from the South Park website, and then again in 2011, where they partnered with Frito-Lay to release repackaged Cheeto Puffs for San Diego Comic-Con. And they were available for a limited time in Walmart stores across the nation. They didn't include the extremely catchy theme song, though, unfortunately.
I love Cheesy Poofs, you love Cheesy Poofs. We didn't eat Cheesy Poofs, we made them.
In the early 2000s, there was a lot of speculation over the political leanings of Matt Stone and Trey Parker, and this led to, in 2001, writer Andrew Sullivan detailing his own political theory on the show and why he believes they're Republicans. Then later in 2005, writer Brian C. Anderson wrote an entire book in which he followed up on Sullivan's theories and went more into depth on them. The first mention from Matt and Trey was in 2001 on the South Park forums, in which they detail the fact that they are in fact very middle ground and that they hate both conservatives and liberals. With Matt Stone famously commenting, "I hate conservatives, but I really hate liberals." Speculation continued in 2018 after a tweet from Larry Elder, who claimed that Matt and Trey said that they were Republicans after receiving a Freedom Award from Norman Lear's organization. However, I think it's pretty clear to anyone that has watched the more recent seasons of South Park that they're definitely not Republicans and they're just as middle ground as they've been. The very first gentleman refers to the original name given to the episode OGs that aired in season 20. In the 2016 election, Matt and Trey were pretty confident that Hillary Clinton was going to win. Because of this, they had the episode completely written before the election was over. However, as we all know, Trump ended up winning, and they had to rewrite the entire episode the night before it was meant to air. I personally believe that this is a big factor in the why season 20 ended up not being so great. In season 1, An Elephant Makes Love to a Pig, when Shelley is repeatedly assaulting Stan, it randomly cuts to Stan with a puddle of water under him with no explanation. This is because there was an original scene where Shelley repeatedly lit Stan on fire and put him out with water. This was removed in fear of another Beavis and Butthead style controversy in which a 5-year-old boy lit his house on fire and killed his 2-year-old sister, mimicking what he saw on Beavis and Butthead.
Goddamn.
Though it was removed, it was leaked and it can be found on YouTube. Dr. Timothy is Timmy's superhero alter ego in the Fractures of Whole, and he has telepathic abilities and is clearly a parody of Professor X. He was originally meant to be a playable character in the game, but for whatever reason this was cut from the final version, making him the only main character that isn't playable. There are a couple episodes that have deleted endings that were eventually revealed to the world. For example, in the episode The List, instead of burning the list and never knowing who was actually at the bottom of it, it's revealed that Cartman was at the bottom of the list, and it shows him sitting with the ugly kid.
Cartman was at the bottom of the list?
At the end of Fish Sticks,
Cartman did
Kanye
the
West
list.
goes on to live a happy life in the ocean as a gay fish. However, the deleted ending of the episode shows the Coast Guard recovering Kanye's swollen dead body.
That's fucking hilarious.
The gender of Cartman's cat, Mr. Kitty, has been up for debate for a long time, as its name is Mr. Kitty, but in the episode Cat Orgy, it can be seen in heat, which is something only female cats can do. But then again, in the episode Major Boobage, it's been shown to spray, which is something that only male cats can do. It was eventually revealed in the FAQ section of South Park Studios that Mr. Kitty is in fact a hermaphrodite, meaning it has both female and male parts.
Good for them.
In the PBS Kids show, Arthur,
We love intersex
there's an episode
representation,
called The Contest, in
except
which there's
it's
a scene
not
that
hermaphrodite,
parodies South
it
Park
is
directly,
intersex.
including the distinct animation style, high-pitched voices, and even the aliens that are trademarked to the pilot episode of South Park. Continuing with the theme of kids shows parodying an adult cartoon, in Powerpuff Girls, there's a quick reference to South Park when Blossom falls into a pile of clothes and comes out wearing Cartman's trademark outfit.
Oh, no
including
shit.
a nod to Cartman's old favorite word. So apparently the people that made this iceberg are complete bigots since they wrote token instead of Tolkien. You are part of the problem. Anyways, in season 1, there are 2 episodes that feature a character that looks exactly like Tolkien, but he's white. No one knows where he came from or where he went, but he can be clearly seen in episodes 4 and 2 of season 1. The real South Park refers to an ad created by the Dutch version of Comedy Central, in which they create a short live-action version of a South Park episode. However, when I was researching for this iceberg, I thought this was in reference to the real town of South Park, so I'm going to talk about that for a second. South Park is in fact a real place in Colorado. It's a town called Fairplay, and it's obviously in the south of Parktown, Colorado. It has some tourist attractions and gift shops that reference the show, but in reality it's really just a small town, but I thought that was interesting. In 1998, the show Mad TV, which is like a sketch comedy show, did a parody of South Park. It features South Park style animation, with the characters all replaced with the cast and Tina. It includes references about South Park and Charlie Brown. It's very bizarre, but it's also pretty funny. Robin Williams was actually a huge fan of South Park. He even performed the song
Unless it does it again, don't do it.
at the 1999 Oscars, which is the song that South
Robin
Park
Williams
song.
performed Blame
He was
Canada.
also later portrayed as a hologram in the episode Happy Holograms.
Oh my god, yeah, they did do that. 30 minutes until 4:20. We'll hang out until 4:30.
Of 12 episodes that focus primarily on Cartman, including some of my personal favorites. It's a DVD box that you can buy on Amazon, and it's sort of designed as a collector's thing. The episodes included are Scott Tenorman Must Die, Awesome-O, The Death of Eric Cartman, Cartoon Wars,
All Eric Cartman episodes.
Petite Tourette, Tonsil Trouble, Eka Penis, Cartman Land, Up to Down Steroids, Super Fun Time, and Ginger Kids.
Alright, back to your fantasy. Nothing like it's elastic. Go ahead, break it down real low. Go ahead, break it down real low. Go ahead, break it down real low.
Stop playing with a red light, green light, go.
In an old interview, when asked which child is most likely to be gay, Trey Parker said that Stan is actually the most likely to be gay since he's, quote, more sensitive and more in touch with love than anyone else is. Obviously, this is
and he wrote that fucking
interview,
song.
so it doesn't really line up with the current canon. But they also
that gay ass song. Literally, they quoted it in the show. Yeah, Stan, he wrote that gay ass song.
also asked another question that we will get to later in this iceberg. This is in reference to a South Park themed platformer that was developed for the Game Boy Color. Days before it was meant to be sent to Nintendo, however, Matt and Trey discussed how they'd be releasing a game meant for an adults to a console.
Also, I think we're good to go on that piece, unless it does it right now.
Scrap it. The game was later reprogrammed and re-released as Maya the Bee in Europe and The New Adventures of Mary, Kate, and Ashley in the United States. The original game can actually still be played, however, as it was posted...
No fucking way that was originally released as Mary, Kate, and Ashley, because I had that game. For the motherfucking Game Boy Color original, you're telling me
this is in reference
the only reason I played Mary, Kate, and Ashley's Crime Fighter or like Mystery Solver was because of fucking South Park?
A South Park themed platformer that was developed for the Game Boy Color.
You gotta be fucking
before
kidding
it was meant
me.
to be sent to Nintendo, however, Matt and Trey discussed how they'd be releasing a game meant for an adults to a console that's largely targeted at children, and they decided to scrap it. The game was later reprogrammed and re-released as Maya the Bee in Europe and The New Adventures of Mary, Kate, and Ashley in the United States.
No fucking shit. That's amazing.
The original game can actually still be played, however, as it was posted to a Lost Media Discord server after a user communicated with the lead developer for months.
That's awesome.
Peter Charles is actually PC Principal's real name. It was first revealed in the episode Board Girls when it can be seen in the newsroom.
PC Principal,
it was
that's
again
funny.
referenced in the newest season, season 25.
Peter Charles is actually his name. Oh god, Tiger Woods.
This one's actually a really funny story. So there's an employee working on the EA game Tiger Woods PGA 99, and he somehow managed to sneak a copy of Jesus vs. Santa onto the disc, which is the original South Park Christmas card that I mentioned earlier. This was as a result of a lack of knowledge for how...
Nice, Nate. Glad you could tune in, hanging out in your flight.
So basically, anyone that owned this copy
before your flight,
put it into their computer and open up the file and watch it. Obviously, this was a very big issue as the game was rated E for everyone, so EA ended up having to pull the game from the shelves and re-release a version that didn't include it. Matt and Trey are actually big fans of the LA Kings hockey. Because of this, throughout the 2000s and 2010s, they made many shorts for the Kings that would be played at the opening of their home team.
Really?
Mostly it was always Cartman confronting the opposing team mascot, which was sometimes Kenny, and killing it someone.
So that's canon South Park content.
South Park Rally, which is basically a clone of Mario Kart. If you look in the game,
I wonder if this will talk about
Chicken Lover and Miss Crab, implying that they were meant to be
Primus at all.
At one point, but were scrapped. Okay, this one gets into some dark conspiracy theory stuff, so you can know. At this point, it's pretty well known that after suffering from a stroke and being incapacitated, the Church of Scientology quit from South Park on behalf of the set voice actor Isaac Hayes, writing a letter that made it seem as if he had decided to quit on his own fruition. 2 years after this, Isaac Hayes was found dead next to a treadmill in his home, suffering another stroke. Because of this, many people believe Scientology was also to blame for his death, as the quote-unquote religion doesn't believe in modern medicine. So it's believed that Scientology wouldn't allow him to get the proper treatment after his stroke, and instead utilized a technique called purification rundown, which basically is an intense exercise and sauna regimen that is designed to detoxify the body. This would explain why he was found next to his treadmill. I don't have to tell you why intense exercise and hours in a sauna every day could be bad for someone recovering from a stroke. This, in combination with the refusal of proper medical attention, is why many people believe that Scientology is to blame for Isaac's death.
We're watching a South Park
game file.
South Park conspiracy iceberg.
But for whatever reason, it was cut from the final game. Most likely, this was a reference to the OG Jesus versus Frosty story. This is a theory that in the show, Kenny and Jesus are somehow connected.
Yeah.
Because after Jesus is killed in Iraq and Red goes down, Kenny is suddenly revived at the end of the episode after being dead the entire season. After someone asked about this in the South Park Studios FAQ, they were met with a response claiming that this was no coincidence. However, due to the recent Kenny and Cthulhu storyline, I think it probably doesn't apply anymore. In an early build of The Sixth Truth, if you went into the boys' bathroom, near one of the toilets was a heart with Hartman plus Kyle inscribed. It didn't end up in the final version of the game, and was likely removed due to the fact that the Sparkle Sunshine Club was put in the girls' bathroom. However, it does make you wonder what exactly they meant by this. I think most likely it's a reference to the episode Hartman finds love, which was in production at the time they were working on this game, but who knows? Maybe timing is canon. On Halloween of 1998, there was a short South Park Flash animation that was released on the Comedy Central's website. It was eventually removed from the website and thought to have been lost to time, but until it was uploaded to YouTube in 2015 by a channel called Nana. The short animation includes Kenny dying, Hartman eating too much candy corn, and throwing. For those who don't know, the episode Kiss is a parody of Great Expectations. If you've read the comment section on the ranking video, you definitely know that. But it was originally meant to be a musical, but was scrapped because Matt and Trey felt it would be quote-unquote too formulaic. The episode actually had a lot of different drafts written, so it wasn't only meant to be a musical. But personally, I think it's a shame because I think that would have added at least something interesting to such a painfully boring episode. So there was a man named Jason.
Whatever, this piece pissed me off. I'm done trying to whatever.
Jason
It'll be a second.
Who was the senior producer. When doing research for the game and looking up references for Tweak, he came across a bunch of art depicting Craig and Tweak romantic, which he decided to show.
And it's hot in here again. I need to turn the heater down
this
one
ended up
notch.
leading to Matt and Trey making Craig and Tweak an official couple. So there's an actual peer-reviewed research paper that argues that young fans of South Park still draw the messages from the show, and they attempt to figure out exactly what types of messages young people are drawn from the show by analyzing fan fictions and extracting it from them. It analyzes several categories such as sexuality, family dynamics, gender, and education, and how these elements might factor into how fans relate to and portray the characters in their fanfics. I think this is super interesting. For the 1998 American Comedy Awards, Matt Stone and Trey Parker created a short for the opening, including Hartman complaining about not getting a single award and Kenny dying while trying to get the signal back in. Play-by-Play is a company that makes plushies, and they're not a very well-documented company. Because of this, they're known for making some very strange bootleg South Park plushies. So it's pretty well known that regions like Europe and Australia have a lot stricter regulations on what their media can say. Because of this, when The Stick of Truth was released in these regions, there was a lot that was censored and cut out. Mainly the alien clothing scenes and abortion clinic scenes, and this led to a lot of minigames being cut out. The only good thing is that they did have these funny little splash screens to replace it, but that's about it. There was also some censoring that was specific to Germany, and if you play The Stick of Truth, I think you can probably guess what aspects of that game Germany wasn't very happy about. You know, the DNA stuff. Also, the ESRB dialogue in the abortion clinic is different based on what region your game is from. This is one that I was not familiar with before starting.
Oh no, I don't game all too much.
The idea behind the Aristocrat said it's a joke that has been told by stand-up comedians since the 1800s, and the idea behind the joke is that it's supposed to be as offensive and disgusting as possible, basically just trying to get laughs from the shock value. It's sort of become more of a rite of passage among stand-up comedians today, where older established stand-up comedians encourage newer comedians to do the joke, basically as a form of hazing and a rite of passage. South Park did their own rendition of the joke for a 2005 documentary about the joke, and Jesus Christ, does it go everywhere you did not ask it to. I'm not going to play it here as the video will probably get age restricted, but you can find it on YouTube very easily. The joke is basically just the plot of a Serbian film, so if that sounds interesting to you, go check it out, and don't say I didn't warn you. Trey Parker alone has also done the joke a couple times, once for a film that was called Tales from the Crapper, the second being for a comedy publication site for the different films Matt and Trey has produced.
Jesus, that's a hell of an act. What do you call it? And the father says, The Aristocrats.
Yeah, unfortunately I don't game enough to be spending any more money.
This refers to a special intro that was played when the show was broadcast.
Other than the Battle Pass on Call of Duty.
The episodes were much more heavily censored and changed to be the standards of those channels. But honestly, this is one of the coolest intros in my opinion, as it basically crams every single episode of the show up until that point into one intro, and I kind of wish they kept this style into the future because it's super fun to try to catch all the references.
Yeah, between time and money.
In the episode Cartman Sucks, Cartman presents a picture to the class of Butters' wiener in his mouth. They never show the uncensored picture, thankfully, but it is rumored to exist out there somewhere. And after some research, I found a picture that shows more, but obviously doesn't actually show anything NSFW. But I also have no clue where this picture actually came from, so I really don't know. Here's to hoping that the picture doesn't actually exist and that the FBI doesn't come knocking on my door after researching it.
FBI, open up!
FBI, open up!
This is a reference to an interview where Trey Parker claims that if you look close enough at the bus stop in one episode, you can see Stan and Wendy having sex behind the tree. This is the exact quote from Matt and Trey. I honestly don't really believe this because I don't think anyone's actually found it, and I really just think that this was an elaborate troll by them to get people to look for it for it. In 1999, at least according to this article, the eBay listing says 1997, but the condom brand Condomania partnered with South Park to make condoms themed to the show. It includes the 4 main boys and Chef, and they are apparently incredibly hard to find based on the price of this Wikipedia listing. This is just a reference to an artist on the staff who apparently created art that was considered too raunchy to show during the airing of Tweet X Craig. In the YouTube video for the song Kyle's Mom's a Bitch from the original channel, it has a couple of unused lyrics when you turn on closed captions. For example, if you ask anything on Rick to be bitch. Many people believe that this is probably just because of an error when finalizing the script. They probably made the captions before the script was finalized, and when I was researching this, I didn't really know anything on this. I had no clue, but luckily, as I mentioned, I was in contact with the people that made this iceberg, and they claimed that in the South Park FAQ section, that when someone asked what the boys' middle names are, they said that they were all Severians. So, yeah, I guess you can just take my word for it. So in the Fractured But Whole, you choose what classes you want to play as, and this one was one that was just cut from the final version of the game. It likely would have been a magician-type class with mostly portal powers. You can see a prototype of the costume, and the costume is actually reused as the arcane. So in the Stick of Truth, there's an unused redesign of City Walk. For some reason they made it red. It's likely because it was one of the first buildings that they decorated in the game, so yeah, part of it. Some more cut content from Stick of Truth, but Paris Hilton was apparently meant to be the boss at one point. She was written out due to the censorship being harsher in different regions. She apparently had a tag called Badge Blast, which I can only imagine what that was like. April Stewart is the woman who does most of the voices of the female characters in the show, and in a now deleted tweet during the airing of Going Native, she was made aware of the shit between Penny and Buddy, more commonly referred to as Bunny, during her interaction with him on Twitter. The original tweet apparently included her asking, "What is this bunny in my timeline?" to a South Park fan, which someone responded and harassed the fandom, to which she responded and said, "Don't feel horrible, please. We're all expressing this creativity in our own way. It may not be for everyone, but art really." And then there was another renewed reply, and she responded, "And last time I checked, we weren't hurting anyone. We all have our own passions. I'll never judge anything that comes from your heart." So
17 minutes till 420.
So in the Fractured But Whole, there's an artifact that you can get if you collect enough
Fractured
Tweak and
But
Craig
Whole.
Yowie that basically is a Tweak and Craig body pillow. The artist made the image the right size to fit on a real body pillow, so because of this, later Ubisoft printed it on one and gifted it to the artist. So I think that's pretty cool. However, there are 2 books that have been published that are known to have been South Park fanfictions originally.
No way.
Furkle is the name of the kindergarten goth kid. However, before he was
His name is
officially
Furkle?
named in the series, it was popular in the fandom to use the name Georgie in lots of fan work such as fanfiction. The origin of this name can be traced back to a MySpace account from 2005 called Kyle the Skeptic. However, this name was actually referenced in a promo for franchise prequel, where Butters is on Facebook and the name Georgie appears next to his icon. This can suggest that some of the members of the South Park Studios staff were either a part of the fandom at one point or are in the know of their knowledge. This is further supported in the episode Take Down when it's revealed that Craig's room is actually space-themed, which was commonly believed in the fandom before it was. So weirdly enough, Heidi's parents have changed 4 different times throughout the show. In the episode, probably, her father dies, only to be shown as alive again in How It's How It's Movie. In Margarine, she has a completely different set of parents, and then again, in Cartoon Wars, she has a different set of parents. Then in Proper Condom News, she has another different set of parents, and these ones seem to be her permanent parents. Episode 5 of Season 8 was originally named and advertised as The Return of Lemmywinks. When the episode was released, it opened with a disclaimer reading, quote, "Due to this week's tragic events in Hawaii, the Lemmywinks episode of South Park will not be shown tonight. Instead, we present the all-new and slightly better episode, Awesome." So there actually weren't any tragic events that happened in Hawaii leading up to the release of this episode. More likely, they probably just changed their mind last second, as Trey Parker is known to do that. Luckily, they made Awesome-O, which is one of my favorite episodes.
Look at all the colors.
Until 7 years later that Lemmywinks would actually return.
14 minutes till 420.
So this is in reference to another group of weird bootleg South Park plushies, and these ones are even more bizarre. Like, I don't even know what they were thinking with these ones. Like the color.
Yeah, why does that one have a nose?
Completely wrong. I don't know. I just don't understand that. Inside the game files of the Stick of Truth, there exists an image of a throwable item entitled Kit's Skull, which is what Kit's trademark had.
The English kid?
It was unknown as to what it was used for and why it was cut from the game, and this is a reference to the fact that Kit was killed in the episode Children. In the earliest script available for South Park's Older, Longer, Uncut, instead of "There's the Girl That I Like," Stan sings lyrics obviously intended to be paired/based off of the song I Remember You. This is in reference to the first episode of a cartoon created by Slim Shady, also known as Eminem.
Yes.
Why did that get so loud all of a sudden? Why? Why is that so loud?
Basically, him and his friends end up in South Park and meet the boys, Chef, and the Inn. From here, it kind of devolves into gross out, offensive humor for shock value. Ironically, this is similar to Eminem's music at the time, but it does not come across nearly as well in cartoon form. What do you say that? Flower is a character that can be in the background throughout literally longer than Uncut. Supposedly, she was supposed to be an important character in the movie, including being a mole for Mothers Against Canada and hacking a computer to get Penny into heaven. The truth behind this is questionable at best, as it's never really been proven, but many people believe it. As I mentioned before, South Park would often be syndicated and broadcasted on other channels. Because of this, many episodes contain edited and censored content. There are tons of examples of this, so I'm not going to go into depth, but mostly it just ended up being a lot of work.
11 minutes till 4:20.
Much is a Canadian TV channel and streaming service, and it appears to be the channel that South Park airs on in Canada. I don't know for sure because I'm not Canadian, but it seems that way. They ran an ad campaign in 2013 in which they basically created a Canadian knockoff South Park called North Park.
North Park?
Commercial is cut to the boys reacting in disgust to the idea of the show. Then it was cut to a screen that reads, "There's only one South Park and only unknown." I found a total of 5 of these ads on YouTube, but there may have been more, I think. Once again, this supposedly arises from the now believed South Park FAQ, but there's no sources for this, so you can't take the word for it. But basically, someone asked about Pip, and they responded saying that Pip was sold to a Dutch shoemaker for unknown reasons.
Pip was sold to a Dutch shoemaker.
By the name Pip Leota. So yeah, as I mentioned, there's not any sources for this, but maybe it's true. This comes again from the old South Park Studios FAQ page, where someone asked a question about Kyle's parents and how they had the same last name even before they were married. The person over at South Park Studios answering these questions responded and said that they were actually related, and that they didn't find out they were related until after they were married, and this is why they moved from New Jersey to South Park.
That's why they moved?
They ended the post by saying JK, so obviously it's different. So there was a game called South Park Let's Go Defense Play that was exclusive to Xbox Live on the Xbox 360. To reward the people playing the game the most, they decided to give 10 South Park-themed Xbox 360s to the people with the 10 highest scores in the game. Apparently, South Park Studios also had one of these South Park-themed Xboxes, and there were only 10 known to be killed. In the episode Gnomes, Pete's parents claim that he has ADD, and according to a statement from the official South Park website, he does indeed have ADD, along with, quote, several other learning disabilities. This makes sense, as Pete has been shown to have a lot of anxiety and social issues, though I'm sure that the meth-laced coffee his parents give him probably doesn't help him out. In 1998, South Park partnered with the company Comic Images to produce a set of trading cards. This includes images from Season 1 of the show and some character and episode summaries. You can find them on collectible websites and eBay.
8 minutes till 4:20.
Okay, so I'm currently editing this video at 3 a.m. and I just realized that I didn't record this part. So basically, this is a reference to some promo images for the episode of Super Case and South Park Escape, both of which I was told I would find by asking a certain source, but like I said, it's 3 a.m. and I didn't have a video done by tomorrow, so I'll just describe them. So the promo image from South Park today is a picture of Mr. Slade and Mr. Matthews interacting with each other, and the one from Teen the Kids is Cartman at school with some So, yeah.
8 minutes till 420.
In the early 2000s, there was a lot of ambiguity in the plush collecting forum for South Park. As I mentioned before, there was weird knockoff plushes, so there was just a lot of confusion in the scene in general. Because of this, there was rumored to be a Damien plush, and a lot of people even still believe it today. Of course, there was never any Damien plush that was actually released, which is totally. In a short promo that was played on Comedy Central for season 18 of South Park, there's a short clip of Cartman saying, quote-unquote, "I'm attracted to boys." He's donning his ribbon that was from a sissy, so it clearly is from that episode. This is most likely just a placeholder for the ad while they work on the actual script for the episode. But who knows, maybe Cartman is real.
Isn't there theories that Cartman's actually in love with Kyle too?
In 2000, there were ads in a magazine and pictures for a large set of South Park figurines that were
Self-care isn't skin deep. Good thing almonds have it.
Yeah, huh?
Almonds have 50% of the recommended daily value of vitamin E, a powerful antioxidant that promotes.
supposed to be released by the party. It's unknown whatever happened to
6 minutes till 420.
but they were never released. It's unfortunate because I think he was really good. This is in reference to the song by the same name from the season 1 episode Mr. Hanky Christmas Pooh. Before Isaac Hayes recorded his version, there was a complete version that was recorded by Trey Parker, which was likely meant to be a demo.
Scratch the belly.
On the official soundtrack
6 minutes till 420.
Cut, there are songs that are not in the movie, as well as covers and remixes of those songs that are in the movie. There is a rare version of the album called the Complete Motion Picture Soundtrack that has all the songs and different mixes and the original score. It's basically impossible to come by. In the same old interview in which Trey Parker was asked which kid is most likely to be gay, he was also asked which kid is most likely to become a serial killer. He responded with, quote, "It's so obvious to say Cartman, but oh, it's definitely Ken." It makes you wonder what kind of evil is hiding under that hood.
Mysterion. Ooh, that fucking
Promo records were normally given to store retailers.
spot on my foot where I dropped that piece of glass. Itches real good right now.
Albums from South Park. They often came in different mixes, like the
James
instrumentals were different.
Cameron. They did a pressing of the James Cameron song.
Some examples include Chef and Friends, Chocolate Salty Balls, the single, Mr. Hanky, the Christmas Pooh, Mr. Hanky's Christmas Classics, and etc.
5 minutes till 420. 15 minutes till the end of our stream.
TMOSE stands for the most offensive song ever, and it's a song from Mr. Hanky's Christmas Classics. In the final version, Kenny sings all the quote-unquote offensive parts, so it's hard to know exactly what's being said. There is an earlier version, though, where Mr. Hanky sings the entire song, and this was likely because Trey was using it as a guide vocal for when Matt sang as Kenny. Obviously, with this version, it's a lot clearer what's being said. It's really not that offensive, but obviously I can't play it here, so you can just go check it out if you want.
Ooh, my foot itches.
This is a reference to another old interview that Trey did, and the interviewer asked him where Dr. Mephisto is since he hasn't been on the show in a very long time. Trey responds that Mephisto has been working hard in his genetic engineering lab. I mean, where do you think Man Bear Pig came from? So he's obviously hinting that Man Bear Pig was created by Dr. Mephisto. However, in later seasons it was revealed that Man Bear Pig is a demon, so unless he has some sort of omnipotence, I think this probably doesn't apply.
Ooh, my foot itches.
Many people believe that Stan is Scottish because of a quote from the announcer in the video game Chef's Love Shack when Stan was introduced. Quote, "Stan has descended from the Marsh clan who ruled the Scottish Highlands with an iron fist brutalizing all who dare challenge their bloodthirsty reign of terror.
Daniel descended from the white clan who ruled the goddess island where I was living, sterilizing all who did challenge their bloodthirsty reign of terror. Stand like flame will defeat you.
So there exists an official South Park plush that has the body shape of Cartman with the clothes of Stan. And there are only 2 known to exist in the entire world, both of which are owned by collectors. According to one of the collectors, it was purchased in a Spencer's in 1998, and is actually not some kind of error at the factory, as the tags contain style numbers for the characters. This one has a different one from the regular Cartman one. So no one really knows why or how this plush was created, but I think most likely it's destined to remain a mystery.
That's pretty cool.
Okay, this one is really dark, so strap in. This refers to the real-life case of a 12-year-old boy from Maryland who unfortunately committed suicide. He left behind a suicide note, and according to the police, the child tells his parents
2 minutes till
South
4:20
Park to learn why he did it. The note also apparently mentioned Kenny, though we can't know for sure what the note said as it was never released to the public. From the little I could find, it also doesn't appear that a motive for the act was ever discovered. It is speculated that the kid pointed towards Kenny because he's suggesting that nobody understood him, just as nobody understands Kenny. However, this is a complete speculation. According to one article,
1 minute
there were
warning!
statements by children's television activists warning of the dangers of exposing your children to the wrong thing on television, and schools in Texas and Georgia even banned students from wearing any clothing depicting South Park characters, citing concerns over violence depicted in the show. Personally, I believe this situation might have to be played into the plot of Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, as in the show, kids are banned from wearing Terrence and Phillip merch.
Oh, yeah. That does sound applicable.
Bummer of an ending.
Almost 420. Almost
Anyways,
420.
that was the ultimate South Park iceberg. Thank you guys so much for watching. I put a lot of time into this, so if you liked it, go ahead and drop a like, and maybe you can subscribe. You know you can do that.
Ooh, almost 420. Oh, 420. You can do it. Yeah, 420. Yeah, 420. Time for a box. Bongity dong dong, ding dong. Oh God. God damn. Woo-wee. Oh man. Oh God. Ooh, internet mysterious icebergs. I like iceberg lists like that.
The internet is a big place.
Why are you yelling at me?
It's a big place full of mysteries. So much.
Well, the
stupid-
mysteries. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick before we watch a little bit of that. Remember, you got 1 more minute until 22. If you missed 420, you got 22. we're done streaming, and I'll let you out for so long, Lucy. You can do all the things outside that you need to.
Some are creepy. Most are just bored people looking way too hard into a topic that's really not that deep to begin with. I'm Dan Tavius. How you doing? And today we're going to be talking about the biggest mysteries on the internet. And yes, it's an iceberg video. If you don't know what an iceberg video is, go yourself. The sort of information from most known to least known, so we're going to start with topics that are pretty commonly known. And we're going to end up with stuff that you've probably never heard of. And I know I said I wasn't going to do another one, but if you listen closely to what I was saying, I said, this is my last iceberg video I'm doing this year. It's a new year now, baby. New year, new me, which means another iceberg. With that being said, this will be the last one I do. It's over after this, man. Well, technically, it's not over because this is a two-part video. This is part 1 of part 2. If you guys are interested in watching part 2, once you're done watching this video, please subscribe with notifications on. Don't do it yet, though. Alright, finish the video. If you like it, you can do it at that point. But yeah, man, shout out to Fergie, the one and only, who created this iceberg chart. If you want to follow along with me, I put a link to it in the description. And before I start the video, I want to introduce you guys to a term, ARG. Just in case you aren't familiar with an ARG, it's an alternate reality game. They basically combine real life and a video game. It's kind of like an internet scavenger hunt. Most ARGs consist of somebody posting cryptic messages on the internet, usually to 4chan or Reddit, and people try to decipher the message and find clues. It's kind of hard to explain, but the first entry in this list is an example of an ARG. But yeah, let's just jump in. Cicada 3301 is a mysterious organization who has posted multiple cryptic puzzles on the image. The first of these puzzles was an image posted on 4chan. The image was a simple JPEG with the text, "Hello, we are looking for highly intelligent individuals." Well, I'm out. To find them, we have devised a test. There is a message hidden in this image. Find it and it will lead you to the road to finding us. We look forward to meeting with you that will make it all the way through. Good luck. 3301. Eventually some big brain mother sucker was able to solve the puzzle. And I'm not going to bore you with the specifics, but he basically found a clue in the metadata of the image, which led him to a series of more clues that eventually led to a telephone number, which would then play this pre-recorded message.
This is an automatic voice message from Happy Mound Health Services. Your genital herpes test has come back positive. Please call us back at your earliest convenience to discuss treatment options.
Oh shit, sorry, that was the wrong recording.
Very good. You have done well. There are 3 prime numbers associated with the original title.jpg image, 3301. With one of them, you will have to find the other 2. Multiply all 3 of these numbers together and add a .com on the end to find the next step. Good luck. Goodbye.
Now, this eventually led to some sets of coordinates. The coordinates corresponded to locations in Russia, Spain, Japan, Poland, among other places.
Oh, so go to Poland.
You see a picture of a cicada with a 2R code, which of course led to another set of coordinates. And it was at this point people started to realize this wasn't just some schmuck with too much free time living in his mom's basement doing all this. It was a sophisticated group operating out of multiple countries. After about a month of being posted, the original picture was changed to another one which said that they found people who they were looking for and that there would be more opportunities. And there were. Cicada posted 2 more puzzles. The second one was posted a year later and solved, but the third one, posted in 2014, still hasn't been solved to this day. So if you think you got what it takes, try to figure it out. And we're still pretty clueless on what Cicada 3301 might be. Are they just a robot? Are they a government entity? Or just some billionaire screwing around with people? There's a ton of theories on their possible origin, but I think it's something more than just a group of 4chan neckbeards, just because they did such a good job at setting up this scavenger hunt and remained anonymous and somehow convinced the people who figured out the puzzles to not spill the beans. BlankRoomSoup.avi. In 2005, a disturbing video titled Freaky Soup Guy was posted to YouTube, where a guy eats soup while crying.
He does what now?
Yeah, that was some creepy shit, man. Also, I gotta respect the video delivered exactly on what the title described. No clickbait at all. This is truly a creepy soup guy. But man, everything about this gives me Squid Game vibes. And you're probably wondering, what are those masks that those 2 guys are wearing? Well, it's actually a character called Ray Ray, created by Raymond Percy, who's an animator, director, and voice actor known for his work with Disney. Now, the Ray Ray character is frequently used in performance art pieces like this one.
the fuck is... What?
And they even do a yearly performance at every Burning Man thing. Alright, well there we go. We figured out the mystery. It's just performance art. Or is it? The thing is, Raymond Percy himself claims that he did not make the Blank Room suit video and that neither him or anyone who's involved with Ray Ray had anything to do with it. According to him, the suits were stolen from his car during a performance. And this led to the rumor that it's actually a snuff film that was originally uploaded to the dark web and that the man was kidnapped and forced to eat caca soup for some deranged psycho. Now, let me read you a snippet from an article about the Freaky Soup Guy video on freakfloor.com. Another theory is that this video is some kind of art project, although that's highly unlikely. Another theory is that Percy himself set up all of this for publicity, although that is rather doubtful. So, let's recap real quick. A known performance artist happens to have his costume stolen and then used in a film that looks suspiciously like performance art. Yeah, I don't think this is a mystery at all, to be honest. People really want this to be something more than it is, but you gotta understand. Performance artists are some of the weirdest mother suckers on this planet, and there is no doubt that this is all it is. You know, I'm actually kind of mad that I wasted so much time researching this for some bullshit. Next! Polybius was an old-school arcade machine that appeared in arcades in the Portland area around 1981. The game was said to be extremely fast-paced, featuring geometric patterns and bright colors. Many people who played it were instantly addicted and couldn't stop playing. It was also said to induce psychoactive effects like seizures, amnesia, insomnia, and hallucinations. Even worse, one guy who played it even tried to off himself, and others said they couldn't control their own thoughts. After about a month, the game disappeared as quickly as it appeared, disappointing dozens of sweaty neckbeards who spent an entire afternoon digging for quarters in their ass crack. While many black suits came in once a week to come and collect data from the machine. They didn't even bother taking the change, and no traces of the machine was left after the initial debut. And I think you know where I'm about to go with this.
MK Ultra was a government-sanctioned mind control research and experimentation project carried out by the CIA from 1953 to 1973, in which scientists developed drugs, chemicals, and technologies to attempt to control or read people's minds.
I mean, I've talked about this in pretty much every iceberg video I've made. If you guys don't know about MK Ultra right now, you're an absolute pup. Now, assuming that Polybius was actually real, and assuming that MK Ultra didn't end in 1973, it's entirely plausible that the video game was created as a part of MK Ultra in an attempt to make people more susceptible to mind control. But my personal theory is that those games were installed by Nintendo so they could research new ways to get people addicted to video games. Now, there were always whispers every now and then about a killer video game from Portland, but there was no widespread knowledge of Polybius until February 6th of 2000. When somebody made a post about it on coinout.org, there's a website dedicated to old-school arcade games. In the post, he gives details about the game and even provides a screenshot of the title screen. Now, other than this one post and a few anecdotal stories and urban legends, we really don't have much to go off of to say that if this is real or not. But then again, it might just be a really good cover-up. Markovian Parallax Denigrate. This shit sounds like a Skyrim character or something, though. So, Markovian Parallax Denigrate, or MPD, is the internet's oldest mystery. So, back before Google even existed, there was this thing called Usenet, which was kind of like a precursor to modern-day forums. Think of it as Reddit before Reddit. In 1996, the forums began to get spammed with hundreds of bizarre posts consisting of what looks like gibberish. The only thing they all shared was the title Markovian Parallax Denigrate. And since people thought these were just spam, nobody thought to save them or anything, so most of them have disappeared from the internet, except for one. And as you can see, this shit makes less sense than the popularity of The Office. Now, a lot of people speculated that these were coded messages of some kind, but despite any attempts over the years to crack the code, no one has been able to. Where it gets even crazier is that the sender's email address is Susan Lindauer, who was a former journalist and congressional staffer. Lindauer was an outspoken critic of the Bush administration's sanctions on Iraq and other Middle Eastern countries. She began to form close relationships with leaders of Arab governments like Libya and Iraq, and started lobbying on their behalf. Her brother and a close friend of hers both claimed she warned them to avoid New York City just before 9/11, and in 2004 she was arrested for acting as an agent of a foreign government after she flew to Baghdad in 2002 and received $10,000 from government officials there. She claimed the arrest was made to silence her because she knew the truth about 9/11, which she claimed was an inside job. She would spend 2 years in jail before a federal judge declared her unfit to stand trial, stating she suffered from serious paranoia and delusions of grandeur. Now, listen, I'm not a conspiracy guy or anything like that, but I think that if someone was trying to cover this up, the smart thing to do would be to declare her insane. Because if she gets life in prison or the Epstein treatment, it just gives her more credibility. But then again, so does this, in a way, so never mind, forget what I said. But anyways, let's get back to MPD. Apparently, after it started to circulate that she was the author of these messages, the Wikipedia article from Marconian Parallax Denigrate mysteriously disappeared. Pretty fishy if you ask me, man. I gotta be honest, when I first started looking into this, I was convinced this was just a spam bot. But this is a whole ass rabbit hole, man. John Titor is a man who made a series of posts on the Time Travel Institute, a website dedicated to theories and concepts related to time travel. His first post was a reply to a question asking, what would happen if you banged your own grandma? Or something like that. I wasn't really paying attention. He claimed that the first time machine was built by GE and that he had a schematic of it, which he actually posted. Eventually, people started questioning him on his time travel experiences, and a Q&A was set up in the comments. He claimed to be a soldier from the year 2036, and he went back to the year 2000 to recover an IBM 5100 to debug legacy computer programs in his year. He also told us about the future and all the events leading up to it. A civil war would break out in 2005, which lasted for 10 years. Soon after the Civil War, the Russians would nuke major U.S. cities, and after those events, Omaha, Nebraska would become
We'll hang out until 5.
Now, as
I
far
like
as I'm
this.
aware, none of these things
I like what
actually
we're watching.
happen. But some people say
I'm gonna
that's
stay up
because
that
of
late
love.
anyways.
Like there's some people who still believe this shit without a doubt. Unfavorable Semicircle was a strange YouTube channel that posted a metric shit ton of videos in 2015. In a 10-month span, the account posted about 80,000 videos.
Jesus.
These videos ranged in length from a few seconds to 11 hours. Most of the videos consisted of a solid colored background with some pixels scattered around here and there. The later videos had weird abstract images with no clear meaning.
Yeah.
The videos were mostly silent except for the occasional spurt of distorted audio that sounded kind of like a man's voice saying something. I don't really know how to explain it, let me just show you.
Said, hey.
Now,
using parts from eBay on this call. The size of eBay is really provided.
why is this giving me the heebie-jeebies?
The heebie-jeebies.
People were able to find hidden things in some of these videos, like images that were hidden in the videos themselves. Also, people discovered that if you take some of the individual frames from the videos, they formed larger composite images. This is what really freaked me out for some reason. But these images are just as cryptic as the videos themselves.
What is it?
The titles
Look
of
like
the
an
videos
eyeball.
usually started with the astrological symbol for Sagittarius. Now, eventually YouTube deleted this channel due to spamming, but most of the videos were archived. The YouTube account was also linked to a Twitter account that has also since been deleted. Of course, all this weirdness led to multiple theories as to the meaning of it all. Some people are saying it's similar to Cicada, that it's a cryptograph used to recruit only the most succulent of minds. Other people say it's just a simple case of trolling. And of course, aliens. You know, I feel like aliens can be an explanation to anything remotely weird. Like, oh, there's a weird light in the sky. That's got to be aliens. There's a sound I've never heard before. Aliens. Dang, I woke up this morning and my ass was hurting. Must have been aliens.
Oh, yep.
So with Spaceman
definitely the
referring to this image of a little girl with what looks to be an extraterrestrial in the background. And for years and years, people looked at this image and were like, whoa, man, this is definitive proof of the existence of aliens. But in fact, it was just the girl's mom looking the other direction. I feel like this is most internet mystery. Like, people look way too much into it when the explanation is actually very simple. This man. In 2008, a website called thisman.org was created. The landing page of the site had a picture of this man with the title, Ever Dream This Man? Every night throughout the world, hundreds of people dream about this face. Man, this kind of looks like my Uncle Yanni from back in the old country. I mean, look at this Schlemiel, bro. If I ever dreamt about this concept, I'll punch him right in the face. The backstory of the image is this. In New York, a patient of a psychiatrist draws the face of a man she's seen repeatedly in dreams. The portrait sat on the psychiatrist's desk for a few days until another patient recognizes the face and says that he also often saw this man appear in his dreams. After dreaming about him, he would awaken in a puddle of unspecified liquid. Okay, I made that last part up, but let's keep going. The psychiatrist sent this portrait to some of his colleagues and asked them to show it to their patients who have recurrent dreams. Surprisingly, 4 patients recognized the man from their own dreams. And apparently over 2,000 people saw this man, so the website was dedicated to gather information about this phenomenon. Several theories were presented as possible explanations of this, and I'm just going to list them on the screen. Now, it turns out that this entire website was part of an elaborate ad campaign. But what product, you may ask? The answer is Skillshare, an online learning platform with thousands of ad-free classes to help you jumpstart your creativity. Hey man, are you sick and tired of sitting in your room night after night crying because life has no meaning? Every day's the same. You come home after work or school, you play video games, you sleep, and then you...
What a way to transition into some sponsored advertising.
A hobby. But the thing about hobbies is, you gotta learn them. Nobody wants to learn, right? So you might as well give up, right? Wrong! Okay? You're lucky you're watching this video right now because I'm about to introduce you to Skillshare. Let's say you want to be a YouTuber like your good friend Dan Davies. Well, what helped me become the man I am today is a Skillshare course by none other than Mark Brown. I've recommended this course before, and guess what? I'll do it again because it's excellent at breaking down everything you need to know to get started with whatever you have. All right, you don't need $1,000 camera in a studio. You can get started with just your phone and some charisma. Oh, you don't have charisma? Well, they have classes for that too. As a matter of fact, they have classes for tons of things: video editing, organizational skills, even coding. The only thing they don't have a class on is how to get my kids back from my ex-wife. Oh, and did I mention there's no ads? Alright, uninterrupted learning? You kidding me, bro? So why not invest in yourself? Because at the end of the day, you gotta start somewhere. And luckily, the first 1,000 of you beautiful schmucks that click the link in the description gets 1 month free. So go ahead, give it a try, start exploring your creativity today. The mystery of what happened to my dad. June 5th, 1987. I was a bit of a handful as a child. Psychiatrists said that I was emotionally unstable and prone to violent and psychopathic tendencies. Whatever that means. I came home after a long day of setting fires around the neighborhood and wanted to fix myself a nice bowl of cornflakes. There was one issue: no milk. At this point, I had a full-blown mental breakdown and started smashing stuff, punching a dog in the face. You know, regular kid stuff, lashing out.
Punching a dog in the face.
Okay, I'm gonna give you some milk. Just calm down, please. I calmed down a little. But I never saw my dad after that. Still trying to figure out why he lied. Is it something I did? No, couldn't be. I guess we may never know. Elisa Lam. Okay, we're going from funny to very disturbing. Elisa Lam was a student at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver who decided she wanted to
did a whole video series on that one, or a whole like 2-hour video dive on Elisa
Lam suffered from bipolar disorder and depression, and for this reason her parents did not approve of her going on a long trip by herself. But eventually they caved and let her go on the condition that she would call them every day so that they would know she was okay. So she packed her bags and took the Amtrak all the way from Canada to Los Angeles, where she would stay at the Hotel Cecil. This was a charming little hotel with a view of Skid Row, one of the largest homeless encampments in the United States. Now, I feel I should mention that this particular hotel is an absolute cesspit. And I don't mean that it's your standard rat-infested, dirty shithole. I mean, this place was notorious for the large number of people who took their own lives within its walls. On top of that, it was also known for violence, prostitution, murder,
prostitution. I like this guy's accent a lot.
Including possibly Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. And if all this wasn't bad enough, there was also a group of people emulating Nintendo games in there. When Lam initially came to the Cecil, she was put in a shared hostel-style room with multiple people. But her roommates complained to management that she was displaying odd behavior, so she was moved to her own private room instead. And this wasn't the only time someone would claim that she was behaving strangely. Apparently she was kicked out of a taping of a Late Show for disruptive behavior. After a few days of being in the city, all of a sudden
she got kicked out of a taping of the Late Show.
This alarmed her parents, who were protective of her because of her mental condition, so they called the police to report her missing. The police searched the entire hotel for Elisa, but she was nowhere to be seen. This was the last known footage of her.
Okay, we get it.
This video sparked a lot of speculation on the internet, probably because of her odd movements and behavior. Some people say that it looked like she was trying to hide from someone or was frantic because the elevator seemed to be malfunctioning, or she was trying to run away from an unknown person. There were even some theories that the video was tampered with before being posted. While the police were searching for Elisa, a bunch of other guests at the Cecil began to complain about the water pressure. Others claimed that the water was slightly darker than usual and that it had a weird taste. This was when a maintenance worker went up to check the water tanks on the roof, and when he looked inside, he found Elisa's body in one of them. Her passing away was deemed to be from drowning, and no drugs or signs of a struggle were found on her body. This caused people to speculate even more. How did she get on the roof? How did she get into the tank? Like, everything was locked. Normal
18 minutes left in our stream
tonight,
my friend.
Had no access to this part. From people who knew her, it was very hard to believe that she would do this to herself because Elisa was not known to be inclined to thoughts of ending her life. And one of the last people who saw her was a bookstore owner who said she was outgoing, very lively, and very friendly. She also bought gifts for her family and friends in Canada the day she went missing. Why would someone who was planning on ending themselves do that? In my opinion, I think Elisa wasn't taking her bipolar medication and began to have paranoid thoughts that someone was after her. This would explain the weird footage on the elevator and why it seemed like she was looking around for somebody. She also apparently had a history of paranoid episodes, so I think she ran onto the roof and tried to hide in one of these water tanks where she drowned. I'm open to other theories, but I think this one's the most likely. Grave robbing for morons. Let me take you young whippersnappers back to an age before the internet. You know, these days, if you want to watch a video without paying for it, you just fire up a Pirate Bay, type in whatever you're looking for, and like magic, hundreds of potentially virus-infested downloads pop up, and you're on your way to watching according to them with Chinese subtitles. But before the internet, we had these things called bootlegs, which were essentially physical versions of torrents. Most bootlegs were just people recording a movie with their shitty camera and putting it on VHS. But there were also weirder and more disturbing videos to be found on the bootleg black market. One of these videos was titled Ensuring Your Place in HE Double Hockey Stick. It was a compilation of strange home movies, and one of these movies was a 27-minute long video called Grave Robbing for Morons, where a young man with a speech impediment gives instructions on how to, rob graves. He also goes into detail on how to clean bones so you can sell them on the black market. The whole time he's talking, he's holding what looks to be a very real skull. Now, a lot of people speculate that this was some kind of pretentious art film or a school film project or something like that. But I actually think it might be real. I want to point out a few details about this video. First of all, the kid says in the video that his name is Anthony, and at one point it looks like he's about to say his last name.
This was made by Anthony. That's the last name.
So you can clearly hear that he said Anthony Cass and then stopped. Now, this is where it gets interesting. In 1999, a man named Anthony Casamessino was arrested for, you guessed it, grave robbery. Now, I'm no detective, but I think we found our guy. Owen Hae's final video. Owen Hae was a South Korean actress and model who also did vlogs on YouTube. On September 14, 2020, at the age of 36, she was found unconscious by a friend who took her to the hospital. But sadly, she would later pass from cardiac arrest. According to the coroner, it was self-inflicted. A couple of days before this, she would post a vlog on YouTube, and at first glance, it seems perfectly normal, nothing out of the ordinary. But after about 45 seconds, there's a weird glitch that lasts for about a minute. For theories to come forward. This is pretty unsettling to watch for some reason, and this glitch in her video has caused a lot of theories to come forward that this was some kind of sign or warning or message regarding her passing away. It did seem a little suspicious that this one video in particular was glitched right before she passed, and other people also point to the fact that it looked like she was chopping at her neck with the comb. I should also point out that she was aware of the buffering and acknowledged it. She was also known to edit her own videos, so she must have noticed it before uploading, right? And the weirdness doesn't stop there. In here, would include the number of the video in each one of her videos titled like episodes. Her first video was episode 1 and so on and so forth. Now, the video she made before she passed was titled episode 48, but the one right before it was episode 45, so she skipped 3 numbers. A lot of conspiracies surrounding this video have to do with the number 48. If you look at the comments of this video, some people listed all of the coincidences found. First of all, the video started glitching at exactly 48 seconds, and it goes on for exactly 1 minute until 1:48. Then if you look at the clock behind her, the time reads 8:30, which means the hour hand is on 8, the minute hand is on 6, 8 multiplied by 6 is 48. She also died 48 hours after this video, and this was the 48th episode. Also, the previous video, episode 45, at the 4-minute and 8-second mark, you can see the number 48 being repeated on screen. Somebody also claims that the glitch was actually Morse code and that she was saying, I need help, 48 is here, help me now. But that's unconfirmed. So the idea here is that either she was sending a message that she was going to carry out the deed herself, or she knew somebody was after her and she was hoping somebody would notice and decode her message. Because apparently she did have issues with some people in the Korean entertainment industry. I mean, when you put everything together, it's pretty suspicious, But I'm not gonna lie, at the same time, these theories kind of come off like the Lincoln JFK coincidences, like, oh, Lincoln was shot in a theater named Ford, Kennedy was shot in a Lincoln, which is made by Ford. Anyways, whatever happened, man, I hope she rests in peace. This one is particularly sad, I think. 11BX1371. In 2015, a very creepy video was posted on Swedish tech news site GadgetZZ after it was apparently sent to them in the mail from an unknown person in Poland. Now, at this point, I'm a little bit skeptical because, as you know, in Poland it's illegal to send mail without also sending a kielbasa sausage attached to it. But the video in question was black and white footage of a guy in a plague doctor mask with distorted sounds playing in the background, and a bunch of weird numbers and symbols flashing on the screen periodically.
I like that this dude adds comedic relief to some very creepy imagery, right? Oh, that's just some basic, like,
a bunch of hidden clues throughout the video, and
discomfort core.
Dedicated what I would describe as too much time trying to decipher them. 2 months later, another video would be uploaded to YouTube by somebody named Parker Wright. The video featured the same plague doctor doing weird shit again. And this one
doing weird shit again.
After a bunch of theories about prophecies and aliens and shit like that, the man who created these videos came out and said that these videos were in fact an ARG made by Parker Wright as an art project. Satoshi Nakamoto. Again, I talked about this guy in the Mysterious People iceberg. He's one of the richest people on the planet due to being the creator of Bitcoin. You remember Bitcoin, right? It's that thing you decided to invest your life savings in a few months ago because you thought it would make you rich, but then it lost 50% of its valuation soon after. And now you're sitting here broke and sad watching an iceberg video crying while facing bankruptcy. Anyways, no one knows who Satoshi is. Some people think he's an agent of the Russian or Chinese governments. Other people think he might be Satoshi Nakamoto, a Japanese American living in California, who just so happens to not only have the expertise to create something like Bitcoin, but is also against government regulation, which falls in line completely with what Bitcoin stands for. But nah, man, can't be that guy. Probably aliens, honestly. Charlie Chaplin time travel. This refers to a clip from a Charlie Chaplin film, The Circus at Grauman's Chinese Theater, made in 1928. But you can briefly see a woman seemingly talking on a cell phone. Media sources have tried to explain this away as the thing on her ear being a hearing aid, which was actually developed by Western Electric in 1925. But I think there's a more obvious answer. She is a time traveler. She went back in time to kill Hitler, but went back too far, and now she's calling back to the future to tell them that they fucked up and they got the wrong guy with the weird mustache. 9/11 predictions in media. So the 9/11 predictions in media are kind of similar to the Ownhay coincidences that I mentioned earlier, or the Lincoln-Kennedy coincidences. Before September 11th, many films, TV shows, and songs seem to have predicted 9/11. Including, but not
That's just because it was such a big thing in New York.
September 11th,
a lot of stuff is predicted. Things happen to the Brooklyn Bridge and stuff. Like,
there's also The Simpsons. Lisa holds up this magazine. Well, The Simpsons predicts everything, so that doesn't really count.
Right.
Okay, how about this scene from the Rugrats in Paris movie?
There's been so many episodes of The Simpsons that they predicted things that were going to happen or should happen, could happen, with just like so many vague instances of content. No, 9/11. What? That's hilarious.
9/11 was a national tragedy.
Okay, it's a little bit weird. Chucky clearly says 9/11, then a plane flies into what looks like two towers, but let's say that's...
See, like, coincidence and stuff like that, and you can make anything a conspiracy.
Back to the Future is a film that is notoriously really bad at predicting the future. Except that apparently it predicted 9/11, I guess. Like, somebody made a whole ass 12-minute long video on all the coincidences that appear in Back to the Future.
Really? Oh my god. See, like, you try hard enough and for long enough.
Like the tens of thousands of people who were dying.
The terrorist ambush occurs here.
And you'll be able to make connections with anything.
Of the multitude of names that this scene could have had, why is it called the Twin Times Mall? It will soon become clear that this scene
It soon becomes clear. The fucking voice changer from it being sped up.
And when we look closer, we can see that the clock at this scene also
Now,
Sounds
at
like the
first
cat
I
from,
really did not understand the implication with these conspiracy theories. Is it that all these people have
Emperor's
inside
New Groove
information on
when
9/11
Yzma
that
gets
is
turned
gonna happen,
into
they're trying to
a,
warn people in the shittiest way possible? Like,
the
why did
cat.
the Simpsons guy need to know that 9/11 was going to happen? Well, I dug into it a little bit more, and it turns out that this is a concept called predictive programming. Predictive programming is a way to subconsciously condition people into being mentally prepared for a catastrophic event. This is done to prevent a hostile reaction or wide-scale panic and rioting. Things of that
Should
nature.
bad things
Chip Chan
happen?
is a Korean woman who, over the course of 10 years, was live streaming on various platforms, basically 24/7. During her streams, she just sits around her apartment, browsing the internet and sleeping, and is known to have signs around her room asking viewers for help. But help from what? Okay, this is going to get pretty intense. So, Chip claims that a man known only as T is holding her captive against her will in her apartment. He is supposedly a corrupt police officer who set up these cameras to monitor
Fucking
her.
bone right here.
As far as I can tell, no
Extra
one
bony.
who watches her live streams has ever seen P, and nobody knows what this man's true motives are. She also claims that she is microchipped with a mind control device that's located just under her ankle. She says that this chip allows P to hear what she's thinking and control her movements, and it keeps her from leaving the apartment. She also believes that P can put her to sleep with this device. Now, viewers of her live stream have tried to contact the Korean authorities, but they said that they already knew about Chan and that she is a mentally ill woman who's a nuisance to the police department. So she says the police don't want to do anything because they're corrupt, and he is a part of them. So obviously the whole department itself is part of this, huge conspiracy to keep her life up in the department. Now, she was
delusional,
continuously
schizophrenic
for a long time on this account, controlled by
Most
the
likely. People talk about like gang stalkers and stuff.
October 16, 2021, which led many people to think that she either went missing, off herself, or was taken somewhere by P. The description of the last live stream has a bunch of stuff talking about Pig, or P, breaking into her house and doing terrible things to her. She also said that the Pig shut down the streaming to hide the secret of MCW, or mind control method. Then, a few months later, on February 25, 2020, she began posting videos again, but not live streams this time. The first video she posted upon coming back was titled, "I was shot with a mind control weapon causing heat rash at the same spot repeatedly, skin going to rot." The description goes on to say, corrupt Korean top P stalking using mind control weapon making
See, yeah, they even said stalking these gang stalkers.
Looks like some pretty bad burns. To this day, she continues to post multiple videos per day of her legs, showing them scabbing over after the burns. And it's some pretty graphic stuff that I would not suggest looking at. All of this is absolutely terrifying and fucked up. It actually makes me sad because this woman is obviously incredibly mentally ill. There's a post on Reddit that kind of sums everything up pretty well. Stop proposing to go save Chip. She's a paranoid schizophrenic. Many people are reaching
Yeah, I was saying, it sounds like paranoid schizophrenia.
Worsening her paranoia. Mental health care does not really exist in South Korea, but Chip is not alone. It is believed he is a healthcare agent that helps her, and it's been said that her landlord and the local police know about her and help her as well. Yeah, man, it's really sad because, apparently in Korea, if she doesn't go out to seek the help herself, she's not going to get it. So let's do a little bit of a palate cleanser after that attempt. Burger King foot lettuce. So this is a photo of this guy putting his nasty ass shoes in the two lettuce bins with the caption, "This is the lettuce you eat at Burger King." Now, the mystery surrounding this photo was, who the F is this guy? Well, people on 4chan actually figured it out. They looked at the metadata for the photo and figured out that the photo was taken in Mansfield Heights, Ohio. They began calling local news outlets in Ohio, and eventually the guy who took the photo got fired. You may have heard of this event from this clip from the YouTuber Chill.
Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. Harassing one who Burger King burgers, someone's foot bugging us, but as it turns out, that might be what you get.
UVB76, also known as The Buzzer, is a Russian radio station that continuously broadcasts a series of short buzzers. You can actually find a live stream that plays it 24/7 on YouTube. Supposedly the station started broadcasting all the way back in 1982, and on its own, it's not too interesting. It's kind of weird, sure, but every now and then, this station will play some weird stuff. For example, every now and then a Russian voice will come on and start saying code.
That's just old Cold War open lines.
Recently, as in last month, the signal was hijacked by pirates who played a sound to make the wavelength look like troll fish. pretty epic, I'm not gonna lie. On top of that, they also play Gangnam Style over the broadcast.
That's hilarious. See? And there's a bunch of people who just like watch those open airwaves as well.
Bro, just when I thought this couldn't get any more epic. You know, the only
and that's
thing
where
that
those
makes this
conspiracies
more
come
epic
from.
is, holy smoke, is that Big Chungus?
Big Chungo!
I actually skipped this one on my disturbing Reddit post I was doing, so good thing I get to cover it here. The story starts off with the Reddit post 11 years ago from the r/gaming subreddit with the title, "Just got Oblivion for PC, what are your favorite mods?" A user by the name of Yay Video Games commented, "The uninstall button. The game is great and all, but God, it's hard to fully remove all the junk it leaves behind on your system." Another user replied to his comment with, "What?" He replied back with, "The uninstall button.
This is a new way I'm going to start doing my drips. All pulled out like that.
But you off to go work, always on work DR. Check out the junk that leaves behind it." The other user then says, "This makes even less sense. Oblivion has an uninstall button. It works. I have used it more times than I care to mention."
Wait, what? This sounds super interesting.
The uninstall button doesn't.
Well, hang on longer. I don't got nothing better to do.
Always on work DR. Check out the junk that leaves behind it. Is that Big Chungus?
Big Chungo!
Video games. I actually skipped this one on my
Chungo.
post iceberg, so good thing.
The Chungy Chungo. Forgot about Big Chungus there for a sec.
Post 11 years ago from the r/gaming subreddit with the title, "Just got Oblivion for PC, what are your favorite mods?" A user by the name of Yay Video Games commented, "The uninstall button. The game is great and all, but God, it's hard to fully remove all the junk it leaves behind on your system." Another user replied to his comment with, "What?" He replies back with, "The uninstall button. The game is great. Ubisoft goes Steamworks bye-bye, always on DRM. But you off to go work, always on work DR.
God damn it.
Check out the junk it leaves behind it."
We don't like that sound.
This makes even less sense. Oblivion has an uninstall button. It works. I have used it more times than I care to mention. All mods uninstall themselves in Oblivion's directory. The uninstall button doesn't touch
Right,
them
Nate.
as it is unaware.
Well, and a lot of that has to do with people just having so much time on their hands and putting things together to make sense of stuff that doesn't have actual explanations. A lot of conspiracy theories are just people making sense of things that don't have answers. And a lot of people have been looking for a lot of answers to things that don't have them recently. It's a comfort thing. Conspiracy theories are a comfort thing. It's a control thing. Often the same people who flock to religion will flock to conspiracy theories, being as relinquishing power towards somebody having the answers for things, and you not needing to know all the answers, or you being able to find out the answers, is a lot more comforting than there not being answers. Sometimes there's just not answers. Sometimes, there's just coincidence, and that's not enough for some people. Nice, Jane. Yeah, you got plenty of room.
All you do is delete the Oblivion directory, then they gone bye-bye. Yay Video Games would then proceed to bombard the entire Reddit thread with the same variation of the words, "Ubisoft goes Steamworks bye-bye, always on DRM." He posted probably 100 comments of that nature on this thread before moving on to other threads, posting the same weird message, sometimes accompanied by these creepy photos. There are hundreds, possibly thousands of posts on the subreddit. The weird thing is, after all those nonsense...
Oh, I know why it cracked.
That were perfectly normal, but not out of the ordinary at all. And then after a few normal comments, you went right back to the script. Now I'm going to skip a few steps. Maxwell made an incredibly detailed video about this guy. He did a deep dive and came to the conclusion that this guy suffered from chronic fatigue syndrome for years and was in a constant state of pain to the point of being bedridden. He started experimenting with different treatments to help manage his pain, and his outburst on Reddit was the result of being under the influence of one of his treatments. And this theory was corroborated by Yay Video Games' best friend, who said that sadly he took his own life in 2015 because he just couldn't deal with the pain. Some heartbreaking shit, man. I try to disconnect from these topics, but doing a deep dive on this one really got me. I gotta be honest. Eratas. I warn you right now, do not search up this word. Do not search up the word Eratas. E-R-R-A-T-A-S. This word right here, okay? Do not Google it. Eratas is a computer program which is supposedly used by giant corporations as a type of spyware. According to theories, anybody searching up the word, they are subject to having their data surveilled. It's suspected that the main function of this algorithm is to scrub the internet of copyright infringement, but for companies like Google to develop some sort of AI, not exactly no. The main thing you gotta know about erotics is that if you search up this word, it's watching you. Baby, wish you listen to me now, don't you fuckface. See what happens when you know this? Anyways, like most things on the internet, this one started off on 4chan. There's somebody in the post describing how authoritative the sound of take gun at work. Most of the take gun in the office have the name of the specific department written on it. But this one in particular that she found had the word errata written on it. The coworker told her...
Sounds like El Rata Elato from fucking the new Batman.
That his job for writing code to flag any employee that searched for it on any computer system. If you got flagged, you got fined. After this was posted, many people should have seen what it told, but then a radical broke deeper. A YouTuber known as Ponies for Life Jurassic Park posted a video titled Jurassic Park News Preview, which was just seen the Jurassic Park said to R. Kelly bringing to his interest or something. But that's not the interesting part. At the end of the video, you can hear a series of themes that don't seem to fit in with the video.
We are using parts from eBay on the car. Magnitude eBay Motors is really the private home. There's not a platform like this anywhere else in the world.
At Saks, we like gold questions. Because with the right analytics, we have created these amazing things like make the world safer, faster, healthier, and kinder. All we have to do is ask for data. Saks.
Pissing me off.
The message was Hollywood astral projection science. Pretty dubious, man. I say they're quite dubious and dubious. He then followed up this video with another video titled YouTube is monitoring and controlling my life. This video was purposely made shitty and hard to read so that the Erotis algorithm couldn't flag it, but people were able to decipher the text throughout the video. I strongly believe my mom was being monitored and harassed by YouTube manipulating pictures and their affiliates because of the secret story that have covered became one of the original trilogy of Jurassic Park.
See, like I always say, the explanation for most stuff is just mentally ill people.
He also posted another video called Windows Nothing, which was stated it was a test to see if YouTube would remove it, and that it was proven incorrect if they did it. But they didn't remove it, so does that mean the theory is not correct? But that's not where the weirdness ends. If you would turn on the auto captions of this video, it would have all sorts of weird things in it. One of the things being overthrow the government. Keep in mind that auto captions are set by YouTube themselves and cannot be edited by outside sources. So this right here really made me fuck to my booty hole. This was when I was like, okay, maybe there is something suspicious going on. Evil Stickers was a toy that could be bought from certain dollar stores. At first, it looks like your standard cheap-ass princess one. Well, I'll just play a news broadcast explaining further.
A mother bought her toddler this princess wand at the dollar store behind me. Imagine her surprise when the curious little girl peeled back the foil to find this image of a girl cutting herself inside. The packaging promises scary and shows wonderful music, but I doubt many people would call this music. It's difficult to see the image clearly in the dark, but if you pull back the foil, there's no mistaking it.
It looks like that's the girl. That's the picture of the girl.
Okay, that's pretty messed up. I'm not saying it's not messed up, but okay, I see you laughing, but come on, man, it's kind of funny. It's also called fucking Evil Stick. Did you not ask yourself why they think he's named an Evil Stick? Kanye Quest 3030 quotes. Now, many of you probably don't know this about me, but I'm a Kanye stan, okay? I've listened to every song he's ever made at least 5 times. I sold my children into indentured servitude at the bar for a pair of lightly used Yeezys, and I excused his shitty behavior on the grounds of him being an expensive genius. Some people say Kanye has a cult like Bono, which is true, but this takes it even a step further. Kanye Quest 3030 is an RPG Maker game that has no official affiliation with Kanye West. The premise of this game is that one day Kanye goes to take a trash out. While doing so, he gets sucked into a world of the year 3030, where the world is ruled by a clone of the rapper Lil B the Bass God. The gameplay is similar to Pokemon, except instead of Pokemon, you rap battle clones of other famous rappers. But once you beat them, you can get them to join your team and fight alongside you. From what I can tell, the game looks pretty fun and there's a ton of jokes and references to hip-hop culture. But then 2 years after the game's initial release, people discovered some weird stuff. So, towards the beginning of the game, there's this random side character who asks you, what do you want to do? And a keyboard pops up so you can give him an answer. At this point, I would type in, these nuts. But unfortunately, there's not enough space for these nuts to fit. So, at this point, I guess I would just give up and continue on with the game. But we discovered that if you instead of these nuts, you type in the word ascend, you would be screaming for a butterfly and teleport into a secret level that's outside of the main game. This is when things start to get dubious. I don't know if I'm using the word dubious. I don't even know if I'm using it in the right context. But well. So upon entering the level, you're immediately greeted with some text. Congratulations! You have proven yourself to be an open-minded and curious thinker. We must apologize for deceiving you, but we can reveal that the game you were playing until this point was a front, instructed to protect what you are currently accessing. We must ask that you do not reveal this to the public, and if you cannot keep this a secret, close this program immediately. By selecting the yes option, you agree to participate and not reveal information. Jokes on them. This isn't even legally binding. I can tell who if I want.
This isn't even legally
I just
binding.
called up your mom a few minutes ago and told her all about it. Anyways, it goes on to say that this level is basically a thought exercise, and it ends with a message. You may begin now. Welcome to your ascension. Once you get that message, you start the actual level, which is a series of puzzles. If you're able to solve all the puzzles in the secret level, you're presented with a blank white screen and some text. If you're able to solve all the puzzles in the secret level, you're presented with a blank white screen and some text. With congratulations.
I just repeated.
It also says that they will contact you within a 2-week period and ask for your personal information. Name, age, address, preferred writing method, basically. And then the game just ends. So somebody actually paid to mine the game and posted their findings on the website's history. Now what they found was pretty disturbing to say the least. They discovered that this secret level was an ARG.
Alright, it's gonna be a seconds piece.
To recruit members. Now, apparently Ascensionism has been around since at least 2006, and according to the religion wiki, it's often misunderstood as a cult, but they don't seem to exhibit any cult-like qualities. I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one. Kenny Veach, also known on YouTube as Snakebit McGee, left this comment.
We're just gonna watch this whole thing. I'm gonna end up blowing more glass tonight anyway, so.
Discloses secret alternative energy. In the comment, he claimed to have found a strange cave in southern Nevada. I'm a long-distance hiker. One time during one of my hikes out by Nellis Air Force Base, I found a cave. The entrance to the cave was shaped like a perfect capital pen. I always enter every cave I find, but as I began to enter this particular cave, my whole body began to vibrate. The closer I got to the cave entrance, the worse the vibrating became. Suddenly, I became very scared and hightailed it out of there. This was one of the strangest things that has ever happened. I tried finding this comment on the video, but it must have been deleted, which is a little suspicious. Anyway, as you can see, this comment got a lot of attention, and a lot of people were egging him on to go back to the cave. So he obliged and made a YouTube video about his search for the elusive cave.
I'm looking for a cave that I found, and I didn't have a sidearm when I was here before. And something about that cave just spooked me out. All the
Oh right, yeah, and then the fucking guy disappears, right?
Vibrate. The closer I got to it, the crazier my body felt, and I was like, all right, I'm not going to go in there right now, but I'm coming back someday. And I talked to some people on YouTube, and I told them, hey, I'm coming out here, you know, because they kind of called my hand on it. So I don't know if there's going to be anything to it, but it might be interesting. If I can find it, I got to relocate it. This is a big mountain range I'm in.
Unfortunately, he couldn't find a cave.
Well, I did not find the cave. That is so weird. I'm sure I was just going to be able to find it. I remember it being fairly easy.
A little while later, Kenny would go out on another hike, but this one he would never return from. After a long search, police found his phone in an environment mine shaft, but the trail went cold after that. This led to tons of speculations and theories about what happened. Did he get whacked by the feds after stumbling upon a secret government experiment? Did he find the secret entrance to Area 51? Who knows? His body was never found. To make things even creepier, somebody left an ominous comment on the video when he went out looking for the cave. There were no updates for a while until his girlfriend left this comment on his YouTube video. I want you to know that I do not think Kenny had an accident. I believe he was 65. He battled depression for many years and would not take medication to see a doctor. He quit his job for a little more than a year before he disappeared. The search for him was started within a couple of days of my call. Over 30 search and rescue team members searched 3 different times on foot. One helicopter flyover was coming. There was no trace of someone stuck in the home. They found his car in an area where I told them they would be. They did find his cell phone by the mine shaft in the video. The mine shaft was only about a 4-hour hike from his car. It is my feeling that he left it behind so that he could not be tracked when the vehicle accident. He also did not take his video camera with him on the solo hike. It was left in the home, so he had no intention of filming anything. He also said that if he decided to do it, no one would ever find him. It would be easy to do something like this in our desert with a high number of natural shading around. HLN also did a special about him where they interviewed his daughter. He seems to be concluding that things just couldn't fit society anymore without the players we like to desert.
The biggest fear about his disappearance would be that he would take our phone.
Actually, it's trying to find how much data leaks I had discovered in my browser and in my personal life. I know that's why ignorance is either protecting the filter on my computer is somehow enough, but now I know that. I decided to do a free scan from Go.io. It was really simple to use. Took about 1 minute to get signed up, immediately successfully sent me right in and began scanning all of my browsers. They also tracked my email accounts from data breaches. They stopped unwanted notifications, blocked harmful sites, and protect my personal identity. Don't wait like I did until I started hacking all of these things.
You got it? You go. Find it away. And stop it.
The only thing that's suspicious about his girlfriend's comments is that she didn't even address anything about like his grade or if she wanted anything like that, which I thought was weird. You know, some people think that his family members were coerced by the government to save himself, you know, to just get off the trail. Which, I don't know, man. What do you guys think? Also, RFP Henry, you went absolutely. People got there a lot of Japanese commercials. Supposedly people two white characters standing in front of train tracks or cruising down the train. Here's a recreation that somebody made on YouTube. The hunt for this musical commercial started back in 2004 on the website 2Channel, which was like the Japanese version of Fortune. Now, I have no idea what any of this says, so let's move on. Baby Monkey Hate Land. This one is absolutely bananas. Okay, no pun intended, but seriously, this is one of the most bizarre anti-donkey videos of fun. So, for some reason, there are a ton of videos on YouTube of baby monkeys getting hurt. Most of these videos are presented by animal rescuers and presented the monkeys getting hurt as a bad thing. But there's plenty of other videos where people just straight up abusing the little fellas. I'm not exaggerating the amount of videos. If you look up baby monkey hurts, there are so many freaking trailers full of these videos. It's insane. And some of the creators making these videos have hundreds of thousands of subscribers. I don't even have 100,000 subscribers. What the heck's going on, guys? Hit that motherfucking subscribe button. Anyways, back to what I was saying. The most fucked up thing about this whole situation is the comments. If you look deep enough, you'll find heaps of comments like this fantasizing about punching monkeys in the face, doing all sorts of sick stuff to them. This makes me absolutely sick. Hate against turtles, I understand. Specifically this turtle. But baby monkeys?
Hey, he started hating on Franklin.
So there's a couple of
What
theories.
has he got against Franklin?
See, back in 1998, some guy named Paul Hughes made the website ifihadamonkey.com, in which him and others would post jokes like this. If I had a monkey, I would buy him classes and then punch him in the face. Still funnier than Amy shit. So basically, these are supposed to be kind of like dead baby jokes, if you guys remember those. So yeah, that's the first theory.
So like anti-humor?
The second theory is absolutely
Anti-humor isn't funny though.
Some people believe that these
It's just shocking.
fetish and that people pretend that these baby monkeys are baby humans, and that just grosses me out even thinking about it. But
Most everything ends up being a fetish one way or
There's a
another.
few clues to prove this theory. First of all, one of the most popular creators in this genre has a pretty weird name, okay? And let me tell you, the CP does not stand for Chris Paul. I can tell you that much. There's another one of these channels that has straight up simulated coitus between two young-looking people. And to make matters even worse, some of these videos, they're even simulating something that rhymes with rape. Like, look at this thumbnail, bro. The girl with the underwear in her ankles and the guy with his pants down. What the heck? 1.6 million views? And it's not even somehow this fit to that.
We get it.
And whatever it is, it can't be good. If you want to know more on this topic, check out Alec Armruster's video called YouTube's Monkey Problem, where I got most of the info for this part.
That's kind of like a big problem with the entire internet.
Mukbang YouTubers
It's shit letting.
I mean, you have Nika Kato.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like another example of things that are actually a fetish as well. That is a prime example. One we actually talked about earlier is that all of what he's doing is performance art for sexual fetishes.
And how much is genuine mental decline. Another one-thing YouTuber by the name of Kate Yup has a kind of similar vibe going on. The Kate Yup channel features videos of a blindfolded French girl eating disgusting amounts of raw seafood.
Nope. Don't want to see it.
Describing what she's eating. The most common of which...
No.
She tried to dispel these rumors by...
Hearing people chew makes me violent.
I am alive. And this video just turned everything up to 10. Throughout most of her videos, she has these annotations describing what she's eating. In this particular video, 4 of these annotations start with a capital letter, and only 4. Hey, I'm still alive, my friends. You can see to my smile. Everything is okay for me. Look at me. Are you really thinking I'm first to eat? Prawn. Just similar to giant shrimps and easier to eat because I remove the skin. So, if you take the first letter, if each one of these phrases, they spell out help.
See, but a lot of people just like play into that too. A lot of people on TikTok will lean into people thinking something fucked up is going on. Right? Because again, we always talk about how controversy will get you just as many clicks, if not more, than good things. So if someone's like, hey, that looks like you're doing something you shouldn't be doing, and someone's like, maybe I am, huh? Then it'll get more clicks.
He posts 2 more videos after this I'm Alive one, and her last video was posted October 24, 2019.
Cooking brain and waffle iron.
I really hope this is an Alive.
Please don't cook brain and waffle iron.
No, but seriously, I hope everything's okay. In my head, I'm choosing to believe that she's just trolling. John Lang was a former Marine and political activist in Fresno, California, who passed away tragically in 2016. Some people have called him crazy and labeled him a conspiracy theorist. But after hearing all the details, you be the judge. So John had a history of being harassed by the Fresno Police Department over the course of 7 years. He had a blog named JodyMurray.com where he documented his interactions with the police.
420, Happy 420, is that West Coast? Or East Coast? That's East Coast, right? This is another instance I can already tell of gang stalking. Another paranoid schizophrenic.
As well as his background with Fresno.
West Coast, gotcha.
According to him, his trouble started back in 2009. I'm just going to read what he wrote. My situation starts back in 2009. I was ticketed 2 blocks away from a Home Depot. I later learned that Fresno law enforcement had a pattern of practice of unethically scanning license plates in private retail parking lots.
I mean, look at this entire write-up. Just like this entire write-up that somebody took the time to put all together is indicative enough of paranoid schizophrenic.
Drivers over a block or 2 away from said parking lots. This was meant to optimize ticket revenue at very minimal expense. Millions of dollars of revenue have been generated in this questionable manner by Fresno area law enforcement agencies. A pattern of practice that's still in use today. The added financial stress related to this incident cripped what was left of my marriage. I was devastated, angry, and upset. I thought the parking lot license plate scanning was abusive and simply designed as a revenue-generating scheme. I voiced my opinion to the Fresno Beat, which is a local newspaper. I thought I was anonymous, but an employee named Jody Murray, remember the name of the blog is JodyMurray.com. So, John really wanted to put this motherfucker on blast. Jody Murray was treating a known sheriff sergeant website logs that his team identified with IP address information.
Look at all that.
He used to track down citizens who were posting comments critical of Fresno PD. Within weeks, I was called by undercover sheriff officers who were routinely waiting on the street.
Undercover sheriff's officers? No, dude, those are just people.
Called Rain Marine, which contains 17 videos detailing the harassment John faced on a regular basis at the hands of the Fresno Police Department. I gotta be honest, watching these videos kind of blur the line for me between reality and paranoia because some of these videos are pretty innocuous and come up with very speculative backstory. For example, this video with the title, Thank God the Feds Are Listening and Responding, which has this description. After corresponding with the FBI earlier this morning regarding the garbage truck incident, the Feds posted up outside my home in Springfield. Thank you, USC. But if you watch the actual video, it's really just a van parked outside the house. There's nothing weird about it, right? So I'm thinking, maybe this guy's just schizophrenic, but then I kept watching his video and I saw this one.
Oh, that was a whole camera pointed at him. God damn it, hang on. What a horrible time for a fucking...
motherfuckers care about how
Another commercial?
I downloaded some software that you sell like private photos online, and now I'm sending my mom the software. Not cool, man. Not cool. Okay, I will never unsee that. But you're fine now. Let's just take a round of applause. Thank you, guys.
There's a whole camera pointed at him.
That's like $100,000 camera recording his house. He also has videos of cop cars stopping in front of his house briefly and driving off, people suspiciously walking by and looking into his yard. There was a big video of a group of police officers posted up right across the street from him, which looks like an intimidation tactic to me, like this is type of shit game. Then in another video, the security camera picks up somebody sneaking onto his property at 4:45 a.m. So at this point, I'm in complete conspiracy mode. Okay, let's go back to the video that minivan that we were talking about. So right after the van video, the next day, he posted another video titled "Carpet Cleaning Van 656 Van Ness Avenue, Fresno, California Today." The video itself was footage of a carpet cleaning van parked right outside his house. On the surface level, it doesn't seem out of the ordinary, but then I realized some of suckers don't look like they're cleaning carpets. But that's not the interesting part. The interesting part is the description of the video. If I turn on Missing the Decimal, remember this thing, I think I've seen a couple of guys sneak out of the side doors in the building when he was parked in the carport this afternoon. He would also go on to make this post on his blog titled, "An open letter."
Look at that. Yeah, see?
FBI.
That's a lot of time to write something out.
Trying to set him up on a bogus charge called an inappropriate video of children. Then he ominously ends the post with this sentence: "And with this letter, I have for certain signed my death warrant for Fresno LA." Then on top of the blog post, he also made a Facebook post directed at local journalist named Corin Potter, who works for ABC News. Corin, you want some news? Corrupt Fresno cops are hosted trying to kill me with police for past 3 tonight. This is not a joke. Now, I think you know where I'm going with this. A few days after that Facebook post, John Wood loses his life. His body was found in his home with a burn gun. The Fresno coroner's office stated that the cause of death was inhalation of smoke and straight reefer fire. Oh, and he also had 3 stab wounds in his chest, so that's a pretty important detail. Now, I'm no expert or anything, but I think someone would decide to
stab wounds and the fire,
stab themselves in the chest,
and then set their house on fire.
What do I know? The most mysterious metal song.
God damn. Bro, that scared the fuck out of me. Let's not.
Was arrested for it.
Jesus Christ.
After using a stolen credit card to buy food from multiple restaurants. After that,
now I'm curious. Sorry.
So, we need to talk about the events leading up to it because he really like
scared the fuck out of me. Now I'm curious as to what it was.
Background on who Mara Murray was. He was a nursing student and track star at the University of Massachusetts. In November 2003, 3 months before his exam,
got my heart rate going, that's for sure.
After using a stolen credit card to buy food from multiple restaurants. After that, nothing eventful would happen for a while until February 5th, 2004. Mara would talk to her sister during her shift at work, and her sister struggled with alcoholism and apparently was having a fight with her ex-fiance. After this phone call, Mara would go to the Bradford station and begin to cry and control. It was so bad that she couldn't continue her shift at work and was escorted back to her dorm by her supervisor, Sarah DeYoung.
Walking into the room, she didn't look and drive me she was walking to the desk, the receptionist, the director, and stuff, and she was like, she was just like looking at the cash. Because normally I would get every after people like going to the everything just come out and people walking in. But so I walk up to Chill, she's like staring out his face, like staring out the window. The window with the Mars and the next to her. And so that time I was really concerned just from that primary reaction to me. I wasn't sure how to like say extra like several things that she said was I'm not an expert in the psychology of like it's I knew she was a female. There was something going on. So I asked her, I said, what's going on? What's I do for you? When I was talking with her, I don't remember how long it took her for her to come to stop. I probably spent like 1 minute, like 5. I don't know how much quiet coming to me. But eventually, she said, my sister, I don't know if I can ask my older brother, but from what I understand, there's always an awkward like time in between where she's just staring at the window, really like engaged with me. It's probably a thing she's going up to psychology. I don't know, but it's really engaged with me. But eventually she was like my sister. And then then she crying. Like, it wasn't like a second or two sob, like she was just like, I would think like crying softly. Like soft crying, just crying softly like that.
So yeah, it's unclear exactly what they were talking about, but clearly something in that conversation with your sister bothered her. 2 days after this incident, Lauren's father would come visit her. They had dinner and he let her use his car so she could attend a tournament later that night. So she goes to the party, has a couple of drinks with her friends, a little chit chat about boys and geopolitics or whatever they would talk about. But strangely, she didn't bring up her mental breakdown that she had at work early. At one point in the night, Lauren said she wanted to return the car to her dad, but her friends found that strange because it was so late. Also, she was drinking alcohol, and her dad didn't even expect the car until the next day. But despite all of that, Lauren still decided to drive to the motel where her dad was staying at 2:30 a.m. Like I said, she was drinking boxed wine, so on the way to the motel, she crashed into a guardrail connecting the car. Somehow, despite being intoxicated, she wasn't charged with anything. The police gave her a ride back to where her father was staying. She was distraught about what just happened to her. Her father consoled her and said that she seemed fine other than being upset about the car. The following day is when things started to get common. Lauren emailed her professors and told them that she would be taking a week off from school due to a death in the family. But there was no death in the family. She then sent an email to her boyfriend who lived in Oklahoma which read, "I love you more, stud. Got your messages, but honestly, I don't feel like talking to one of them. I promise I'll call you later. Love you, Lauren." She then told the owner of a condo in Bartlett, New Hampshire, which she had previously stayed with her family. But she didn't make a reservation. She also called a motel in Vermont, but again, didn't make any reservations. She also didn't inform anybody where she was going, so it was hard to tell where her exact destination was supposed to be. Later that day, she packed all her stuff and got ready to leave to who knows where. And the weird thing is, she didn't just pack clothes into the suitcase. She took all the oil off her walls and put all the belongings in the boxes. So this kind of makes it seem like she's trying to go away for longer than a week. But, after packing her stuff, she went to a ATM and withdrew $280. This is the last known photo of her. With the money, she used $40 to purchase alcohol, including Bailey's, Kahlua, and boxed wine. Bit of a weird combo, but hey, who am I to judge? She also stopped at the DMV to pick up some forms related to a previous car accident. Speaking of car accidents, Lauren would crash her car a second time on February 9th around 7 p.m. The accident was spotted by a passerby named Brooke Atwood, who was offered to call the cops, but Lauren claimed she had already called roadside assistance. But Atwood called the cops anyway as soon as he got to his house, which was very close to the accident. I think he said it was around 500 feet or so away from where the accident happened. Brooke also claimed that the road was relatively busy, so other people would have seen it as well. But by the time police arrived on the scene, Lauren was gone. The officers on the scene said there were no obvious signs of foul play and also no traces seen by the leaving vehicle. And it snowed pretty heavily in the area, but there was no footprints in the snow. Eventually a wider search was done, but still no signs of a vehicle. It was said later during the search that they checked the west extensively, but they didn't look east, and that's probably where she went. That was the direction towards Bartlett, where her father said she could get home. It's worth mentioning that Lauren took her cell phone and backpack full of stuff with her when she vanished the vehicle. The original officer also mentioned that there was a Coke bottle full of wine in the cup holder, so she could sip it a little bit. And man, she just completely vanished. No evidence has turned up since this happened, from what I can tell. No cell phone, no remains, nothing, absolutely nothing. The prevailing theory on what happened to her is that an opportunistic predator or serial killer abducted her.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
The theory is that
Or she passed in the elements.
And that combined with all the stressful things happening within a short period of time caused her to take her own life. It's also possible that she didn't want to get in trouble for drinking and driving and ruin her record of good behavior
after crashing again.
So she thought running into the woods would be a good idea and maybe got lost.
And got lost in the woods and then eaten by an animal.
Likely is that she went up to Vermont and basically started a new identity. But I mean, even in the mid-2000s, bro, that shit was basically impossible, alright? You know, trust me, I've tried many times. Army.avi, back in July.
We'll give it the next 1 or 2 stories and then we'll call it a night, friends. Because we didn't want it to get to 6 hours for the streams, we won't be able to edit it.
I'm going to do my best to summarize this creepypasta as quickly as possible. So basically, this guy, we'll call him Lenny, finds an intact PC tower in the trash and decides to take it home with him. When Lenny hooked up the PC to his monitor, he noticed that there was a video file titled Army.avi hidden in the file directory. The video was described
Texter's mom
and featuring a woman doing what seemed to be an interview or something. The audio was drowned out with hoarse static that made it impossible to discern what she was saying. About 15 minutes into the footage, her face begins to redden and contort as if the questions are bothering her, but she continues to answer them anyways. She then begins to sob uncontrollable until at one point she's crying so hard she can barely look at the camera.
Creepypastas are so good.
After about 2 minutes of nothing, there was more footage which depicted what looked like train tracks. Lenny then got rock hard as he recognized the train tracks from the video and decided to investigate. So just like every other dumb character in creepypasta does, Lenny goes to the train tracks and eventually stumbles upon a trail which leads him to an old abandoned house in a rusty shed. So he makes the genius decision to go inside the house and see what was in it. But while he was exploring the interior, he heard a loud moaning sound and ran out of there faster than he was running out of the arms as it was bad. Okay, so this is clearly another fake creepypasta written by somebody with a vivid imagination, right? Right? Well, there might be some truth to it, because about a month later, 3 videos were uploaded to a YouTube channel called GamerPasta that was created just a day before upload. These videos were titled Barbie.avi, Barbie.avi Part 2, and Barbie.avi Part 4. No Part 3 for some reason. The videos featured a young woman doing what seemed to be an interview, and the audio was drowned out with harsh static, making it impossible to discern what she was saying. So, the videos match up pretty clearly with what was described in the creepypasta. Well, flipping upside down, coloring in peanut butter, and punching in the face, I think we've come across the first real-life creepypasta, ladies and gentlemen. The first actually creepypasta.
First actual creepypasta.
The fact that it goes from part 2 to part 4 makes it way creepier. I can't explain why. It just makes it more dubious. Now, the fourth video offers a little more insight into what this pasta would be. It starts off with a caption that says CIID. You also notice in the video that the woman is missing her right arm. This led some people to come to the conclusion that this was a snuff film or something, something type of little candle. But other smarter people were able to deduce that
other smarter people
identity disorder. The mental disorder in which the person thinks that part of their body doesn't belong there, and they often remove the unwanted body part. So you can come to the conclusion that this woman cut off her arm because she was suffering from CIID, which is usually like something to get a better understanding of the disorder, either for a medical journal or a documentary or something like that. So that does shed a little bit of light on the situation, but everything I said is purely speculative. Like, it makes a lot of sense, but it's not proven. We still don't know who the person is, who posted these videos, and how to get access to them. So there's not much to go on. Here's the list of surveillance. But then, somebody stumbled upon another Barbie.avi video on the Chinese version of YouTube called YouTube. Really Chinese? You could make it a little bit more different. You know, it's like you're copying somebody's homework and barely change the answer. Anyway, this video is a much better quality, and you can clearly see the girl and her arm. It's also not as garbled. I mean, it's still hard to hear anything, but I'm sure it's something that's more time to transcribe everything. It's also important to mention that in this video, there's no BIID tag, so we're trying to disprove the body said the identity disorder. Another thing is that the title of the video is Camp. Then some people came across photos from Antique magazine website called Antics. It also looks very similar to work. Case closed, right? Wrong! Apparently somebody contacted the creator of Antics, and he said that the Roman video was not in fact her. But he did actually know who she was, and claimed that her name was Sharon. Now, in my personal opinion, I'm not going to trust a dude that runs an Antiques magazine. Antiques magazine founders are notorious scumbags, almost as bad as Dean Costa. I think that's Camp, but who's for this? Important line is that a band Mercury line in Northern Nevada that was used back in 1800. I'm not sure if you're familiar with working conditions in 1800, but they were not good. They didn't have workers' comp. Too long working on the job.
They didn't have workers' comp.
You know, some of you never even heard the phrase workplace safety. That being said, it was a Mercury line, so I'm sure none of them made it past good. What I'm trying to say is that a lot of people perish in this mine, unfortunately. Approximately 150 years after its heyday, this mine will still be accessible to modern-day smart level weird hobbyists. For one thing, this is a form of trading mine. Once pulled onto the particulars, the owner of the exploring abandoned mine in a usual place in the YouTube channel. posted a video of himself exploring the Horton mine.
Actually happened recently, right? When this video became popular.
I mean, to be honest with you, I'd be surprised if the creepy abandoned mine wasn't haunted. Now, when I first saw this, I was thinking that the guy went and swung the chain himself and got back into position. And that's what I'm going to choose to believe, to keep myself safe. Also, I want to mention, this guy must have balls the size of pumpkins to go into an abandoned mine by himself like that. Anyways, after this video got posted to YouTube, it went pretty viral. The video was even featured on the Science Channel, the fact which the channel owner could not stop mentioning. Anyways, after the video got a ton of attention, Frank, the channel's owner, was egged on by the community to go back to
the mine. Eggnog.
And a year later, he was
eggnog by the community
and go back to the mine by himself. He will detail his exploration in a follow-up video titled Horton Mine, follow-up exploration of a creepy ghost-filled mine. And everything's going pretty good. The whole video is pretty calm. He's just talking about mining and stuff. And then things get a bit, well, I'll just show you. Here's the final part.
We'll hang out for another few minutes. Another 5 or so minutes. Y'all get that other background noise ready.
What that was? That's just
very deep in there.
In my head, I'm thinking that the first video was fake. He moved the chain himself, but then when he went back, the banshee shrieking was real. Because he was
banshee shrieking.
In the second video, he ran out of there faster than even a child support bill. So yeah, I mean that's pretty bone chilling. But again, what do you expect? You're running
chilling bones.
Nice. Chance of it not being haunted is incredibly slim. 973X-NAMU 973. So if you look at this closely, it spells the human backwards. And if you go to their website, you're going to be greeted with a bunch of bizarre stuff. So I went in blind without reading anything about it. Alright, going into this completely blind. Let's see. So I see the word maze. Let me click on the word. Okay, this is creepy. This is creepy. I don't know if I like this. Okay, what the fuck? What is this? I am that I am. That is a verse from the Bible. Jesus says this. When he asked, who are you? He says, I am that I am. Okay, this give me the heebie-jeebies. I see a lot of numerology.
Yeah, I was saying it's numerology, obviously.
Letters, a lot of numbers. Reminds me of algebra, and that terrifies me, alright? If I see an imaginary number in here, dude, I'm gonna shit my pants. Let's see what else we got.
An imaginary number.
I don't really know how to get back.
He's bad at math, me too.
This is middle one. It's the same thing.
No, it's different.
It's the same thing. What's your numerology? Click on stuff. It takes you back to the
click
same
on
place.
stuff.
What the fuck is this? Man,
Zaza.
Flashbacks, dude. Oh, the name of oh my goodness, dude. What is this? Some cult stuff, bro? I don't know, man. I need to get off this website. This is. I'm probably on some sort of list now that I even entered here. So yeah, from the brief moments I was poking around this website, it became clear that it's dedicated to numerology, which is like astrology but for numbers. People who believe in numerology claim that numbers
It's
have
occult
power
stuff.
and meanings. And the site also
It looked like a sigil. It looked like an invocation.
You see a lot of phrases from the Bible. There's a lot of stuff related to Buddhism and Egyptian mythology as well. There's also a bunch of weird images here that are pretty unsettling.
Nice.
To me at least. I also found an online forum dedicated to the subject, and some of the posts here are more disturbing than the website itself. Hello everyone, I will be frank. I spent at least 5 years studying this website and spent a lot of hours guiding myself through its maze.
Spent years studying the website.
There is a side effect that affected me in a strange way. David Dennison, the creator of the site, was more than just a mathematician, linguist, artist, and poet, but someone that is very versed in alchemy. The site
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like a sigil. Alchemical, alchemical formula.
It's one of those puzzles where you start at the beginning only to end up at the beginning. The only exception is that you have the key to the puzzle, which was right there in front of you the whole time. It makes perfect sense. I won't post the result here only because it works too well. I'm happy to answer any questions pertaining to this study. But if you want to know the answer, I will not be accountable for any side effects that come after. Epiphany seeks the devotee. And fuck you, you didn't have the answer.
I ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers.
You ain't got the answers, Sway.
If you go through these forums, you'll find a bunch of other ramblings of people sucking each other off because of how open and good I is and how smart they are for deciphering neurological patterns in order to find the truth or whatever. You know what you need to decipher? You need to decipher where they get some bitches. The points on these forums are very cult-like and just creepy, man. I don't like this shit. I don't like this stuff. I mean, what the heck is this website anyway? Is it an ARG? Is it some kind of cult recruitment system? Or is it just a random with a big massive picture guy to hold some design stuff? Well, I don't know for sure, but I think I can provide a little bit of insight. People were able to find out that the website's domain was registered to David Dennis, a Reddit artist. As you can see, he's exactly the type of person who would make a website. You can also see a lot of his artwork on one of the pages of his website that I posted up there. Anyways, I think this entry creeped me out probably more than anything else that's going on. I'm probably going to go to church this time. Jeff the Killer's original image. So, Jeff the Killer is one of the most...
Oh yeah, trigger warning. Scary image ahead.
You probably never heard of this story, so I'll summarize it quickly. Okay, now the story starts off with a kid who woke up in the middle of the night and saw that his door was open. When he goes to close it, he sees a terrifying looking man who told him to go to sleep. The creepypasta was also accompanied with this quote. Anyways, this horrendous
I knew he was gonna do that.
Somehow the kid fights off the prey demons to kill her long enough to get able to call the police. And then Jeff runs away and the police come to his front. By the way, I highly recommend you guys go check out the original Jeff the Killer story. It's actually hilarious how bad it's written it is. I wouldn't be surprised if this was written by a 12-year-old. Like, how the fuck did the dude who looked like this escape with a face like that, alright? He's still with a short thumb. If I was walking down the street and I saw this guy minding his own business, getting frozen over or something, I'm calling the police, bro. I'm not just gonna keep that to myself.
I'm calling the police.
My origin story for Jeff. He was a normal kid like you or me. He moved to a new neighborhood with his family and immediately started getting bullied by a group of kids. One day these kids stole his brother's wallet, so Jeff pulled some John Wick shit and beat all three of the bullies up, breaking one of their arms. Then a few weeks later, Jeff's mom forced him to go to one of the bullies' parties to make amends. And then, I shit you not, the bullies pull out guns and hold the entire party hostage so that they can beat up Jeff without anyone stepping in. These are like 14-year-old upper middle class kids doing this. Anyways, they eventually pinned Jeff down and dumped alcohol and bleach all over his face and then light it on fire. Then he basically turns into the Joker. Like, he went crazy and...
Basically the Joker.
He also has a permanent frown on his face with his face. I'm not exaggerating when I say how dumb this story is. So now that we've got that horrendously bad story out of the way, let's talk about the origin of this creepy story. So let's be honest, this story was 100 times scarier than that bullshit I just said. The stories are actually used years before these creepypasta even appeared on TV. The original story of Jeff was actually created by a YouTuber by the name of Spencer, who posted the videos along with his games back in 2008. He also had another email address that was slightly different than the same one. So where did Spencer get these images from? One thing is that the picture is actually a photoshopped image of a woman named Katie Robinson. According to this,
it's an image of a husky.
A photo of herself on 4chan around 2008. She was then bullied and harassed relentlessly.
It's a husky.
And 4chan members began to Photoshop her face.
Oh, that one might be that one.
For Jeff the Killer. But that claim's been mostly debunked. Also, why would you post a picture of yourself on 4chan? It's not MySpace. I'm sexy as shit and have almost no flaws. And I wouldn't post a picture of myself on 4chan. That's just asking for trouble. So, Cesar, the creator of the original Jeff the Killer video, debunked this ages ago because the film was actually photo him wearing a latex mask. But Cesar is also lying. Because the earliest confirmed sighting of this position was on the Japanese message board in TI.CT 2005, predating Censor's video by a whole 30 years. So what's the truth? Laughing Horse Orifice Headquarters. This is another weird website, and I went and found once again just to get my genuine first reaction to it. Oh, and keep in mind that this website has a lot of flashing lights and also nudity and possibly MKUltra shit. So please take all of this into consideration before watching this next part. Skip forward about a minute and a half if you don't want to see that. Alright, we got another weird website. Let's see. Well, what the fuck? What the heck was that? Was that even allowed on YouTube? I don't know. Okay, let's see what the words, colors, this person is designing president of the mention around the council with that treatment. What does this mean, man? It's a lot of text and it's cut off too. It's cut off. Okay. So I'm guessing there's like hidden things. Here we go. Prince Andrew. Okay.
Prince Andrew?
What the heck? Who's this guy? Is that Jean-Claude Van Damme? Angela Merkel? Dude, this website is like, it knows things. Alright? It's hiding messages in plain sight. Or something, I don't fucking know.
Or something, I don't know.
That looks like a woman in a pantsuit.
Woman in a pantsuit. Yeah, so it looks like just some basic discomfort core.
What the fuck is this? As you can see,
his voice scared me more than the fucking video then did.
Everything about this is so bizarre. It starts off pretty innocuous looking like a regular shitty website, but you notice right away that things are off in the front page. These entries are all gibberish. Acts of embryo, owners of a local ballot sources acting. What the fuck is this, man? It makes even less sense than when my girlfriend gets mad at me for emotionally manipulating her or whatever that means. But yeah, this website itself is like an iceberg.
Alright friends, we'll pick back up on this tomorrow. I appreciate each and every one of you. We will be back at our regular time. We might, well probably, we'll do some gaming. We'll stream some more Warzone. Right, Lucy? Yeah, looking forward to it. Alright friends, thank you for being here. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being Lucy. Thank you, Lucy, for being a dog. Good job. Good job being a dog, Lucy. Alrighty friends, I'll catch y'all next time.